afternoon, good night. Welcome to, I'm a bit off centre, welcome to Discernable's live coverage of the Victorian 2022 election. It is the time to figure out whether Daniel Andrews is going to go the way of the fairies and live a nice life and out to pasture, or he's going to limp his way to his statue. I don't think he's going to be leaping for joy whatever happens. Tonight I'm joined on the panel by some very good people. We have here with us all night Ken Phillips. Thank you for joining us, my friend, and getting our nerd on tonight.
Thank you for having me. Always good fun here. And I think when you said, look, let's do this, I said to you, well, let's be bold. Let's not muck around here and let's make some bold predictions.
And you did.
And find out just either be declared complete political dills or geniuses.
I read out your predictions on air last night in a live stream, and it was all about, what was the main thrust of it? Was that Labor cannot win a majority government. This was before the news poll came out.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering how you feel about that now.
No, they still can't win a majority.
Oh.
I think the best they can hope for is a coalition with the Greens.
Is it possible? So I'll introduce you in a moment.
That's all right. We'll get the numbers.
If the Greens get enough seats to deliver them a government, or is it possible that they won't even have enough seats and they have to get a Greens and some independents to form a minority government?
Well, here's the question: predictions are they should pick up Northcote, and I think that they will probably pick up Albert Park on the back of the Liberal preferences. I suspect that that's the way it'll go there. The seat of Preston for the Greens, who are hopeful there, I think that's a long call. So they'll probably pick up, say, 3 seats. And so then what you're doing is looking at Labor not being able to govern on their own, and are there enough seats of the Greens to give them a balance of power, or to give them a coalition? And I think that's probably quite likely.
Except that Daniel, of course, said that he will not do any deals with the Greens. Of course, he said that.
Well, Daniel won't be there.
Oh, okay, we'll get to that. Okay, hold on, Ken. All right. This is my other amazing. We have 3 panels for you tonight. 4, in fact, because Ian Cook is supposed to be dropping by. So we have candidates of interest. Here we have a friend who hasn't, I don't know if I can call you friend anymore, because you haven't been on here for 2 years.
The prodigal son has returned, man. It's actually amazing, because I first met you, in fact, my first appearance on Discernible was at the start of lockdown, and when this project was getting going. So amazingly, it's almost like the epilogue of that whole era. Here we are, end of 2022, 1 year, having 1 year out of lockdown zone and everything else, what the electoral impact will be, and whether we have 4 more years of the tyrant who did it to it. It shouldn't even be a question. But here we are, sadly, I suspect, crying into our beers, but I'm an eternal pessimist, so who knows.
Should tell the people this
what my name is, first of all.
This is Gideon Russell, the Director of Policy at the Institute of Public Affairs. That's correct, right?
That's
yes. Very good value. Thank you for being here. Yes, you are responsible for everything that Discernible is. So just some housekeeping before we start. We have some big coverage for you tonight. We are not going to be doing any live crosses to any candidates in the field, because we want to look at every single seat. We want to look into the details. We want to show you what we're seeing. We want to follow, the moves, and particularly I want to talk about the psychology behind this result. What does it mean if Victoria has thrown Daniel out? What does it mean if they voted Labor in but rejected Daniel? What does it mean if, in fact, they've returned Daniel? This is what I'm really interested in. And tonight's show was brought to you by, of course, us. We are our main sponsor, and our brand is Team Human. Team Human. Go to teamhuman.au to get some cool merch. We'll talk about that more later in the night. Gentlemen, I need to draw your attention immediately to the seat count. So right now, the ABC is reporting Victoria election 2022 full results. So 5.1% counted, 45 seats to win, everyone. This is what we're going to be looking for today. 45 seats to win. ALP on 13, Libs on 4. Now, Ken, you said there's no point in starting our coverage tonight at 6 p.m. because we're not going to know anything worthwhile anyway, right? How soon do these numbers actually start to mean anything?
Well, what we're looking at is a count of only 50% of the people who voted. And so we've still
Five.
and whether or not we get a difference in the votes in the pre-poll to what we get now, interesting question. So it's going to be difficult even tonight to get an indicator, I think.
You think we won't have a result by midnight?
I think doubtful, unless because I think a tremendous amount is going to depend on the preferences from the independents. It's going to be very lumpy seat by seat. One of the things that I'm kind of expecting is that Labor will lose quite significant votes in their solid seats, and Libs could actually wind up with a very good actual vote but not get in because the shift will be in the wrong areas.
That's it. That makes total sense. Well, we should just generally start before we get into it too much. What is our predictions, gentlemen, for tonight? What will we end up with?
So I didn't come with my own predictions. I came with some wag on Twitter's predictions, but I think it's actually pretty close to the mark. So I've got ALP 41, Coalition 33, Green 7, Independent 7. I think this will be a very interesting night. I think it won't be a uniform swing, it won't be a uniform result. I think the Liberal Party will underperform. I think that we may, please God, see some of the Ian Cooks of the world get a foot in. It would be great if Ian Cook won, because then at least we've decapitated the head of the snake and gotten rid of Dan Andrews, even if we have a Labor government. But that's the whole thing. If Labor loses some skin to the Greens, which I think they will, if the Liberal Party lose seats to these Teal characters, which they might, I don't think the Teals have as much oomph as they did last time. They certainly didn't get as much free media and attention and so on. If we get some what I call maroon independents in the west and the north and in places like Mulgrave, then what you will have is you will have a Labor government in minority with the Greens at the very least. If not, these additional sort of, Ali Cupper and all those sort of weirdos from the regional independents who, the Voices for Indi type people, the Helen Haynes state counterparts and so on. So I think it will be a chaotic 4 years if the trend is going the way I think it's going. And you would hope that after that the Liberal Party would be in a position to absolutely romp it in 4 years' time, but I don't know. The fact that we could even be having this conversation about what Dan Andrews put us through for the past 4 years is, it's emblematic of the disunity and trouble that the centre right, not just the Liberal Party, but all the parties left of the centre, right of the centre, are finding themselves in. But we'll see. Early days.
Well, sure, we'll talk about you guys' future later on tonight. What's your prediction, Ken? Minority Labor, as you said.
That's the most likely scenario.
All three of us agree on the same thing. I think Ian Cook will win the seat, though. Are we?
Oh yeah.
Good enough. I'll take it.
You'll take it.
I'll take it.
That's probably something I'm enormously confident about.
Okay. All right. Well, let's pull this up. Can I pull? Yep, we can do that. Ken, do you want to go through some of your lovely predictions there? What seats should we be watching tonight?
So these are seats based on, these are percentages based on the redistributed boundaries. So if you look at where the Greens create a threat to Labor.
Do you want me to pull these seats up as we go?
Yeah,
sure. Question of ABC, I'm thinking, right?
ABC's, for all their foibles, they do have a pretty good election website.
All right, go ahead.
So the seat of Northcote, the ALP holds by 0.5%.
Okay.
So you would expect.
Here we go.
And these are the figures I've got are on the after the redistributions.
Okay. So I'm looking at.
In other words, you can do two things. You can look at the 2018 vote.
Yes.
Or you can look at the 2018 vote adjusted for the redistributions.
Okay. And what am I looking at online here? Just that I'm looking at when they talk about previously held ALP United 1.7. That's on the previous boundaries, and saying that's going to have changed.
They have changed. So I'm not sure if they're talking here.
Yeah.
What are they talking? Are they talking of the 2018
Must
vote?
be. Yes, it is.
So
this is
I think the data I've got, which is after the distribution, the redistribution of boundaries, is probably more accurate.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're talking in Northcote, the ALP, after the redistributions, holds the seat by 0.5%.
Well, less. Yes.
So the Greens should romp that in.
To Campbell go.
Yeah, who's my understanding, an avowed, was it anarchist? So
Yeah.
he states himself as
I'm an anarchist. I mean,
You're a right-wing
yeah.
Well,
I kid, of course, for anybody who's going to click this up or whatever. I'm just a good old-fashioned libertarian.
Yeah, I love it.
My anarchist streak has been inflamed by Corona, I guess.
So these are suburbs. What's in Northcote? Are we talking inner city?
Yeah, if you follow the railway line out from towards Melton, and you get Northcote, I know the area quite well. I used to teach in the area, and when I taught there a long time ago, it was very, very working class. But the area has become extremely gentrified, even though people spend a lot of money looking as though they haven't spent a lot of money on clothing.
It's deliberate. It's a
But
thing.
I was out there the other day, and I'm not joking, but I'm parked behind Lamborghinis, Mercs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and these are people living in these little terrace places that have been done up to glory and are spending a lot of money.
That's not a bad area. I've looked at some nice homes around Ivanhoe. Can't afford it. Ken,
But Northcote's great. It's a great suburb. It's very
nice.
eclectic.
So you're predicting that's going to go to the Greens. There's the past history of the seat, mostly red. Past winning party. So that'll go Green for sure.
It couldn't stay.
Okay.
Couldn't stay Labor.
Right.
Yeah.
What else?
Richmond, the ALP holds it by 5.8%.
Saw that. Yeah. Yep, 5.8.
And
Lauren O'Dwyer.
the Greens could get it.
Oh, okay. It's a bit early now, isn't it? What
Yeah.
Count 5% count. Okay.
And that's one that the Greens have.
That's right next door. Yeah.
Albert Park. And what's happening in Albert Park is a three-way split, pretty even three-way split of Green, Liberal and Labor.
So this is Nina, Kim and Lauren. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So my expectation there is that the Greens will get it on the Liberals' preferences.
The Greens will get on the Liberals' preferences. Oh, because they've put Labor last every
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right. Okay.
Yeah.
You're talking about 2 seats now that the Greens have picked
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
All right.
And then Preston, with the ALP holds with 21.3%.
It's not in this list.
Now that's further north of Northcote. It's the next suburb out from the Northcote electorate.
Okay.
The 21.3%, I think, frankly, I'd like to think that the Greens are dreaming on that one.
So that'll stay with Labor.
You'd expect it to.
And so look, this is where it is. Oh yeah, okay, just a bit north. It's
Yeah.
Not bad out there.
But still very working class.
Yes.
When I say the traditional working class,
Okay.
not yet yuppified.
Which it would soon to be. Okay, so that was seats that were going to fall to the Greens that we've just been through.
Yeah. So probably 3 seats going to the Greens.
3. Okay. And seats going to Libs, threat to Labor.
So if there's and I really think that anything against Labor is going to be lumpy, and so I base that on the fact of the.
What do you mean by lumpy?
In the traditional Labor seats, so go back to where the COVID and the lockdowns and all the rest. Who are the people who got it in the neck the most from the whole lockdowns and that stuff?
Labor voters.
So it was people who were working for themselves, so your tradies, not necessarily in the commercial construction sector, but all of your other tradies.
Yeah.
People such as people who mowed lawns and working for themselves, and so here they're not allowed to mow lawns, but when I live in the city, when I went into any of the parks in the city, council employees are mowing lawns. So here you had, if you're an employee of government, it was okay to mow a lawn. If you were not, you're not allowed to mow a lawn. So what you had is this
big cohort of self-employed people, the whole Jim's mowing thing. Then you've got all your hairdressers, your personal trainers who got it in the neck big time. Income's destroyed, literally just destroyed. Now, a huge number of those people live in the outer northern and outer western suburbs of Melbourne. And they really, really suffered badly. And when you saw the profiling of the people who were in the demonstrations in the city week after week, Roy Morgan did a tracking of where their phones came from.
That's right, they came out from the suburbs.
And they came out from the northern and western outer suburbs. And you put all that together and you say, and these people were huge, very motivated, and these were demonstrations or rallies that were larger than the anti-Vietnam War demonstrations, much bigger, much bigger. So you put all of that together and you say, well, look, if Labor's going to suffer, they're going to suffer in those very traditional seats around there where they, but I don't think the swing is going to be big enough to create the losses.
And that's always the problem. I mean, with these, that's what makes it a hard election to call and such a fascinating one, because you are seeing the deputy leader, I'm just looking in Caulfield, David Southwick is in trouble in Caulfield. At the same time, you are seeing anti-Dan swings in, I'm seeing it in Werribee, I'm seeing it in Yan Yean. Yan Yean looks like it could be won by the Liberals now. I don't think that's been Liberal, and certainly not in the 20 years I've been following state politics.
Where is that?
Yan Yean, I think it's sort of
up north.
Up north, yeah, out of northern suburbs.
Oh, it takes in a bit of sort of the semi-rural areas.
Correct. Yeah. But I mean, if you bring it up, or I can just read it out now.
So I'm looking for, how do you spell that?
Yan, Y-A-N. Yean, like lean with the letter Y.
Got it.
So in Yan Yean, we've got an 11, and this is, what is it? A 7.6% counted, so reasonably early, but a decent sample in the thousands.
Well, so that starts to reflect the thing that we're talking about. Here's groups of people, Yan Yean area, right? Personal trainers, hairdressers, go through the whole lot.
And on that basis, you've got almost a 20% swing against the Labor Party. Now, I would caution and say given it's sort of a semi-suburban, semi-rural seat, this might be smaller booths in the country.
I'd expect that trend to continue. And Labor to get smashed up there.
Really?
But this is where we get the lumpiness.
Correct.
So you're not going to see that, say certainly in the inner seats, because all of the people who didn't get damaged were in one way or another on the government teat for their income.
Yes.
Either public servants or academics, so on and so forth, and they just didn't suffer.
One thing that I'm noticing actually though, on the flip side, is there are some seats that I would regard as not outer suburban, but I guess middle suburban. So I'm looking at, in particular, at Ashwood, Glen Waverley, and Croydon. Croydon is pretty outer suburban, that's sort of outer eastern.
Yeah.
And looking at Croydon, and that's David Hodgett, who, a former deputy leader, frontbencher, 10.9% swing against him with how much of the vote count? 8.1.
Against
Ashwood,
him? What's going on there?
Yeah, against him. So Ashwood, which takes in Boo, what used to be the old seat of Burwood. I mean, a bit of it ended up in Malvern.
Yep.
But here you have Asher Judah, and that was Jeff Kennett's old seat, remember?
Yep.
You've got Asher Judah with a 5% swing against him. Again, these are sort of middle-income suburbs, near where Deakin University is.
Yes.
Glen Waverley, Neil Angus getting an 8.7% swing against him. Glen Waverley, again, sort of southeastern, eastern, tend to be Glen Waverley, that sort of area. And this is, and upsettingly as well, Neil Angus was actually somebody who couldn't actually even attend his own pre-selection because he refused to be vaccinated.
That's right.
And he was very courageous for his stand in that way.
So why is this swing you've just described in these eastern...
Well, I don't know. So if you're getting a swing towards the coalition in you know,
North.
the North and the West, which is not Liberal heartland by any stretch.
No.
And these are sitting members of Parliament.
Yeah.
These are not leafy. So they're very nice places.
I know they're not. They're suburban. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just.
So what gives? So why?
don't have an
you
answer.
talked about it being lumpy, but that is like, you know,
odd.
that is Himalayan style.
Why would look? I know this area, right, Glen Waverley. If you're there
Yeah.
and Ringwood and whatever else, why would you look at John Mullally versus Neil Angus and vote John? I don't understand the swing towards.
So, well, it looks like what's happening here is Labor. Well, Labor's copped a let's use Glen Waverley as an example. And again, this is early. I think part of the problem also is that the two-party preferred is not, the count is not that advanced yet, so it's more accurate to look at. But even then, this John Mullally bloke is leading on primaries. He copped a swing against him. Who's got a swing to them? Again, Neil Angus on primaries, 8.7% against.
him, yeah.
Greens 2.6.
Ah, and the
DLP. So
the
that's
DLP, but why would the DLP preferences not flow to the Liberals?
they would, wouldn't they?
Well, I would think so.
They would. But because that's a conservative push, the Labor DLP, right?
Yeah.
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 Right. Okay.
They
So
kept Labor out of office federally for like 30 years.
And specifically what you're looking at is the religious conservative push.
Well,
Ah,
yeah.
see, that's a
Right,
Bible
so
belt, isn't
DLP,
it?
Democratic Labor Party, which was the Catholic Party, National Civic Council,
Yeah,
etc., etc.
okay.
They went into decline. They've come back, and so you're seeing a resurgence there. And that DLP vote is very traditional. Remember, during the Menzies and Bolte period, going back ancient times. It was the DLP who very frequently kept the Liberal Party in power.
Yeah,
because
I
of the
just said.
As he just said.
Yeah,
So,
that's what it
okay,
goes.
so I do understand this.
And redirected to the Liberal Party.
And the same goes with Family First. So,
So
if you combine
Family
Family
First,
First and
Six,
and
seven, yeah.
Labor, you've got 7%.
And I do know that Ashwood as well is actually quite a religious area. In fact, in a past life I ran for pre-selection out there, and there were 2 pubs in the entire electorate. Needless to say, it may not have been the right place for me to represent. But I digress. Ashwood should have been in play. Croydon, 10% swing against on primaries.
This is, you want me to look at
But
Croydon?
again, let's look
This
at
is-
Croydon.
Croydon, okay.
Because look, again, you've got Family First and DLP surging at the expense of the Liberal Party. Basically, it looks like they've hoovered up almost all of the Liberal Party's vote, right?
Whoa, 9%.
But why is that not drifting back via preferences to the Liberal Party?
Are you saying it's not? Is that how
Well,
I read?
it
This
can't.
is the two-party preferred.
It can't, because if you go down to first preferences,
Yeah.
look at, so Hodgie has a swing against...
Family First and DLP are not going to preference Labor.
No,
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
But then what?
Why is the two-party up
No,
here?
but, okay. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I don't know.
So-
yeah, actually, that looks...
I don't...
So I'm trying to account for it.
Well, what I do notice here, I wasn't looking at before,
Was
there
it
is a
before?
huge swing away from Liberal towards these smaller, more conservative parties. If you're a conservative, you're not voting for Liberal, are you? You're voting for the real conservatives, which would be Family First.
Oh, like it was a 1% seat last time, so maybe the preferences are flowing down, but like...
Previously held by 1%, yeah.
Still, I mean, to lose a 10% on primary vote. Well, I mean, look, I guess if it's plain as day actually. If you see the Liberal David Hodgett has lost 10%, and around 9.3% has been picked up by Family First and the DLP. What that tells me is, of course, the Liberal Party vacated the field in terms of being a conservative alternative
Yeah, but also Greens have picked up 4.7.
at the expense of Labor.
At the expense of Labor.
Oh, okay, so they've taken Labor's.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
What we've got to understand here is that, particularly in Victoria, much more so than perhaps the rest of the country, is that there's been under the incumbent Labor a significant swing against religion of any sort.
Oh,
And-
yeah.
Right, so it's a
Andrews.
major swing
Yeah.
against religion, even though Dan Andrews was a Catholic.
He says that, but come on.
Yeah.
He's fighting
So,
with Archbishop.
and the religious vote's always been strong in Australia, but not to the extent of the US. Nowhere near to the extent of the US. And you always have to accommodate that. And the Liberal Party's got a real struggle in terms of keeping with the middle ground, because if you go extreme pro-religious in your policies, you lose the middle ground. But you have to accommodate the religious aspect and the rights of religion inside your policy. So John Howard always talked about the Liberal Party being a coalition of Liberals and Conservatives, and that religious conservative base is extremely important to the capacity of the Liberal Party to be in power at any time.
Have they not been ticking them off with things like the Renee Heath thing?
And this is the, so you've got the gay marriage issue, you've got what happened to George Pell. So we've got all this tension floating around, and so you've got the religious people believing that they've been dealt out of politics.
Correct, and the Liberal Party hasn't exactly kicked up a fight on in any of those issues. In fact, I think they've gone along with all of them.
Can I give
So,
you... I can
So
give
you
a leak on...
have to understand also the historical undercurrent in the Labor Party was the DLP inside the Labor Party. Remember, the DLP came out from a split within the Labor Party.
Yeah.
And for a tremendous amount of time, the National Civic Council, the Catholic Church, the DLP and that undercurrent, there was a coalition underneath the political parties between the National Civic Council type people inside the ALP and inside the Liberal Party, and they actually formed a coalition underneath the whole thing, which was somewhat masked from the general population, but that coalition was extremely strong. That's now dissipated, and it's not there in the way it was anymore. So you've got the religious groups saying, well, look, where do we go? We've been dumped here. We're out on our own. We're feeling disaffected. And they're feeling disaffected from both within the ALP and within the Liberal Party. Dan Andrews has pushed the ALP into a heavy, heavy left socialist.
Yes.
And, that's not to be a sort of right-wing basher of the socialism. It's what Dan Andrews is on about, quite publicly on about the whole thing. So I think what we potentially see in these suburbs of that we've just looked at there is this vacuum that the religious people are saying, look, we're being dumped.
Okay, question. Where does the Muslim Conservative vote, who are also very annoyed at Daniel's attack on traditional religious values, where are they going? They're not going to Family First, so where are they going?
Hard to tell.
Right, they're a bit orphaned. Can I give you a leak before we go to our first ad break? The leak is Renee Heath, who was the Liberal candidate for the Liberal Party, and she was murdered in the age because she's her father's
and murdered by her own party.
By her own party, right?
Yeah.
So the leak is from the party. They've said that to the media she'll not sit in the party room, but they haven't kicked her out because when she wins, they're going to backflip and say, well, and they're going to keep her in the party.
So this is coming out of the Liberal Party?
So they said that to stop the criticism 3 days out of the election.
No,
but after the election,
once we get in, we'll change it all.
They'll backflip. This is what they tell me.
Yeah.
They'll backflip, and Renee Heath will sit as a Liberal
So
Party.
even when they
politician.
disendorse some candidate next time for being
It's
a
games.
member of
Yeah.
some naughty church or something, then Labor will be within every right to say, oh, they say that, but they don't mean it.
That's a very good point.
I don't know. I don't know who advises these people. Why do anything? Dumping this person actually keeps the story alive for another 24 hours. The Liberal Party does this every time. Labor close ranks around everybody. Like you could be caught committing adultery with photographs on the front page of The Age. Labor will still close ranks. Will Fowles, this bloke who kicked down the door in Canberra on some sort of drunken rampage, he's about to get re-elected in another seat that Labor put him up for. Whereas Liberal Party, So I've known many good people who have been disendorsed by the Liberal Party, completely thrown under a bus because they dared to, either they did something stupid and regrettable but forgettable, and it does them no favours, it wins them no votes, they lose every time, and and again they keep the story alive for 24 hours. The story on day one is candidate under fire for stupid remark that nobody cares about anyway. Yes. Then there's a story on day two which is Liberal Party sacks candidate who said blah blah blah. You're just doubling the shelf life of the story.
They should have closed ranks
They should have
around.
ignored it. Nobody cares about this stuff.
Okay.
The fact that one
Except
candidate,
for Daniel. Daniel would have been like, "Oh, he was already
he says it
calling them
anyway.
Nazis."
He said it anyway.
Yeah.
Correct. He called. He said Nazi referring to the United Australia Party, which happens to be parties like that. He didn't actually specify. Because none of them can when they're asked. But the parties on the right, United Australia Party, who's running an Orthodox Jew as their lead upper house candidate in Southern Metro, who I actually happen to vote for below the line, by the way, number one, because he's a legend, who yelled at Dan Andrews when he turned up at a synagogue.
All right, let's go to our first ad break. Ad breaks are good here today
I
because
need to lie down for a while.
lie down, Gideon.
I need a Valium.
All right, just a couple of minutes. Before we do that, let me tell you about our main sponsor for today is Square Root. If you are teaching your kids either in homeschool or you're coming home doing their homework at night after school, what's the hardest subject? I'll tell you right now, it's maths. I've only got young'uns, but it's already starting to get difficult. Maths is the worst. Square Root is a sponsor for tonight. They provide these maths group classes. It's tutoring that they do. The most cost-effective way is in these group classes, but they actually do it really well. So squareroot.com.au, we're going to be talking about them throughout the evening in the way that they run their classes for your kids. So if you need help, this is the way to do it, squareroot.com.au. Enjoy our ads. They're about 2 minutes long and they're just cool, funny things like, let me share right now, this is why Dan is all about Dan, and then we'll show you a clip from one of the interviews we've done earlier in the last couple of years. There's also images, as I said, windmills, unions, and of course, Daniel. Let's go down. What else do you notice? Photos again. And look who's in the photos. Daniel. Health, education, Daniel. Transport, no Daniel. Jobs, Daniel. It's all about Dan. Oh, by the way, we're back with the photos of Daniel, and it's all about Daniel. All right, let's go back to the education. Click on there, and again, we get a picture of Daniel. Let's go to transport, click through, picture of Daniel. You know, we've removed this a million crossings, picture of Daniel. Delivering Metro Tunnel, there's a picture of Daniel in the thumbnail. Is there a picture of Daniel? Yes, another new picture of Daniel. Go to one more picture of Daniel. Down the bottom, free TAFE, free nursing, free rego, pictures of Daniel in all of them. Daniel, Daniel, Daniel.
Why Daniel Andrews get re-elected again, despite his poor behaviour and despite people hating him. And that is that people in general will not vote for weak politicians. So, and this is across the world and across time spans. So if we have a weak Liberal coalition down in Victoria, no one will vote for them. If they think that Liberal and Labor are essentially the same, they will vote for the harder, more loud version of that politics, which might sound counterintuitive, but that is how humans behave. They will follow strength, even if it's stupid, above apathy and an uncertain future. So the reason that Daniel Andrews will win is because the Liberal Party in Victoria is particularly bad. It doesn't have leadership that's able to voice its point of view. It's the same thing I was talking to you about a few minutes ago, and that they refuse to take a strong defining line against Labor on issues because they're worried what the press will say. Like, they won't come out and say, we're going to have open borders, because they're frightened that the press will give them a hard time about that, even though the public would follow them if they were to actually do that. It's so that sort of behavior.
Are you sure the public would follow if
Yes,
you had a Trump style, a little bit silly, come out and just make those declarations from the right?
Absolutely. As long as you had a leader who you believed to be strong and pragmatic, you would have them follow. You would, like.
Back, everybody. Let's go to a couple of audience participation questions. Look, here we have Rash Manan saying, if Andrew wins, which we're about to look at Mulgrave, everyone. If Andrews wins, Victoria is the California of Australia, lost forever.
Yeah, right on. It absolutely
We're agreeing
is.
with that. This is really the referendum, not so much on Daniel, really. It's what Victorians want out of their state. It really is. I hope the garbage bag is on the panel tonight, says Wayne. We had Daniel Andrews on the other day. Okay. Anyway, let's look at Mulgrave. Mulgrave.
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Right.
He's back.
Our
And
predictions
I've
were
won
so
Pluto
good.
goodness. I'm getting with the program.
Well, they just.
I don't want to end up in the gulag. Imagine what he's like after he's got 4 more years.
I declare myself an idiot. There we are.
We apologise. We love Daniel Andrews. Please
Never
don't
said a
hurt us.
bad word. A great leader. He's ruining level crossings.
So, okay, how much is this indicative? The 3.7 has been counted. We've got 901 votes for Andrews, primary, 280 for Incook. Is this just institutionalised? People they just can't let go? They love Daniel.
Oh, look, these are early numbers. I mean, look, I can't. So this is 5 out of 22 centres reporting. So look, 901 votes for Andrews with 56. So we're talking about 1,800 votes less. So we don't know what these 5 booths are. But look, it doesn't look good. Doesn't look good for Ian Cook on these numbers. It's a big enough sample.
Wow.
But this is the Premier's seat. I mean, this happens all the time. You get occasionally some of these upstarts knock off sitting leaders like Maxine McHugh, but it doesn't happen all the time. But there's always the expectation. The leaders' seat attracts candidates galore, and it's a lightning rod for discontent. But I'm old enough to remember in the 2004 election in Bennelong, Andrew Wilkie was running as the Greens candidate, and the media were taking that push seriously. There was discussion that Andrew Wilkie could seriously beat John Howard in Bennelong running as a Green. So we get our hopes up and we think it might happen, but there's always going to be a tall order. It's doing well, 1 in 5 people voted for him. Okay, chalk that up as a win.
Daniel Andrews will be returned. I mean, we're not calling it yet, but I mean, it's looking that way. And Labor government.
Well, it is early. It's only 3.7%. So let's,
They're about to ban us.
let's yeah, the new state government misinformation policy.
I'm so sorry, everyone who was watching, hoping for a different.
Zoe
different
Bueller's
update
got
there.
nothing what we're about to go through in this place. The knock will come tonight at 11 p.m.
All right, so current seat count is ALP 45 wins. So ABC is reporting 35 for ALP, 12 for Libs. And your prediction was 33.
Oh, this other bloke's prediction,
Sorry,
33
60.
for Libs, 41 ALP, Green 7, Independent 7.
41.
We're
41.
going to get there.
Okay, all right. All right. Thank you for joining us for our coverage tonight. See you tomorrow. So,
In
what-
the immortal words of John Fetterman, good night, everybody.
where else should we be looking, Ken?
Nepean.
Nepean. Let's go to Nepean. Where is Nepean? Let me look at this map. Oh, wow, Mornington Peninsula. Oh.
Yeah, no, the other side. So really,
All right. So Nepean is
should be Liberal.
should be Liberal. Lib
Yeah,
Gain.
That's because
Well,
because the ALP held that last time with 0.7%. So
That's right.
They've got that there.
That's done.
And
Sam Groth.
that's
We haven't got to the upper house yet, everyone. Relax. That will be fun.
The Victorian Socialists are surging in some of these seats, like Footscray.
Yeah, of course.
4.6%.
It's Footscray, mate. So
Oh.
we've got 2% up on the Greens, 3% Freedom picked up 3%, 2% Family First. Liberal. Oh, okay. So where's the rest of the Labor vote gone? 5.52 to the Greens. Animal Justice is up 2. Okay. Companion and Pets, which is a Liberal party. Labor DLP. All right. So Nepean's good. Well, for the Libs.
Ashwood.
Ashwood.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about
we'll go
Ashwood.
back to Ashwood. Why do we want to talk about Ashwood?
So ALP holds that by 2%.
ALP holds by 2%. Matt Freegan, Asher. That's right, Asher. And let me just see where it is. Nepean. Oh, yeah. Melbourne. Chadstone. Okay, cool. So what are we thinking here? This will be a retain? Says the ABC. It's quite a lot.
See. 19.
Under there.
Let's see. Scroll down. Let's see the other
Yep.
punters running. So we've got, it's not looking good for great for Asher on that. Gee, 16.7%. I mean, again, this is not, well, I think it's taking Glen Iris and those sort of places anymore. I don't know. Should have. Oh, Michael Doyle. He's a good man, actually.
What's he do? Oh, he's independent.
Independent. He was a Liberal Party member. He was a very good man, actually. Well, I remember him from my pre-selection in Burwood back in the day.
So you look again there, the Family First.
Family First is up 1.5. Yeah. Where's the DLP?
Freedom
not
Party, I
running
really
Freedom.
don't understand where Freedom parties sit.
1.3. That's just it's more of a protest vote, isn't it? It's like the UAP vote in the federal election.
Yeah, I assume so, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Yan
Okay.
Yin, it looks like Yan Yin has gone in for Labor, so forget that.
How do you know that?
Because they've updated the numbers.
Let's have a look.
So,
Yan Yin, which was, just remind
So
everyone,
that was-
up north, that's
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
But just to the east of there,
so I mean, on the 2PP, Richard Welsh is
okay.
falling way behind, so that invalidates the
2PP.
thesis that we're going to see.
Yeah. And again, you know, we have to be terribly careful talking about numbers,
Yeah.
about polling with such small numbers counted.
15% counted.
No, 15%.
When the counts come up, when does that become more solid? Are you happy at around sort of 30, 40%? It kind of sets a trend? 40% counted?
No, I'd be saying more 60%.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it really depends on which booths are being counted. You know, things vary from booth to booth widely.
Okay.
Do they count the postals tonight? The pre-poll votes tonight?
I'm not sure.
I think they actually do count on the night.
Can you explain to me with the how the votes come in for the viewers? So you were on pre-poll booths all week. Today you were scrutineering. These numbers that are coming in now, that's just a random selection of what's in the booth, right? So it's not like pre-poll, which can tend
No,
to...
these numbers are not yet bringing in pre-poll.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So this is just a general...
We're looking at 15% of 50% of the vote.
Yes. Oh, because 50% voted in pre-poll.
Yes.
And that the pre-poll would generally fall against the government or for conservative, or what's the deal?
Hard to tell.
Okay. Because in the US, the pre-polls all fell towards conservative side.
I don't know if we ever... postal voting, yes, has always favoured the Liberal Party.
Here.
Yeah. But Dan changed the rules around postal voting for this election to make it more difficult to do postal voting.
Okay.
It's more complex.
Okay.
And so I think the pre-polls come into play, but so I don't know if we've really got a pattern of understanding if the pre-polls favour one side or the other. Hard to tell. So, for example, if you've got in your pre-polls, a lot of your retirees deciding to vote
Yes.
pre-poll,
Yes.
assuming that they're more conservative,
Yes.
then you could expect a conservative swing. But
Yeah.
hard to really pick, and I think it would be electorate by electorate, depending on what's going on. Again, lumpy.
So for what it's worth, the ABC is called Hastings for Labor, which is a bloody disaster. This is like losing the P in 2.0. Like, this is Hastings. The last time the Liberal Party lost Hastings was in the Great Washout of 2002, when the Liberal Party was left with 17 seats. They held it last time.
Whoa, this is right next door to that other seat that was going
Nepean.
Liberal. What the hell
Correct,
is
this
going
is-
on there? How does
exactly.
that? Why does this happen, guys?
Well, look, the Nepean, losing Nepean is like a freak accident, right? The Liberal Party should never have lost Nepean last time. The fact that they did just show how, the high watermark that Dan Andrews was at the time.
I see.
So the Liberal Party, was likely to win that back anyway. But the fact that they could lose, at 7.6%
Well, they've
swing
got
against
Paul
them.
Mercurio standing with very high profile.
Yeah, who's
Who's
he?
he?
The actor.
The
Is he?
actor?
Isn't he the actor?
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
So how much of this, we've just been analysing a bunch of seats for an hour, how much of it comes down to look, he's an actor.
But
He's
look
an
at this.
Australian actor, dance TV presenter.
Yeah, very high profile.
Strictly Ballroom, 1992, that's old. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know Strictly Ballroom.
But again, looking at Hastings, I mean, this is happening everywhere. So the Liberal Party's lost 7.6 odd %, and that's been picked up by Freedom Party, Family First, the DLP. Labor, what they've lost is getting picked up by the Greens. So people are moving against both major parties.
Yes.
The difference is Greens' preferences are obviously much more disciplined,
Yeah.
whereas a lot of these people, I suppose, quite reasonably are saying, well, what's the Liberal Party going to do for me? I don't know.
So of all the seats we've looked at tonight, gentlemen, how much are we've been talking about parties, but not about candidates as much. Do you feel some seats are more, what should we be focusing on? Is it more about the candidate or is it more about the...
In what sense, though? In the sense of how much vote?
Because how much effect does a good or a bad candidate have?
So I think the conventional wisdom is personal name ID for sitting members is worth something in the order of 2.2 to 5%.
2 to 5.
It's not, a lot, but in a marginal seat, I guess it makes a difference, and that's why I think at Hastings there was a retirement, so that might explain why.
Okay.
And same with the PN last time, as a matter of fact, the long-serving member there retired, and the Liberal Party put up a sort of mediocre candidate to replace him,
Yeah.
and we reap what we sow, or the Liberal Party reaped what it sowed. So I don't, when a candidate has a lot of baggage, I think it matters. If they're really sick of a particular local member, it matters. If you have a superstar running, especially one that gets a lot of free media,
Ian Cook did.
free advertising from the media, well, yeah, that matters.
Doing poorly.
Oh, look, getting 1 in 5 votes as an independent, that's not bad in the Premier's seat.
Can we look at I'd like to look at Point Cook. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at Mornington, where it's
Mornington.
looking like an independent will,
Right, hang on.
with 15% counted, looks like a Teal type.
Teal,
person.
Kate Lardner. She
Yeah.
was a Labor, wasn't she?
Oh, probably.
Let me go down to here. All right, so that's a traditional Lib seat down in Mornington.
Yeah.
Been Lib forever. And we're looking
Yeah.
at Kate taking 27%, 14 off the Libs, 12 off Labor, and it's going a little bit to the free. Yeah, it's all her. Okay.
But if you look, Labor will preference this Lardner person.
Yeah.
Greens will preference this Lardner person.
So she's probably.
So
like
she's
that.
home, I would say. If this trend continues, and half the centres are reporting.
Well, if she does, congratulations to her. Now, I'd like to look at Point Cook and Werribee. So these are some superstar.
Let's go there.
Here we go. Point Cook. There's a few candidates here that I like. So, Joe Garra. Wow. Okay, that was interesting. So he's not doing very well. Joe Garra is picked up 8%. Hilikari down 11.5. Angela Newhouse up 4. Greens are down a bit. Socialists up 3.5.
It says
Well
a lot,
done.
doesn't it?
In Point Cook, DLP up 3. That makes sense to me. The Family First 2.4. Shwetali, well done, Shwetali. I know her. 1.5. Very small votes now. 44. You Democrats.
But I mean, in terms of where the main votes lie, I mean, this was always going to be the issue. Matthew Hilikari from Labor copped a swing of over 10%, but there's just not enough oomph in Joe Garra or the Liberal to make up for that.
So this is a pattern we'll see repeating.
So we will
throughout
see
the night.
swings, but we will not see Labor losing these seats. These are the buffer is just too firmly entrenched there.
What does it do if this happens across the state? So not a lot of Labor seats go, but they get hacked away like this. What does that do to them? Do they behave differently in Parliament when they're on a slimmer majority?
Yeah, well, but will they be on a slimmer majority? I mean, they will.
I meant like each candidate has a slimmer majority in their seat. Are they harder to corral into?
No, they'll just ask for more pork. They'll just say, we want, a monorail around Point Cook. And, we want, there's a sporting club in my Electoral, buy them a new microwave oven or something. You'll just see more spending promises. You'll see them probably spend more time in their electorates, which is not easy because half of them don't even live there. It won't change anything. Look, these people are about to get re-elected. Elections have consequences. I don't think we're going to see a great policy divergence.
Are you guys feeling like we're seeing into the psyche of the Victorian electorate right now in a way that's surprising?
Well, if what we're seeing at the moment sort of holds, and if Dan holds on to his seat, which there's some speculation that he's going to, you'd have to put him down as just a genius politician.
Yes.
Yes.
You'd have to
Absolutely.
just say he's an absolute genius politician. Love him or like him, you've got to respect him for the outstanding capacity to play the political game a bit. You know what was interesting, standing on both pre-polling and today and so forth, the extraordinary number of people that are coming to the polling booths with a mask on. And
Where were you?
And the wins stood at several
in Albert Park.
Albert Park and Mordy Alec.
Yeah. Well, Albert Park would be that kind of hypochondriac yuppies
but this
there.
is, and then you look at the people who are wearing them, and there's nothing loopy about them.
Other than the fact they're wearing masks.
No,
but
what you've got the wind blowing like crazy, wearing masks, and the message there is they're still feeling unsafe.
Oh, I see.
Right?
No.
They're still feeling that they need to be protected.
Yes.
And Dan really has been masterful at playing to that. So the fact that you've still got, quite noticeable numbers of people walking across a paddock with a mask on.
Yeah. And you know what? I remember, actually my boss sent it to me, and we both found it completely extraordinary. About a week ago, there was an Instagram ad with Brett Sutton saying, there's a new wave in town,
That's right.
Look after yourselves. I looked at it, I'm like, oh my God, who allowed this to happen? You want to remind people of the bad old days when you had to tune in to see Brett Sutton telling you what you could eat for breakfast every morning? Maybe it worked. And what does that say? You just talked about the psyche of Victorians. What does that say? What does that say?
It seems to be working.
What does that say?
What does it say? It says, we're moving to Sydney. Let's go.
No, I mean, at some point we have to face that the majority of people actually believe in all this shit.
You can say that
You
on this
know?
show. I can't believe it.
And not a large majority either. I'd say maybe 60% of 60-40 in a rough breakdown. 40% is angry, but it wasn't enough.
This is the funny thing. We think, Daniel Andrews would be like, everyone agrees with me, but it's like millions of people who are not going to be happy after tonight. 40% of people. All right.
I'll tell you a little anecdote. Quite some years ago, I've been to the US and done stuff in the US and so forth, and talking about small business issues. And I met with the Republican people in the House of in Massachusetts, and went into the very grand House of Parliament that they've got there. And so I met with them. I was meeting with a shoebox brigade. It was a telephone box.
Tiny.
The Democrats are so totally dominant in Massachusetts.
Yes.
The GOP and the at that time the governor was a Republican, but you couldn't split him on his policies from the Democrats.
Yes.
He was running as a red Democrat, basically.
Yes.
And John Howard's frequently referred to Victoria as the Massachusetts of Australia.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And if the trend line that we're seeing and that we see that Dan Andrews is just a political genius,
Yeah.
this is the future for Victoria.
It is. He'll get his statue, and we'll love it. We'll love it.
I tell you what,
We'll be
I've
happy.
never been in favour of when they pulled all those statues down. But if I had to make an exception, it'll be the bronze Dan,
That statue is going to be defaced like you would not believe.
which we would never encourage, of course. That would be illegal.
I'm not encouraging. I'm
Don't.
telling you exactly what's going to happen.
Well,
All right. Okay. So current seat count by ABC is reckoning 41, 17% counted.
12 others.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
looks
insane.
like looks like Dan's taken is retaining his seat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are you giving us a leak from somewhere just now?
Yeah.
What have you found out? Can you tell us more?
Just that it's looking like Dan's is solid.
Okay. So this is Mulgrave. What are we up to? Yeah, looks a lot more now. 900 votes was the last time we checked. 52%. Oh, look at Ian, 611. Wow, 7%.
If Ian was going to win, you'd expect to see different figures.
Wow. We are going to be, unfortunately, I think, congratulating Daniel Andrews at the end of this night.
I ain't going to be.
I'll be polite.
I won't.
Well, you've got to take your hat off to him.
What's this?
He knows how to play the game.
Yeah, of course he does. He's an evil
he
genius.
is stunningly good.
So help me read this, gentlemen. When it says Liberal Michael here, right, minus 11.4% swing, is that saying that
In other words,
last time, all that vote is going to Ian Cook, is what we're saying.
in other words,
Yeah.
Ian Cook has picked up the Labor Party vote
Yeah.
and a little bit of picked up the big section of the Liberal Party vote
A little bit of
and a little bit of the Labor Party vote, and the Greens have stayed somewhat the same.
So when you've all been telling me stories about standing on pre-poll and hearing moods that you've never heard before, given these results, then what we were experiencing is just the squeaky wheel, right? We're just noticing what was noisy.
And when you have an inclination in one area, and this is what you've always got to be terribly careful of, you hear what you want to hear,
Yeah.
and you've got to pull yourself back from that the whole time. But the issue of, frankly, just how corrupt is Victoria is not resonating, because I think people are seeing and when I say the corruption, it's the corruption of governance. People are just seeing that as well. That's just normal.
Well,
that's how things are done.
I think the other thing is that the people weren't really offered a choice on a lot of this stuff. I mean, we can sit here and say this shows that people like lockdowns and so on. To some extent, among subsections of the community, no doubt it does. But at the same time, the Liberal Party didn't particularly oppose lockdowns when they were happening. They grumbled here and there, but they didn't offer a wholesale rejection. It wasn't an issue of this campaign. The Liberal Party ran on integrity and health. Those are not issues that the Liberal Party has brand equity in, fairly or unfairly. Integrity, well, people I think figure that all politicians are corrupt on some level, so what the hell's the difference? And on health, the health system is a mess, it's terrible. But Labor will always, just in terms of association in people's minds, people associate Labor with health. At this point we could go back to leeching in our public hospitals and people will still vote Labor over the Liberals for health, especially when Labor are hammering that in with the cuts guy, the cuts guy, the cuts guy. So this was just a bad strategy from the beginning. It was too safe. It didn't offer a differentiation, deliberately, I might say.
Were you this critical the whole way? Or
Yes.
Okay.
I was actually less critical as we went on. A few months ago, when Matthew Guy was promising a 2030 emissions cut target that was more ambitious than Anthony Albanese, I thought, what the hell are these guys on? I want some. It was a... Then Matthew Guy started talking about gas. He said he'd scrap the stupid multi-billion-dollar train line. Then I thought, okay, he's bringing it back in. But, as John Howard always said, you can't fatten a pig on market day. And all this dinky stuff like $2 fares and, this and that and everything else. I mean, that Oprah Winfrey style politics works if you're the Labor Party, not the Liberal Party.
So I must ask though...
But then what does the Liberal Party then do? Where does it go? Because you've got to... All politics is about holding your base and appealing to the middle ground.
Yes.
These days what we have is locked on bases of about 35% max.
Yeah.
With this whacking big thing in the middle of 30% or thereabouts that will swing all over the place.
But I think this is a great fallacy of Australian politics. It is true that with compulsory voting, you don't need to get out the vote and motivate the base as much as in the US. But I don't think the Liberal Party, centre-right people are sticking with the Liberal Party base. I joined the Liberal Party on my 16th birthday. The first time I handed out vote cards for the Liberal Party was 20 years ago in the 2002 election, almost to the day when I was 16. And I don't feel like they speak to me, other than not being Dan Andrews. I'm not sure, I can name a single way in which they spoke to me this election. You need to have a base with you. That's what Tony Abbott taught us. The Liberal Party was a joke until Tony Abbott opposed the carbon tax and actually did something that the Liberal Party true believers wanted to go along with. It's not just about who will turn up and take a how to vote card on the day. It is also about energy and momentum and manpower in your branches. May was the first time I haven't touched a how to vote card in the election because of Scott Morrison. I could have made the same decision. I helped out a friend this time around. Imagine if all the people that we've seen who've been tuning into Discernible and joining the LDP and getting involved with Reignite Democracy Australia and going to protests and everything else, imagine if 1/10 of them joined the Liberal Party because the Liberal Party unambiguously opposed lockdowns. You would see a very different result. And the middle aren't voting for the Liberal Party now, and they played it as safe as they possibly could. That strategy does not work. They have to stop apologising for the values that they used to hold and actually start living them, because this is not working. And this is the time they've done this.
And given what we're seeing, what have they got to lose?
Exactly. It couldn't be any worse.
Next election will be good. No, but okay, I hear what you're saying, but those people that you just described, disaffected Liberal voters, they didn't rush out and vote Labor, right?
They voted for the Freedom Parties.
Yeah, but those
preferences leaked.
Are you saying that they leaked? They should all go to Liberal leaked to...
But again, it's not just about the way people are voting. This is about energy and momentum. The Liberal Party the branches are decaying. There are a lot of people I've known my entire life who do great work in volunteering, but you need new blood coming in. Again, there wasn't a great influx of people. There were a lot of people marching who've never gone to a protest before. How many of them went to a Liberal Party branch meeting for the first time? Not many.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Because David Limbrick, frankly, was the de facto opposition leader in the state of Victoria for a very long time.
I agree with that.
Unfortunately, the Lib Dems are, we haven't seen the upper house yet.
I think we need to refill our drinks. Before we do that, let me tell you about a new product we just launched at Discernible. Before the Gestapo storm in and literally confiscate our stuff, I was legitimately concerned that they would come into my house during lockdown because we were airing interviews with Crystal, like a police officer and stuff.
I had my webcam on my door with a live stream ready to go in case I got a knock.
I can't believe that.
Yeah,
that's real. Anyway,
I can't believe they didn't bust down my door. I'm going to try harder next time.
We have made a time capsule. This is the best conversations we've ever had. On this USB, you will find 30 long-form conversations and all of our town halls. Things like learning ethics, which seems to have gone out of fashion in Victoria. We like corruption. You can get this at our store, teamhuman.au. Very good Christmas present because it's such a beautiful box. All right, people. We will see you in a couple of minutes. Let us refill our drinks and get back to it.
I think the reality of realignment of social groups is happening faster than the commentary or acknowledgement of it.
Oh.
So if you think about, the left-right divide, I would predict, for example, that in Australia at the federal election, there'll be the biggest vote for minor parties and independents ever. So, the question is, well, actually, is it left versus right? Well, why are we getting, it might be something like 40% of the vote in the Senate might be for neither. Like that's finally a big chunk of people realigning. Of course, the problem you have politically with capitalizing on that is that 40% are upset with the major parties.
Yes.
For a million different reasons, a million different contradictory reasons. People are upset because Dan Andrews didn't lock down hard enough during COVID, and some people are upset because they locked down and destroyed their business and they can't talk to their family because, he stoked so many fears. So now you've got 40%, but, they've got all these different contradictory ideas, and I think they'll coalesce into meaningfully sized groups, or at least in the political realm. In the media realm, I think totally the independent media is dominating. I think you mentioned recently Joe Rogan is bigger than Fox News, CNN, and all those guys. As
5 times bigger.
As a one-man band doing Spotify exclusive videos. And now that's
amazing.
That's amazing, right? Now you can look at Australia. Look at Rukshan. I had a look when the protests were happening in Victoria. His Facebook page, I think, had around 300,000 followers. ABC Victoria only had 900,000. Right? So this guy, one-man band, in a matter of months, has become comparable in size to a mainstream media network. And I would argue that the engagement of his 300,000 followers is much higher on average than the ABC Victoria, who people just follow to, get some news in their feed. So you can definitely see this happening, these new media types. So I feel like, in terms of groups realigning and things happening, it's happening in the political sphere, it's happening in media.
With my local member.
Probably will win Richmond. Northcote currently behind on first preferences, but it's still looking pretty good.
Oh, thanks, mate.
That's sitting with you at the moment.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are going to look at some comments, find out what's going on. Team in our control room, throw me up a comment. Let's see what the people are saying. How are they responding so far? Nick Pollock says, do the Liberals need to rethink the people that are voting for them?
Well, there are
it's what you've been
voting
saying
for them at this stage. Yeah,
exactly what you've just been saying. Well, can I we'll go to another comment in a minute. Let's just get rid of that comment for a second. I want to show you the raw numbers of. This is the actual numbers of who's voting for what. Okay, so right now we have 20% of the vote counted in Victoria. We have
20% of half of the vote.
Okay, sorry. So 20% of those who voted today.
Yeah.
Okay. And we don't know how pre-poll is going to fall. When does the pre-poll get added in? Is it like days? Is it tonight? Where?
Oh, well, it should be fast.
But how do we know that's no
In the
pre-poll at
past,
all?
I've seen them count them on the night, but I'm not sure.
But will we see it, or will it just be lumped in there?
Yeah, it'll be lumped in the same vote.
So you say
Yeah, the VEC website will have breakdowns eventually.
okay, but you don't know if there's pre-poll in that yet or not.
No, we don't.
But probably not until later in the night. We're guessing. Anyway, 300,000 people voted for Labor in Victoria, 233,000 for Liberal, 100,000 for the Greens, right? 53% National, and 138 for the Independents.
See, look at
and
that.
others.
This is like a repeat of the federal election in May.
Yeah?
You've got, well, Labor have barely over a third of the vote. The Liberal Party
What
has
did
less than
Albo
30.
finish on? 35 or something? 30, isn't the 30s?
33.
33.
They actually finished with a lower primary vote than the Coalition got. And in
So
fact, that
there-
looks like it's repeating here. So what's...
Yeah,
28
so what you're getting once again is you're getting the rusted on votes, roughly 35 Labor, Liberal National 35, roughly. And
Which is what you
there's-
said, 35, yeah.
This is where
yeah.
it's sitting now. You've got this massive 30% in the middle that are the swinging voters.
You're including Greens in that swinging...
No, I'm talking the traditional, but the Greens is interesting. I consider the Greens not an environment party, but an anarchist party, a technological
Stop
anarchist
knocking
party.
anarchists.
Why do you
We're
say
all right.
anarchist? That's what you're talking about. Far left anarchists.
Sorry,
you're talking about right wing anarchists.
whatever you say about the Greens, the party that backed down to the hilt with locking people in their homes 23 hours a day and
That's
shooting
not
protesters.
anarchism.
That's on anarchism to
Statism.
me.
It's the opposite of
No,
anarchism.
but that's the problem. They used to be anarchists, but they've become the establishment. They kind of like it.
I quite like the Greens of the 90s. You know, that kind of old school.
Yeah, man.
Well, not all of the politics, but the anarchism streak to like stick it to the power.
Yeah,
Occupy
the old
Wall Street
left,
stuff.
you know. Yeah, well, yeah, I actually agree with them on that now. Like
But back in the day-
why don't the left talk about evil corporations anymore? That falls to us because corporations have been taken over by the left.
That's exactly the case.
know?
That's exactly the case. But is this vote here is up by 5%? The others vote. Okay, is that what we're expecting? I thought it would have been a little bit bigger. I thought it was going to be massive.
Which
The others. See
well,
the
no,
others?
but you don't know which others are. If you go to the tab there that says all parties,
Where am I clicking on?
no, just
Oh,
up
oh,
above
top.
the yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so we have family first is up a bit. Okay, who else?
So again,
is
those
up?
are conservative Christians who don't feel like there's no home for them in the Liberal Party.
That's the biggest one. All the rest are like 0.
So that's a bit misleading. So if you look at that, the Liberal Democrats aren't setting the world on fire. But don't forget they didn't run in many lower house seats. So this is a lower house. So this isn't a very good gauge to see where people are voting for, the Freedom parties. They might actually be parking their votes someplace else downstairs and then voting for Freedom parties upstairs. This is just the lower house, so I don't think you can read into too much of this.
Hey, we've got Fiona Patton's reason for which lower house are they standing in?
I thought that was.
Oh, a few in the inner north to help her get re-elected.
Right.
Okay.
But
So Family First is the big winner here. Gee,
because they ran in plenty of seats.
they did. Animal Justice has done all
And
right.
they ran in all lower house seats, as did the
Okay.
Freedom Party, whereas the Liberal Democrats didn't.
So what you're describing is not like a super intentional vote. It's just buffet. Like put it in front of the punters and let them choose you. It's like
I guess.
crapshoot.
Well, no. What we're seeing is the Liberal Party, losing a bit of skin. The Nationals are picking up votes, and they picked up 3 seats. The Nationals, so some of those country independents are gone. But what you're finding is Liberals are parking their vote with Family First, the Freedom Party, Labor, DLP, these sort of things, and it's not all flowing back. That's the thing. It's like the federal election when, everybody said the Teals did well. In terms of absolute votes, the Freedom Parties actually did better than the Teals, right? About 40% better. But the vote was splintered and the preferences didn't flow, and it was just a mess.
I think if you're hoping for Freedom Party or a classically centre right party, you're dreaming in Victoria.
Sorry, I have to interrupt one more time. According to if you go back to, look, it says it right there.
What?
Seats won, 47. You need 44. You need 45 to govern.
Yes. So
Labor has
ABC
won the election.
Well, okay, 20% counted. Are we?
According to the
Oh,
ABC.
that's too early to
That's
tell.
very
Well,
early.
but this is
It's
Anthony
8:40.
Green. I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, he's bloody
it's the
good,
ABC, but I think I think Labor's won. Well, yeah, a majority.
What's happening in Hawthorn?
Hawthorn.
Not looking good for John Pursuto there.
Here, Hawthorn. Hawthorn. John Pursuto, 47. Oh, okay, wow. So we've got a swing against 4.5. Independent Melissa. Who's Melissa Lowe? Really picking it up. Labor down 11.
Yeah, Melissa Lowe's the teal lady.
A lot of these are Labor though, you know.
So if she comes in second, she's basically home, I would say.
Do you feel like, I feel like the cult of personality is taking over in some of our politics the last couple of elections?
I think it's really just a branding exercise. I think there is a subset of voters in these seats who really strongly identify with the teals. Is that smug, noblesse oblige, politics are so pedestrian, but look at these wonderful new community, and it's. Yeah, and it's also frustration with politics. I mean, people are running away in different directions, but they're running away from the same thing, which is the two-party system, whether it be these teal independent characters, whether it be the Greens who've surged, whether it be the Freedom parties, whether it be, the maroon independents like your Ian Cooks of the world.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I need to, we were going to look at Werribee, but we didn't quite get to it. That's Paul Hopper from Hopper's Crossing. This is Tim Pallas, the Treasurer's seat. Let's see what's happened to Tim. Tim has done well. Wow. He's holding a minimal swing compared to some of the other seats.
But that's not, the count is not very advanced. They're
What's
only
the
3
count?
4.7.
4.7.
So it's early, but yeah, it's not looking good, I think.
Have a look at the socialists.
Where's the socialist?
Coming forward.
6.7%. Yeah, okay. All right. So we need to wait for these numbers to stabilise a bit.
Probably you could combine the Greens and the Socialist vote.
I think what this actually is pointing to is that there might be 1 or 2 Victorian socialists in the upper house.
That'd be
pretty funny.
I can't wait for that.
What the hell's the difference? Let's put some actual socialists in there.
Yeah.
Let's drop
Do
the
it
mask
properly.
here.
I would love to see just the LDP and the Socialists warring it out now, and that's it.
I hope Stephen Jolly is one of these candidates. He's like the bloke who's been a socialist member of the Yarra Council, which is around Richmond, for the better part of like 10 years. He's the only, up until I suspect tonight, he's been the only elected socialist in the country, and he's crazy. Put him in.
This is probably the best politician in all of Victoria. I don't care if he's from the Cheese Toast Party. This guy's obsessed with his electorate.
Ryan Smith.
He is obsessed with his electorate.
He's a good local member.
Yeah, he's just obsessed. And I said, mate, you need to worry about bigger things. And he says, nah, I just want to fix this.
But it didn't stop him from copying a 5.2% swing against you.
Yeah, this is what I'll be calling him after this, saying, what the hell happened there? Because he's such a good local member. And look at this. Naomi Oakley goes back, but who picks it up? The Family First.
There it is again.
There's that broad pattern emerging now, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, he's safe though. He's fine. Look at him.
So again, and this actually reminds me of the 2006 election where Ted Baillieu was the leader, and there were questions about whether how ideological he was. He was, they called him Red Ted, and again, Family First surge in that election. I remember.
What's the electorate for Brad Batten, the guy who challenged Matt Guy? I want to know if there's going to be a challenge for Matt Guy.
It used to be Gembrook. It's something else now.
I could probably search by candidate. Because if Matthew Guy loses this, which he will, obviously, what of his leadership? He'll resign.
Yeah.
All right, obviously. Do you think that will happen immediately, within the next week or so?
I don't know. I mean, you wouldn't think he'd get a third go, but the problem is who else is there?
Well, that's what I'm
based on
wondering.
who's likely to win tonight.
Is Georgie going to pick up?
She's upstairs.
She's
It's the wrong
upstairs.
house.
Oh,
So it's really down to Guy. I don't think John Pursuto's going to get up, so he would have been a contender.
So
it's really a choice between
again.
No, I don't think Brad Patten is a serious leadership candidate. I could be wrong.
Okay. Smith had the guy I just talked about has a bit of support.
Ryan Smith. Great local member, maybe. I don't quite see him as leader.
No, but fine. But he has a lot of support within the party.
Yeah, probably. So,
Anyway,
all right, but it's. I think the two choices are Matthew Guy and Michael O'Brien.
Michael O'Brien. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
No, but you don't understand.
Yeah.
So when I was a kid in Liberal students, right, me and my buddies in the Melbourne University Liberal Club used to look at Ted Baillieu, who was then opposition leader, and say, gee, he's useless, but it's okay, because the next generation are people who've just entered Parliament, people like Matthew Guy and Michael O'Brien. They're solid and good performers and smart. And I still think they are. I think I think it's something structural with the Liberal Party. They just get drawn into these phony wars where they try to be a pale imitation of Labor, and it never works, and they never learn their lesson.
What's that? I didn't hear it the third time. So Brad Batten, who challenged Matthew Guy for leadership back in the day, is looking. Well, that's fine, isn't it? What are we at? We're at 20% counted, 55. It's Berwick, and it's the new boundaries is extended a bit north, so away from the Dandenongs, and so he'll be fine. What about what was that other seat I wanted to see?
Let's have a look at Caulfield.
Of course. Hang on. Key seats, electorates, Caulfield. What's in Caulfield? I want to look at Box Hill in a minute. Caulfield. Where is it first? Let me map it. Okay. Yeah.
So this is my seat actually. So I've had a box seat for this somewhat unusual
Southwick.
contest. Yeah, David Southwick, the deputy leader's seat.
25% counted.
This is so Caulfield is the kind of seat that's been Liberal forever, right?
Very
Over
Jewish,
time.
right?
Yeah. Very.
And all
majority of the Melbourne Jewish community lives there. And again, I just moved there. It's where my new marital home is. So Caulfield, but this was always a Liberal seat. This was a plum seat.
He's wrecked it.
And no, I don't think it's him. I think it's demographic change.
Well, Nomi, she's a teal,
Nomi
right?
Coltman is the teal, actually a very good friend of my wife, so I know her quite well. Lovely woman. I don't agree with her politics, but we get along quite well.
Look at her.
But she's come, she looks like she's come fourth. And Labor have been taking this very, very seriously. So my wife has been called no fewer than 3 times by volunteers for this bloke, Leo Horrell, the Labor guy. Dan Andrews has visited multiple times, splashed around money. He visited Caulfield today. He was in Caulfield today. So this is the kind of seat that Labor says, okay, we might lose a few outer suburban seats. Doesn't look like they're going to, but Caulfield has always been in play for them. But this is the kind of seat that the Liberal Party, the demographics are turning against. It used to be a place where, and it still is to a large extent, family homes, people who owned their home were paying off a mortgage. Now, though, a lot of the electorate, particularly around Caulfield train station and the Caulfield racecourse there, is being crammed with 5, 6, 7-story high-rises. And those are seats where people rent, they don't own, they come in for one term, vote Greens and scuttle off. This is the problem the Liberal Party is having with these areas. They are no longer, this is not Liberal heartland anymore.
No, it's not. But they don't have any heartland because they're not winning the outer suburbs either.
Well, yeah.
So Southwick may... so what do we think is happening here? If he goes,
So I don't think
he's the deputy leader,
correct.
right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
This is a
good guy too. I like David as well. I've known him for a very long time.
This is a very big clean out of the Liberal Party.
Uh-huh.
We should look at Matthew Guy's seat in Box Hill. I'm excited. I'm excited. Let me just drop a. Hang on. No, I won't show you.
Oh, Guy should be fine in Bulleen.
Where we go? No, Bulleen.
Oh.
B-U.
It looks like the Greens are ahead in Albert Park. Ashwood is gone.
Bulleen, yes, he'll be here still. Okay.
Bayswater.
We are 25% counted. Matthew Guy's on 56.5. He's had a small swing against him, 6 and 7, and it's gone to a bit of freedom, bit of family first. Sanjeev Sublock, wow. Okay. And Labor's down. Again, yeah, okay. The pattern's emerging.
Yeah.
There you go. Box Hill, the useless James Hamer Paul Hamer, who won't even return my emails, but he doesn't need to because look, he still wins.
With a swing towards him.
Unbelievable, because Nicole Werner is such a grassroots candidate.
So what happened there is, that Paul Hamer bloke defeated Robert Clark last time, who, despite being useless as tits on a bull, Robert Clark was, was there for a very long time. Had a wife who spoke Chinese, big Chinese community out there. So I think a lot of that's being picked up by this Harmer bloke would have been the Robert Clark personal vote. Or certainly the Liberal vote, that's washed out was probably the Robert Clark personal vote. But it's sad that Nicole Werner hasn't won because she was a real talent.
She was very important to renew the Liberal Party.
Correct.
In its problems.
Well, on that though, if you look at the seat of Kew, this might be a silver lining for tonight. It looks like Jess Wilson will hold that for the Liberal Party, which is no mean feat.
What's she like? I don't know.
She is fantastic. So she's one of my very, very oldest and dearest friends, but a real talent. She has worked her guts out in this seat. It looks like it's paying off at this stage. She's got a bit of a haircut, but not as much as could otherwise have been the case. And
That's a
she,
teal
she
there,
will she
right?
will be premier one day. So it's good. That's the teal, that Sophie Tawney person.
Okay, but is she quite young, Jess, to be thinking about leadership?
Well, it's the first term MP. Well,
Is she?
hopefully a first term MP. Well, yeah, she's just.
I don't
This was Tim Smith's seat.
Oh, it was Tim Smith's?
Yeah.
She won the... Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, well, she kept it going. Wow,
Looking
she
that
fought
way.
the Teals. But you can understand why the Liberals are so shy. You know, you're saying they need to go back to their conservative roots and so on, be more authentic to who they are. But when you see this, they're freaking out, attacks by the Teals, and so they launch their emissions targets.
But that is the problem. They're holding on to a rump of 6 seats in the inner city because that's where aspiring Liberal politicians want to live, quite frankly. They don't want to move out to Scoresby. No, this is absolutely true.
So surrender those and win Rowville and all
Look,
that.
as happy as I am that Jez got up, it would have been much more constructive if they said, the hell with this climate stuff. We never know, for every queue that you give up, you could win 4 seats by genuinely connecting with Middle Australia, and that's just something the Liberal Party hasn't done because they've got this emotional attachment to Kooyong and Higgins, and both of which, on a federal level, the Liberal Party lost, along with Goldstein. I mean, they're pushing the proverbial upper hill here to some extent.
How are you feeling, Ken?
It's interesting.
Well,
As I said, it reminds me of Massachusetts, and it reminds me of California.
can
It's
we...
extraordinary.
So we'll take a break for a minute from the actual numbers, and can we just talk about, there's a lot of people watching, can we just talk about the culture behind this? I am confused, not so much that if you want centre-right parties to win and you're losing, fine, drink your medicine. But what I'm confused about, Ken, is you've been at the forefront of the push against corruption in this state. And there is even Labor voters will admit, yeah, look, they're a bit dodgy, right? They're a bit corrupt. But I don't understand why we are expressing as a state, all of us, Labor voters, Liberal voters, Green, whatever, we're expressing that we're okay with this corruption. Is that the same in other states? I feel like in New South Wales, we're much harder on corruption.
It was in New South Wales. You've got to remember, when Labor last lost in New South Wales, it was just complete wipeout. Liberals,
When Barry O'Farrell took it,
yeah.
2010 or whatever it was.
The degree of very obvious corruption there and scandal was just through the roof.
Not as bad as here,
Well,
or similar at least.
you've got to remember that they had a minister of the Crown who's now in jail for being a pedophile.
Yeah, you told me that. I can't believe it.
And he was having boys in his ministerial office.
Is this the bloke in South Australia?
No, in New South Wales.
I'm thinking of somebody
He's
else
in
who had
jail.
boys in his electorate office.
What's his name? Do you know his name?
I forget off the top of my
okay.
head. But his ministerial officer, his electorate officer, a woman blew the whistle on him. And then she was just destroyed by the Labor Party up there.
Yeah.
And all of this kept coming out up there, and then they were just wiped.
Yeah.
And Liberals have been in ever since. Given all their problems, they won't last
Yeah.
the next election.
They'll lose next year probably.
Oh,
right?
I don't think they've got a chance of winning.
Chris Menz will
Yeah.
get up.
But I thought the
He's a
same
good-
thing
good
here.
bloke.
I'm proving to be a very poor analyst, very, very poor. But what we've had happen in Victoria, and this is if you're wanting to step back, the core base of the Labor Party in Victoria on the left is the CFMEU and the construction sector.
Yes.
So it's very simple that what happens is nothing over, say, $50 million in building occurs in
right.
Melbourne in particular without the builder and the developer having cosy and friendly relationships with the union, which means paying into their superannuation funds, their Christmas funds, their redundancy funds, and you do all the payoffs. Anyone who doesn't do that payoff gets hounded out of Victoria. And I can name a number of businesses that have left Victoria because they refuse to get involved in the payola. Now, the payola is all quite legalised.
That's the corruption we're talking about, systemic.
So it's systemic, so it's built in. So what happens is, of course, the money loops back to the Labor Party and to keep their stuff going, and then appropriate developers then are able to develop. And that's been around for a long time, but you see, who out anywhere would know that this is going on? I happen to be aware of it, and you can't...
It's a bit in the Herald Sun, it's a bit on...
Oh,
some
yeah,
media here
but
and there.
does it touch anyone, right? They still get their apartments built, all the
okay.
apartments and everything might be more expensive to build. Shopping centres are more expensive to build, da-da-da-da-da-da. That all just gets washed up in the rents. People still go shopping, they still buy their stuff, and no one joins the dots because you don't know.
Yeah.
Now, what surprised me with the lockdown, or with the hotel quarantine stuff, was the discovery that this level of legalised corruption, and which becomes inevitably complete corruption of the managerial processes,
Yes.
was alive and well in the health department.
Yes.
And I wasn't aware of that myself. And this just exploded in front of us, and we could see. And because the labour hire company that got the job to do the quarantine hotels had been banned from the government authorised list of labour hire companies. Not only weren't on it, had been banned. And the woman who was put in charge, the bureaucrat who was put in charge of getting this organised, didn't even look, but she was given basically instructions. And so she just did what she was told. And so the consequence of that was the problems in the hotel quarantine, et cetera, and we know the story that happens there. But still, who understands that? I read the 556 pages of the code inquiry. I did a 20,000 word analysis of the whole thing. Who else is stupid enough to go and do that? In other words, people don't see the connections. They don't draw the dots. And this is the brilliance of what's been going on with the Labor Party and how they manage the whole thing. So what you've got is this systemic corruption. The Ian Cook thing is just such the obvious.
That's an obvious one.
Right?
Nobody
But
seems to
still, where does it touch it? People, they don't see the connection back to their ordinary life. Yeah. And it's... and this is Massachusetts. So people don't see the connection, they don't get where it all puts together, and you wouldn't expect them to.
I don't care. As long as the level crossings are being removed, what the hell's the difference? You're right in the I mean, that's the character Melbourne has taken on. It is like Chicago or something. It's one of these places where one side of politics has been in control for such a long time. Not only is it entrenched in terms of who forms the government, but it's entrenched with who is appointed to all the public departments, who's appointed to head up the police, for example. I'm not alleging any impropriety by the police or anybody else, but as a matter of real politic, the people who are holding the levers of power in Victoria, unelected and elected, are people from the Labor Party. All the oars are rowing in the same direction here. And that just at a certain point becomes intractable, and people just accept it into the scenery, like you do in places like Chicago, Massachusetts, Portland, wherever.
If you want to be involved in that society and get things done,
join a union.
You go along with the... Well, you don't even necessarily have to join the union. You just make sure that... So the union movement in the private sector is what? Its membership's 8-9%. But the union movement no longer needs members.
No, they've got superannuation instead. They've got your money and my money to play with.
So we're very good at I think we can analyse what the issue is.
Yeah.
Analysis is one thing, because I'm a free marketeer. I want the market to operate properly, and what we've got is a very corrupted market.
Yeah, correct.
And to break out of that, and people don't relate to the... People in business do the market, they don't understand the market, if you're with me.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's...
Wow.
End of speech, is that good enough? Is that what you are?
We've got plenty of time to talk about it. When we refill our drinks now, in our break, is it going to be alcoholic? Have you got a drink?
Ooh.
I'm going to.
Do we?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll break out the alcohol. All right.
Okay.
Right.
I don't think we'll be breaking out champagne.
Well, maybe I'm a secret Greens supporter and I'm happy. Before we do that, our sponsor that we have started to talk about, Square Root, teaching your kids maths. This is a problem I have with my young kids. I don't like doing it. They have, as I said, group classes to do. I just want to tell you why they're different, because I think a lot of us are going to be taking up those watching Discernable taking up things like homeschooling, because the stuff they're teaching our kids in school right now is sometimes not that good. So check out Square Root. I love this company because I struggle teaching maths. I love them because they're different. They think holistically about the kids. They focus on something that is, instead of objective-based, they call it achievement-based education, recognizing that every child is different, that you need to meet them holistically in their maths skills. So if you need to get your kids up on the math skills, I would be going to this. Even this Instagram page has helped me a lot in the day that I've known about it. Square Root Tutor. See you in a couple of minutes. Let's get some drinks.
The sign of a mature democracy is the ability to ask lots of questions, and then for people to listen to those questions and perhaps have some good answers to them. What I found through a lot of the lockdowns is, I was asking what I thought were pretty reasonable questions, and often I was having a whole pile-on of people saying,
on LinkedIn.
How dare you?
I remember.
Yeah. How dare you? Why don't you just be a team player? And I'm thinking, whoa, this I get again, because when I talk about the environmental challenge, getting behind a common vision is important. But getting behind a common vision is different to being, you must be a team player.
A sycophant. Well, you were saying things on LinkedIn like maybe some businesses should be able to open with COVID safe. You're making very rational, reasonable.
Yeah, I thought so. And I was asking things like, why don't we have strong faith in our contact tracing and what's going on with a traffic light approach to to lockdowns and so on. It was the feedback was, why are you always so negative? Why aren't you being a team player? And I'm thinking this is different to anything even than I've experienced with talking about environmental challenges. Is of course you could talk about climate change and people say, oh, that's ridiculous. I don't think it's going to happen. But there was a different tone to this, and it was a worrying tone to me, which was, how dare you question? And I was like, whoa, this is a. So I think that's what my unease or sort of because I'm okay financially. I'm not, my small business is not, but
But you're a mayor. You earn billions of dollars. Snouts in the trough and all that.
Exactly. Yeah.
I heard mayors, just an aside, I've got a friend, Angela Vithulkas, who's on the council in Sydney.
Yep.
She said, she told me how much they earn. It's ridiculous. Some of the positions are voluntary.
Yeah, so I didn't go into the deputy Lord Mayor role to become a millionaire. But yeah, I'm okay. We're okay financially. My family, our health is good. So
you've won.
You'd almost say we've got nothing to complain about. But that unease and that, that sort of that jolt that I got from being out there as quite a public commentator through this lockdown. I've always prided myself on hopefully being a reasonable person. That I'm going to listen to other points of view, even if I disagree with them. I'm hopefully going to ask reasonable questions. I'm not going to attack you as a person. And my experience through this process, I think and I saw that quite a number of journalists were saying similar sorts of things too, where if they reported on something which was, not seen as, following the rules, which I'm not sure what the rules are, but, if you questioned anything or asked any questions, that it was not a good thing.
So the journalists had that attitude?
Yeah, a few journalists would post,
That's scary.
Hey guys,
that's not their job.
Stop the pylon, all I was doing was writing an article about.
So it was people piling on the journalists.
Yeah,
okay, so they are doing their job.
Yeah, they're
trying to present,
doing their job, trying to ask questions,
Great.
and
Good on them.
getting a pylon.
We are back and we are full of sparkling water. I'm still keeping it. I actually haven't drank for about 10 years. Is tonight a good night to start? We're still waiting.
Man.
We're still waiting.
Never too late.
We're still waiting. Well, look, I've got my sugar crash is about to happen. It's been a few months. Hey, we will cross live to the concession speech by Matthew Guy.
Is that coming up?
No, I'm just saying that when it comes,
Oh, yeah.
just people wondering if they're going to miss anything. No, we have a giant TV over there that you can't see that's playing us all the live videos. Currently, David Davis talking about Q or something. Who cares? It's boring. It's much better. So we will go to live speeches. And by Daniel Andrews, I'm very excited to see his attitude. I'm shocked, guys, that you can run a basement campaign, a campaign from the basement, and you can pull off a result like this. I can't believe it. Let's go.
Why not? Joe Biden did.
Let's go to some comments. Throw up some comments for me, team. What do we got? Simon Patterson says, I don't think it's substantially rigged. Yeah, I agree. I do think a few Victorians here should get out of their own bubbles.
Maybe us included.
Maybe, but the bubbles he's referring to specifically is when you get a result that you don't like. Well, let's be real. How much fraud is there? There's fraud in everything, in every election, everywhere.
Not in this. No,
There's
I
some.
don't.
There's always some.
I think there may be incompetence on the part of the VEC, but I don't think we're lucky in Australia in that we have paper and pen voting, and we don't have drop boxes or anything like that they built in the US. For all this country's foibles, we run our elections reasonably well. I don't think the VEC runs the tightest ship. I think some of the electoral laws favour the Labor Party, particularly those around funding and disclosure. But in terms of outright fraud or corruption, I don't think you could allege that in this case. Okay. There's always an error, in everything, as you said, but not like it's not like the US, which is completely ramshackle and
has issues. Yeah, I would agree. I think a VEC and AEC do quite a good job.
The US has a long history of corruption in voting, and a long history of corrupting who can get registered to vote.
That's the big thing.
They kept the blacks out for a long time, but our tradition here, particularly, it was one of the feeds I saw after the last US election, where they showed the scrutineers were locked out of the room where the counting was going on. What?
Yeah.
Whereas here, you're standing there.
You were there tonight.
Yeah, you're standing there watching the votes being unfolded, and you're questioning, well, is that vote right or not? And you're allowed to question, can't touch anything. It's completely hands off, completely transparent. And to try on conspiracy theories about rigged elections in Australia is just pure fantasy nonsense.
What else have you got? Comments, team? Throw me up something else. Can I have something from Maggie Mitchell? I would say that a lot of people voting for Labor have no idea about politics. That's absolutely true. And have no idea about the corruption and were happy with lockdowns. Well, the first part, certainly.
I think the latter part, certainly. I'm not sure you can accuse them of not knowing.
No, you can't, because there's a huge amount of people voting for Labor. You can't say they're all happy with lockdowns. The Green seats,
I think to some extent you can. And don't forget, they're only pulling about 36% of the vote or something.
Oh, I keep forgetting that.
So, I think that's why we're seeing a surge in the Greens, because there would be people out there who would hate Dan, but absolutely would never vote for the Liberal Party or anybody on the right and park their vote with the Greens.
But see, my problem is Daniel will take this as I love what you did with the Pride Centre. I love what you did by calling around Nazis. I love what he'll just ride with this and say everything's perfect. I'm going to continue with my Safe Schools program and everything else under the sun.
Yeah, elections have consequences.
That is not the case. Let me just go quickly to the actual votes again. What are we up to? So 48 seats currently, Anthony Green is saying 45 to win. And the actual numbers, where were they? I had the numbers a moment ago. What do I click on? View all party totals. Okay, here we go.
Albert Park's going green, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we have a lot more counted now, 32% counted. All right, so Labor is taking a swing against it of 6.8 on the primary, Liberals 2.9. So Greens have picked up 2, National 2.2, and others 5. And can I see all parties? So who's picking those up? Family First has done so well this election, picking up 3%. Animal Justice, Freedom Party's done pretty good, 1.8. Socialist, Labor, DLP, forget it.
Yeah, look, Family First is picking up the drop in Liberal vote.
2.9.
I'm interested in how the Nationals have gone. They've got 3 more seats.
Yeah, what's that about?
Well, so those new seats those are places like, I would imagine they're seats like Mildura and Shepparton, which are both held by independents. And the other one might be one they've taken off the Liberals. I don't know.
Have a look at Shepparton and Mildura.
I will. I find it interesting that, just while I'm here though, just pointing out for people who are not as educated on this, I'm not, like these two, you can pick up 3 seats, but only on a plus 2.2%, whereas the point being that there's a game afoot here. Like you have to be strategic in your resources and where you place them. Where a whole bunch of Labor votes are being stolen right now and given to the Libs in some of these outer suburban areas, but it's not resulting in any seat gains at all, right?
Yeah.
So where are we going, guys? Shepparton.
Shepparton and Mulgrave, yeah, look, the Nats have had a good night.
Shepparton.
Oh, and the third one they picked up is Morwell, which has always been a national seat. The difference is last time around the bloke, Russell North was his name, he was booted out of the National Party and ran as an independent and won. So that's typically a pickup.
They've rolled the independent in.
But he retired.
No, sorry.
No, we're looking at Shepparton.
Oh, yeah, in Shepparton.
So Nationals have done it. How have they done that? I don't know anything about this electorate.
That's all in the middle of the floods at the moment.
Is that still going?
Oh yeah, God yes.
Shows you how much we
Floods in Victoria are very slow moving. The water comes in from the high plains and it comes down into the Golden Valley and the Murray Valley, and those areas are just deadpan flat, and the water just moves very slowly through the whole thing. So you're talking a very ancient floodplains.
Because we're about to, let me get to another question, then I need to ask you some questions, Gideon, before you go,
Sure.
because I'm interested in your take. Let me bring up Outlook. What am I doing? Questions. We've got a couple more questions for me, please, team. Venetia says, unfortunately, people are essentially selfish, which is why someone like Daniel can buy them with promises. This is not the best interest of good governance because it's not governing for all, just what I can get. Now, we've seen Daniel...
Everyone says, what's in it for me?
So
that's what everyone does.
But when Daniel puts out, we're going to give out 60,000 free fishing kits, we all laughed. You're laughing now because it's ridiculous. Is it working?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think the fishing kits.
Well, the Liberals
think free kinder and that kind of garbage.
Yeah, but my point is to choose a silly one like the fishing kits. Like how elastic is political demand? Like elastic prices.
I don't know. Maybe there's somebody who really wants that fishing kit, but
free kinder, free TAFE, free nursing degrees, free.
It's the Oprah Winfrey politics. But
is that what's given Dan the win here, or is it the safety thing? No, we trust him. We don't trust Guy.
I think. Yeah, I don't know is the short answer. I think it's a combination. I think there's that hardcore I stand with Dan vote. I think there are people who may not have enjoyed there is a section of the electorate who actually aren't voting in accordance with the lockdown, partly because it wasn't an election issue and it should have been. Liberals should have been running hard on it since day one, but that notwithstanding.
Was it? It really wasn't.
It wasn't. No, but this is the thing. It wasn't a referendum on lockdowns. Because neither side was actually talking about them. The media wasn't talking about them. Nobody was. And it makes sense. I mean, if you're going to dwell on them, then you're actually campaigning on the past, not the future. So there's an opportunity cost thing there. But I think there are people who, want to move on. Dan's removing level crossings and giving me free kinder and so on. I think it's a range of things. But, just on a policy level, free kinder, I'm very uncomfortable with this, free childcare, free kinder and everything else. It seems like a real cradle to the grave play where separating children from their families early, getting them to some state-run hellhole, indoctrinating them before they can read.
And we're lowering the age to 4 instead of 5, right?
Yes.
That's coming. And in New South Wales.
Jabbing them on the way down, all fun stuff.
Okay, one more question and then I'm going to ask Gideon my big question. What have you got from your team? You got another audience question? 20% of votes, but if you count Labor preferences areas first, isn't logical it will favour Labor? I don't understand the question.
I think
it disappeared.
That's in relation to maybe individual booths or individual electorates. That might be what they're getting.
All right, my question for you, Gideon, is this is what I don't understand. When you have someone on the centre right, which I guess I must be, and someone on the centre left or right or left, whatever. Those on the right will, whether they're right or wrong, they'll make their arguments appealing to a sense of logic or reason, or these are the reasons why Dan's the devil, right? On the left, though, especially on Twitter, but everywhere, they just yell at me.
Yep.
They just say things like, eat shit. I'm like, that's not an argument. Someone said that to me yesterday. They say, we love him and you don't understand, and that's it.
Like, saved our lives.
But I'm finding it's so simplistic. It's almost like animalistic, like Pavlov's dogs.
Yeah, Pavlovian,
Right? Pavlovian. Is that the future of our politics in places like this? And what do you do?
In all places. And I'll tell you why.
In all places.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because we have, part of it is because we have chased religion out of the public square. people are largely less religious, they don't go to church anymore and things like that. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean we act on pure reason and logic, as you've said. It means people have replaced one set of beliefs with another.
Another religion.
And their politics has become their religion. That is why there is this animosity. That is why you have the situation in which at family Christmases, they can't talk, they can't look at each other, some of them, because they're genuinely convinced that the other person who disagrees with them on politics is evil. What do you do about it? I don't know. Look, we can't put the genie back in the bottle, I guess.
What do you see on this?
We have to have a civil war or something.
How dare you?
What, are you an anarchist, are you?
Oh, here we go.
Slight anarchistic streak. Let's leave it at that.
How do you reason with the unreasonable? Or am I wrong? Is there a general reasonable rump of left-leaning Labor voting people that I'm just not in contact with?
No, the politics of Victoria and the politics of Australia is always decided by the suburban aspirational middle class, an up-and-coming middle class, always. And that's really, and everyone else off to the side, the Greens and all the rest, they've got their rumps in their areas where they're tracking, and there's a big change there with a lot of Green people are very entrepreneurial in the IT sector, the California issue, and so on and so forth. I think another big issue is the fact that the nature of our families have changed. The number of people who live on their own, and the family is them and their friends and their pets.
Yes.
And that's a huge difference. The concept of family now is quite different. It's not what has been the traditional thing in which family first and all those want. And that, so the idea of family is a much bigger concept, and it's very, very diverse now. And good. And, so you've got all the blended families. You've got a family. I was on the polling booth with a lady who's into a second marriage. Her ex-husband lives 200 yards down the road, and the kids swap over all the time, quite regularly. That's now family. And she's remarried, and her new partner has got 2 children with someone else, and so the whole idea of family is not a conservative idea anymore. It's quite mixed. And that plays into the politics. So the nature of our society's changed really very, very substantially. But everything that we're looking at today is just, you'd have to say that Dan's a genius. But
what have you got?
I am
a leak?
Told,
what are you told?
It's not over in Mulgrave.
No! All right, everyone, let's go back to...
Let's have a look.
This where we go, electorates. This would be an interesting way to finish your segment, Gideon. Mulgrave.
The cliffhanger.
Okay, so it was last updated 1 hour ago.
Early.
This is an hour ago. 7.5% counted. Why is that not over? That's over. What are you talking about? You're talking about the preference flows.
What
to
percentage have we got of the votes counted?
Hang on, 7.5, very low.
So I'm told that the big boos are swinging towards Ian.
Because only 7 of 22.
So 7.5% of votes are counted.
Yes, very low.
So I'm told that the big boos are swinging to Ian, and he's winning them. So
you'd have to come back a long way.
We might need to. Oh, but it's only 7.5%. What's the percentage vote counted?
7.5. 1 hour ago, 7.5.
So you've got 7 of 22
this
polling
hasn't been updated
booths
in
have
ages.
reported.
Yeah, 1 hour ago, 8 p.m, So, 7 of 22 reported. Does that mean that the other 15 haven't even talked to the AEC yet?
Well, you see, if I'm speculating here, but the small booths get the count done and into the Electoral Commission very quickly. The big booths, it's a much slower count. So if we haven't yet seen what's happening in the big booths, the results coming through in those figures, who knows?
So when I look at this, should I be adding up, say, the Liberal and the Freedom Party and Family First to go on to Ian Cook? Because their preferences flow to Ian before they flow to Daniel.
Yeah.
So I should add all that together, right? So I should add Liberals 16.8 with 18.6 straight away.
If Dan's primary vote drops below 50%, he's then needing the Greens, which are only 4.4, and he'd probably get animal justice.
And yeah, and then a bunch of all these randoms all go to Ian, like Howard Lee and Andrew King.
Except for animal justice, I would assume.
Yeah, not animal justice, but the
and
independents.
Greens, yeah, but all the others,
Yeah.
one assumes.
Okay.
So probably Dan's primary vote needs to drop to
What, 46 or something?
46 or something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
You won't see it, you'll be gone, but we'll probably see it around 11 p.m. Updated an hour ago.
Well, all's well that ends well.
And you know,
Hasn't
there
it?
Anthony Green saying too early to call.
Yes.
Yeah.
yes.
So they had that in Labor retain, they moved it back. So the
It
results
depends
are
on-
taking ages.
Well, if people have jumped off our coverage, tell them to jump back on because it's still happening.
the go slow is making me nervous in Mulgrave. Again, it's too much like the US. They'll probably
go
out,
slow.
getting some mail-in ballots or fiddling around with the Dominion voting machines. or
You a
something.
second ago, you
I
were
kid, I
chastising
kid.
me, saying that. Right.
Yeah.
Is there any other electorates you want to look at before you go? Oh, here's one. I want
No,
to
it's all
look
too depressing.
I want to look at Polworth, friend of mine, Richard Reardon.
Oh, Polwood. Yeah, he's a good man. He'll get back. Oh.
He's a very good man, and he's on. Look, what are we? How many is counted? 53% counted. He's done. He's in. 52,
I wouldn't get that
48.
far, but he's looking good. I'll be surprised if he lost. He's a good
He's
MP,
on the ground.
He's smart. He's
I like him.
dynamic. And he's one of the few people in the party who, will tell you what's on his mind too.
Oh
Like
my God,
he's
you-
actually-
you shouldn't do that if you're in politics.
He get in hot water. He got in hot
He
water
did
for
all the
contradicting the party. Yeah.
All the time. I've got stuff
Good
from
on
him
him.
off camera saying some choice things that I can't air about the dodgy Liberal leadership. Hey, what is the deal here if everyone, including someone like Richard Reardon, is getting swings against him? This is backing up exactly what you said. Find your spine, stand for something because you're screwing over everyone.
But again, look, the same patterns. I don't know who this Dennis Borzos person is, but
well,
assuming they're a right-wing independent. But look, family first, picking up.
do we get info on them down there?
Yeah, if you can
Oh,
scroll
here we go.
down.
Here, Dennis, the unregistered Australia
Australian
one.
Party. Ricardo Bozzi. Is that
What?
Is Ricardo
That's the
Bozzi
guy who wants to
from the-
hang pedophiles.
Yeah, is that the
That's
guy
right.
who it wasn't his party, the old Rise Up Australia
Yeah,
party?
something like that.
Yeah, so those are the real that's like the
Wow.
some sort of they're really out there. Cool.
Wow. Well, sorry that as you finish your shift with us, it's starting to get interesting again.
That's all
But
right, my friend. You can take it from here.
Gideon, it's been very good to have
Always
you here.
good to be back
2
on the circle,
years,
mate.
2
Yeah.
years. Come on, mate. You said to me, can I tell him about Sky
Yeah.
News that you think we're better than Sky News?
After you saying all this stuff you're gonna air about Richard that he did say, you're verbaling me. No, I love all of you.
No, it's just I'm glad that you're back on. Anytime you want to do something, look.
Seriously, mate, it's been too long.
The good people at Sky News do a good job, and we need them.
Yeah.
But love for you to come on here and
I
talk people as well.
love to support independent media, and I love what Discernible does. It's been too long, my friend. We'll have a proper chat about the meaning of life and the price of fish, and
Off camera,
So-
and then I'll air it. Okay, good to see you. All right,
to see
so
you.
Gideon's about to take off, and we're going to come back with a different panelist. I'll introduce him when he comes back, but we'll talk about why the two-party system is so unrepresentative and what we can do about it. He'll be with us for the rest of the evening. In this ad break, go and grab yourself some nice choice sweets and some nice drinks, and we will be back soon. If you want to support this broadcast, it is completely funded by you, the viewer. You can support it directly by going to the link I will put in the chat right now, discernible.locals.com/support, and help us run tonight's show. See you in a few minutes.
Because it gave them meaning, and they could create a kind of friend-enemy structure in the sort of Carl Schmitt way. These are the bad guys. I'm one of the good guys. These are the bad guys. You're not wearing a mask. It makes you evil. You're not getting vaccinated. That makes you evil. You're traveling to see your grandmother across state lines. That makes you evil. Whereas I'm compliant and good and virtuous. So it's like this moral structure that people very quickly got in their minds, and certainly in the U.S., in Australia, the ruling class encouraged this. I mean, they really did not actually advocate violence against the non-compliers, but there was a real campaign by health officials to get you to dehumanize non-compliers. Oh, they're selfish. Oh, they're doing I remember the protests in Victoria. Look, even your prime minister, who's sort of from the Liberal Party, whose name I can't quite remember, but
ScoMo, he's gone now. He just lost. But yes, he was terrible.
Oh yeah, he lost. Was he replaced by somebody worse? Probably.
The opposite party, Labour Party, and from the socialist left faction of the Labour Party, but it was mostly a vote against Scott Morrison. So.
Oh, good. Okay, that's wonderful. But he was announcing that anybody protesting the mandates and the restrictions and everything was just inherently selfish. Really, selfish. So to be unselfish and to be community caring is to be 100% compliant and not to care about your freedom and or exercising your freedom and rights at all. That's what he was saying. That's sort of what he was saying. So that's a chilling message. Australia's funny because I don't know what it is. In the US, our moments of despotism are never charming. But Australia has a funny way of making everything, even the worst, most egregious tyranny, seem full of levity. So the public service announcements, we're all in this together. I think there was a catchy song about it. There's a famous singing duo who sang a lot of songs for children. And they made a bunch of COVID songs, social distancing, this kind of stuff. I don't know if you watched this.
No.
It's sorry about that. It's absolutely unbelievable. I mean, that's Australia, right?
I've seen Elmo telling us to get vaccinated and so on.
Well,
That's your fault.
There's that too. Yeah, right. We had our own issues in that, yeah.
That curfew will apply from 8 p.m. Tonight.
Seems reasonable, Jay.
Basically, everything you could do wrong, he did wrong there.
How is that everything you do wrong?
So you're high risk if you are relatively unhealthy, if you're overweight or obese, if you are he basically told the Australian people, the people of Melbourne, don't be healthy, don't go out. The virus doesn't really spread outdoors, so why the restriction to an hour? You tell people don't do exercise. In effect, other than for one short hour with two people, I mean that basically says go stay home, stay isolated. Isolation caused a tremendous amount of death and problems for people, the depression, all the anxiety that's come out of it. He turned Melbourne into a penal colony.
I see what you're saying, but their justification would be, look, we have to stop the spread of the virus. And you have to agree that he did stop for a time the spread of the virus.
I mean, does the virus spread after 8 p.m.? Is there some? Okay. I think the thing is that you want public health to take account of all of health. If you say I'm going to just focus on one aspect of health while ignoring everything else, what you're going to get is an unhealthy population. The mandates are, in a sense, an indicator of failure of public health. If you are required, if you in public health have that kind of frustration we've seen in some of these clips, we have to do this, or else also going to force you to do this. That's already a failure of public health. That means you don't have the trust of the people, and if the people don't trust you, then because you're not worthy of trust, you essentially end up in this adversarial relationship that is going to be bad for the health of the people.
Welcome back to the best coverage you'll see of the election. Discernable. Why are you laughing, Ken? You're supposed to support the coverage. Sorry. Well, I mean, I've got ABC coverage over there. I can tell you right now, it looks boring. It's literally Anka, just move closer to me. You're a long way away, mate.
All right.
I need to introduce you. No, ABC looks boring. It's David Davis rattling on about whatever he usually rattles on about. Anka Sahin joins us. Anka, my friend, I'm so pleased to have you here. Excuse me. You have been a great... You were here when we were explaining the craziness behind the Novak Djokovic decision. And it's funny because you resonated with the people. The comments on your interview with me. People like the way you methodically and accurately approach things. You don't exaggerate. You're very accurate. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. And I'm really happy to be here.
The reason why you're here is because you, my friend, need to educate us on how this two-party system is very unrepresentative and what we're going to do about it. Can you explain to me your thoughts around why it's so unrepresentative?
Well, I think the best example of that we saw at the federal elections, where in May, where the Labor Party won the election with a primary vote that is lower than what they had in 2019.
So what, 30-something, 33%?
Yeah, it was about 32.8%, which was lower than what they had in the previous elections,
right,
which they are said to have lost. And
wow.
And yet they have won on the back of preferences and how the system works. And then if you look at, for example, Victoria, which is relevant to our analysis of these elections, the state-based elections, coalition and Labor vote was neck and neck in the federal election in Victoria, around 33 to 33, I think. It's pretty much neck and neck.
That was the final result on primaries.
Yes, yes, indeed. But if you looked at the seats, there's a massive dominance of ALP seats compared to Liberal seats.
So what's going on there?
Well, it's just that, you know, with the way the preferences work, if you win some seats with massive differences and lose others with small margins, you might end up, you know, not having as many votes as the other guy, but still have more seats or the same, which is what's happened there.
Okay, so if we look at the current, where are we currently? So how do we get back to it? Oh, I need to go this way. Let's look at the current results. Party totals. Okay, refresh. All right, so at the moment we're looking at 38% count. We're looking at 36 Labor, 28 Liberal.
Right, and if you were to put together Liberal and National, given that they they form a coalition, so how much is that? 35, and the other is 36. There isn't much difference, is there? But look at the seats difference. One is 22, and the other is 49. I mean, granted, these are projected seats, which may or may not actually
still a huge difference.
But it's a huge difference. It's really unjustifiable the way it works. You know, people aren't getting their money's worth. They're certainly not getting an accurate reflection of what they're voting for in the way the Parliament is composed as a result of their votes.
That's because Labor are better at playing the game and being strategic on how to win seats, not just votes.
Exactly right. And also they have benefited from the rise of the Greens from the second half of the 2000s onwards, because almost exclusively Greens preferences flow to Labor, and that helps.
So if I'm looking at this right, if I meet 10 people on the street, 5 of them, it'll be 4 of them are voting for Labor and 3.5 are voting for Liberal and 1.5 are voting for Greens. But almost like every second person it's not all Labor voters. Roughly half of them are Lib Nats, centre right, whatever, and half of them are Labor. It's roughly half-half.
That's right. I mean, if we look at just this, because obviously there's 16.7% others, and you'd need to, for a deeper analysis, you'd need to look at how the preferences of the others are flowing towards the two parties. But you've got 12.3% Greens, and I mean, you'd probably think that 90 to 95% of Green voters probably put Labor second.
Yes.
If not, maybe they put AJP second.
Yeah.
But not going to be far away from that. So that's all benefiting Labor. Whereas Liberals are already in many seats. They're already they're not getting preferences from Nationals anyway, because they tend not to run against them. They're only running against each other in 2 or 3 seats. That's all.
This is amazing. Labor lost projected to have lost one seat, but lost a lot of primary vote.
Well, no, they had 55, so that they don't have the full number of seats there.
What does it mean by -1 then?
Probably means what they have lost from what they're holding at the moment, based on the results that are available, because it doesn't make sense otherwise.
Right, so Mulgrave, I'm just checking if they've updated. Updated 4 minutes ago, good. So Gideon's gone, so we get a better update now. So we have, that's about the same, hasn't moved.
Hasn't moved a whole lot. Are they even counting? Probably.
Are they even counting? We currently counted 8.7. It was 7.5.
Oh, that's nothing.
That's a go slope.
No, this is way far away from being done. So I think there's a lot more to this story than we're seeing. And also, look, pre-poll, everyone was saying, and that's where you were getting some information from the field, and I was getting people who were on the ground. Volunteering with Ian Cook, there were about 500 volunteers, I believe.
Yes.
And what they are reporting is it doesn't really tally with what's on the screen right now.
So you think this will swing towards Ian as the night goes on, or as the days go on?
Well, we're still apparently not seeing the big booths.
Yes, 8 out of 22 senators. Yeah, so even if Daniel retains, there'll be a much stronger chip taken out of him from Ian Cook.
That's correct, and we're not seeing the pre-poll because that's probably not even going to be counted tonight.
You serious?
Yes.
When does that get counted?
Well, when I did scrutineering in the previous federal elections in 2019. We had only, in the booth where I was doing the scrutineering, we only had votes that were cast in that booth that was being counted on the night. And that count went on till basically midnight, 1 a.m. And there were certainly no pre-poll at all, but not even votes from other booths, sort of outside the electorate.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just see Nicole Werner's up on ABC. Let's see if I wonder if she's going to have a. Let me go to her first on this seat, and we'll see if we'll cross to her. So Box Hill. I wonder if she's going to give a concession speech or what. So this is Box Hill. Box Hill is how much counted? 30% count. Yeah. So she's probably going to lose. So let's just hook into what's happening at Box Hill for a moment. I want to see if Nicole's going to speak. Have a listen, everyone.
We can't win power in Victoria without winning metropolitan seats.
You mentioned Peter Dutton there.
We have to win them back.
You mentioned Peter Dutton there. Is he a problem for Victorian Liberals like yourself?
He's not. I've got to know Peter really well in the last 6 months, and one of the things I've noticed in politics that it's very easy to portray people as a cartoon villain, and social media amplifies that. I've got to know Peter really well. He is a decent, wonderful person, and I think the closer we get to a federal election, I think people will see that in Victoria and New South Wales and other places. But it's not easy. I do acknowledge that.
Keith Wallahan, you said Tony Barry was spot on earlier. One of the things Tony Barry said was the Liberal Party now needs to adopt quotas for women. Do you agree?
See what we're still live, everyone. People are watching. They can hear that and they can hear us right now. So that was David Spears, yeah, just saying whether the Liberal Party needs to adopt quotas.
How did the question come up?
Oh, I missed it.
Right.
But Keith Wallahan's a pretty straight, sort of centre-right conservative federal member for that area. He replaced, I can't remember.
Wallahan, you made some remarks, really strong remarks actually in Parliament this week about the tone of the debate and the campaign in Victoria. What are the lessons that we can take from this?
I think the lessons are that in the age of social media, you only get a few seconds to get your message across, and social media rewards intensity and it rewards negativity. And I think it behoves all of us, my party, the Labor Party, to try and resist that and be our better selves. And that includes not, just using invective for our own personal gain. Other people will do that on Twitter and other places, but political leaders, I think, have an obligation to sometimes show our better selves. And I think Victorians and Australians are looking for us to show that leadership.
Just finally, Keith Wallahan, we're expecting to see the Liberal Party review of the last federal campaign, the one earlier this year. We're expecting that review from Jane Hume.
So we have the Libs saying, kind of what you would expect, really. Like, let's be nice. Let's not throw invectives at one another. I'm not sure that's a winning strategy, Liberal Party. But what do you do? What do you do if that's what sells? If outrage is what gets you cut through? I don't know what to do about this state.
I think another relevant question maybe, does it work better on one side of the aisle than the other side of the aisle?
So the left side yells and the right side pontificates.
Or if the right side yells, maybe they're not as they're not rewarded in the same way. Perhaps.
Are you suggesting that the right side should not adopt their yelling strategy because they might not be rewarded?
I don't think either side should really. So I agree with what was said on that, with Keith on that. But
it's working.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. But is it? I guess the question is it working better for one side of the aisle than the other?
Okay. Well, I don't see it going away. I think this is going to embolden Daniel Andrews, and we don't know if he'll stay. He'll probably stay, and it will continue.
Which is why that Mulgrave outcome is really, really important. But at the moment, it seems to be going his way. So we'll just have to wait and see if that changes as counting goes on.
Yeah. So I really would have preferred a Labor win, but without Daniel Andrews, and see the stronger parts of Labor sort of drag them back to a more sensible position. But I think we're in for a bit of a rough ride. Do you have any more leaks? Is that it?
Am I allowed to do a quick shout out
of
to
course,
someone?
Of course.
Yeah, Sophia.
Who's Sophia?
Sophia knows who she is.
Oh, okay.
And very young supporter, and but probably getting close to bedtime for her. So anyway,
how old? Kid?
Yeah.
Oh, good night, Sophia.
So,
get your teddy bear. My daughter's got a little birdie, a little chicken.
So, I've done my duty in that area.
Okay, well done.
Great. What was the question again?
We're just talking about the style of politics here and where it should go from here. Really, I mean, okay, it's not done yet, people, all right? But overall, it looks like Daniel Andrews' strategy has worked by and large, far more than I think it should have. We shouldn't be rewarding that, but fine, we did. Where do you go from here? So Gideon's answer was the Liberal Party needs to do a Trumpian style thing, like just go hard on the Conservative thing and stand for something, and you might win support that way.
Well, you've got to be careful with the Trump stuff, because Trump, what's been happening in the US with the Trump style stuff, have no question at all, with a non-compulsory voting system, the Trump scared the living daylights out of the middle class in the United States at the last election, and scared them at the midterms just recently.
Scared them?
Oh,
they didn't vote for him, you mean?
Oh, they moved against him. They came back, and
I see.
Yeah, the fact that he lost by 7 million votes, give us a break.
Right.
And O'Connell, who's the most senior Republican in the Senate, he's essentially the old man of the Republican Party who leads it. After the raid on Congress, he made a speech against Trump that really basically was speaking to middle United States, saying, we will not allow Trump to do, don't worry, we will get him under control. And that's the battle going on in the GOP and the Republicans at the moment.
What's happening here?
And so that Trump sort of extremism has been firmly rejected, and I would say is going to continue to be firmly rejected in the United States. So any discussion about going into a Trump-style process here and the conservative forces in Australia is going to be worse than what's going on in the United States.
Yeah, we would reject that more resoundingly than they would, yeah.
So I'm a free marketeer. I believe in the free market. We're seeing in Victoria the rorting of a free market. The selling of that is brilliant. Dan Andrews is just stunningly good at that. We're seeing the corruption in terms of the processes of governance in Victoria being completely trashed. And for me, it's a matter of we've got to come back to proper governance and the operation, an effective operation of the free market instead of a rorting of the free market. Now that's something that people don't relate to. They don't understand it, because what they do is understand every day in terms of their own mortgage, the cost of living, all those very practical things that everyone understands.
But that's not
so
going
what
well,
I'm telling you,
that's not going well either. So how is he winning when the milk for tonight, so that you guys could drink tea, $6 for 2 litres? Get stuffed. There's something wrong there as well. This is why I don't understand that the Middle Australia is not turning on him. Or would you agree with that, even that statement, that Middle Australia so far has not revolted against Daniel?
Yep. They're not seeing that picture, and I've got to say, given what I would have said that, you know, in this particular election, the Herald Sun waged war against Dan Andrews.
They did.
I would have to say that the Liberals ran one of the best campaigns that I've seen for a long time.
Yes.
They're shifting, saying that we won't build the train to nowhere.
Yes.
We'll shift the money into hospitals.
Yeah.
The genuine crisis in the ambulance thing, where people are not getting ambulance, being told, look, catch a taxi to the et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I would have said that everything was running in the Liberals' direction in terms of the campaigning and the quality of the campaigning.
Yes.
They're on the ground stuff. Their focus on local issues, really, really well done. And I've got to tell you, I don't know what the answer is.
Because it doesn't make sense. You tell me, I agree with you, the campaign was really well done. And I did an analysis of their policy documents versus Labor and the websites. It was completely fleshed out and quite deep, and Labor's was terrible. And yet,
the first step to resolve a problem is understand what the problem is. I don't yet know what the problem is.
Okay, so we don't. That's why we can't define it. Yeah. Okay.
But to say that the answer could be for the Liberal Party to move further towards conservative values and champion those values, as opposed to some of the more centrist things that they have borrowed from the ALP, including, you know, commitments relating to environmental issues and climate and so on and so forth. I don't think that argument is going to work either. At the federal level, that was tried, you know, starting with Scott Morrison and Peter Dutton. The party did move towards the right and more towards conservatism, and that didn't resonate with the voters. And if you look at, you know, we talk about middle Australia, the person on the street, the average Australian isn't, I wouldn't say that the average Australian is a conservative. So, you know.
What are they?
Well, I think a good place to look is the postal referendum for marriage equality. If you look at the outcome of that.
They're a modern, secular, progressive, middle type creature.
Well, this comes back to the issue of what's the definition of family. Right? What family has now become is something completely different to what it's a very, 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 very different structure, and people accept an enormous amount of diversity in family, and it's about their relation. People who live on their own will define family as all their closest friends. Right? They don't have to be blood anymore. And so I completely agree with you that I don't think that the electorate is conservative.
No.
There's a conservative rump.
Yes.
But it's not conservative. It's much more liberal in terms of the social ethics. Much more liberal.
Who would
reflected in the marriage equality vote.
Yes.
And but there's this thing that I really don't get in terms of the alleged environment agenda around electricity, around power. And what I don't get is that people are quite willing to accept that if their power prices go up 3 times, that's okay. Because that's what we're confronted with and that's what's occurring. So people are saying, yes, I've this belief so much about the collapse of the planet and we're all going to die because of what's happening with global change, and that CO2, which we breathe out, is the cause of the whole thing, and that we as a society and a people and a technological people are destroying the planet that we live on. So there's so many people who are completely believe in that idea that they're prepared to say, well, look, if my electricity prices go up 3, 4 or 5 times, that's fine.
I'm not convinced that a majority of Australians actually believe in that idea. I think there are a lot
yeah,
of
but
Australians
you've got 12% locked in who do.
That's right, but I don't think we can assume a specific percentage of the votes that other parties get that do, unless there was to be some sort of referendum on.
Yeah, but
on something
when we look at that vote, we can see that Labor and the Nationals are getting basically 35%. Labor gets 35%, and Greens are getting 12%, giving all the preferences across. So boom, there you are. You're talking 48%.
Right.
No?
Yeah.
And that's built around the belief by at least the 12% that if my power prices go up and if everyone else's power prices go up 2, 3, 4 or 5%, that's fine and a good thing because we'll save the planet. That's the belief system that they're operating on. In Europe, I was in London or in Europe during September, and what was staggering there is to see the Ukraine things brought the crisis to a head, but there's stacks of gas under the ground in Europe. They've just chosen not to allow it to come up. But the TV reports there of literally they're having to set up in the UK, set up warm centres for winter so that people who can't afford, and lots of people who can't afford their power prices, will be able to go to somewhere so that they can stay warm and not die during the winter because they can't heat their house. The price they interviewed someone from who's got the small business, and they have to package things in glass bottles. The glass bottles have gone up in price 5 times, and they can't get their product out anymore at a price because the bottles and they can't get the bottles. So we're not going through that sort of the level of that crisis that's occurring in power prices in Europe, and it's not just the Ukraine situation that's just brought it to a head. So we're seeing a shift in Europe, where Germany, which is a green coalition government, is now bringing back on stream gas, coal-fired power stations, etc., and so the shift's happening in Europe, but we're not in that situation here because we don't have that level of crisis.
If we assume that a part of the Liberal electorate, people who vote for the Liberal Party, share some of those values and ideas
about the environment,
and
which I think there's absolutely.
Yes, I agree with that. And in fact, the suggestion was made that the rise of the Teals could have something to do with that, given that they were mainly targeting traditionally Liberal-held seats. And obviously climate was an important part of their platform, together with integrity and so on. The suggestion that was made was that perhaps this is where it's an indication that small L Liberals don't really have a home because they've been marginalised within the Liberal Party. They used to be a significant part of the Liberal Party back in the day when the party was first conceived, That's no longer the case. Conservative forces have, and conservative and populist forces perhaps have come to the fore a lot more so than, and small L liberals have been relegated to the sidelines. And I don't really see an easy way out of this situation if we are to hold on to the two-party system or the two-block system that we have at the moment, the way it currently is. Because I think it's all coming to a head in terms of representativeness and in terms of legitimacy, and we have most clearly seen that it's not as evident in the results of this election. And there are reasons for that, which we can discuss separately. But if we looked at the what happened in the federal election in May, and how a significant portion of the first preference votes ended up not getting reflected and not getting represented at the House of Representatives, if that trend continues, where right now a third of the electorate votes for parties outside of the Liberals, Nationals and Labor, and if that were to get close to or exceed 40% in the next election or the one after, I think we're going to get to a stage where it will be very difficult to argue that the system that we have is fully legitimate, because people's will not be being reflected in the composition of the parliament.
Let's have a look at some of these, go back to some seats. I want to update you on a couple of good seats.
That's a pretty heavy discussion we're having here, isn't it? I thought we're supposed to be light and airy and breezy.
I never promised that for the people. I said we'll be nerds, and I said we'll be going
fair
deep.
enough. Yeah,
Look,
we're allowed to be nerdy then.
Look, I'm watching...
And heavy and all that sort of thing.
Oh, you know, as long as long as people are willing to listen to it.
Take this out. We're not listening to it right now. They're being boring still on the ABC. So we'll look at a few. We'll look at, I want to look at Polwarth, again, Richard Riordan, but a couple we haven't looked at yet. I need to look at Bayswater, which is going to be a bit of a shock upset going to Labor, and also Brighton with James Newbury down there. I think you'd be very interested in that. Before we do that, a word from our sponsor, Square Root again. Square Root testimonies, let me read a couple to you. These are kids that struggle with their maths. Parents now saying things like this: hey, we've noticed O's confidence in her sessions growing. She seems to particularly enjoy his sense of humour. We have kids saying, look, she often doesn't want to do these maths sessions, but came out afterwards and said they got a lot from the sessions tonight. This is a tutoring company for maths that can turn your kids' attitude of maths around. Far out. squareroot.com.au. Check it out. Hey, so the seat of Bayswater is shocking. This is Nick Wakeling. So he held, let me show you where Bayswater is. It's Ferntree Gully sort of area. So this is that suburban rump you were talking about, Ken. So this has been flip-flopping around, as you can see, with the blue and red. But look at the
boundary changes. There were some boundary changes here.
Yeah, there've been lots of boundary. You know, one of the funny things with the boundary changes, at the last lot of boundary changes, Victoria created an additional seat because of the growth in population, and then with COVID, the population's dropped, and we've got more seats than we need now.
Oh, wow.
So Nick Wakeling is gone. We have 51% counted, and look at his two-party pro, 43.
15% drop in the vote. Where's it all gone?
Okay, so 15 down, so a bit to Family First.
Freedom.
So Bayswater.
Where else?
Bayswater.
Where else?
The Labor deal, but then where are all those preferences going? Because though you've got the Labor DLP, the Freedom Party, Family First, legalise cannabis.
Yeah.
I mean, they're probably two small difference.
Hey man, California, man.
But where's
legalise
the 15...
it and then tax it? You know, the big problem in California at the moment with the cannabis stuff is the complaint by the cannabis growing community or businesses, very big businesses, about the tax that's now being imposed on them.
Let me go to, so that's Bayswater. You're about to get a Labor MP. Brighton, which is a pretty greeny seat. This is, Beck Juddtown, Brighton.
Brighton.
Right. Yeah,
Brighton was one of those that had a viable independent, ex-Liberal person. Yes.
James. Yeah. Well, I was going to say that James Newbury is not well loved within the party, but
why? I don't know him.
Oh, he's very wet Liberal, that's all, and that's fine. Okay. We're about to see why he's so successful, but he's very.
I've got to say, if you see that Tasmania is Liberal,
Yeah.
but they eventually gave up and became more green and more wet than the wets.
And it works.
And it works, and they're in, and reflecting the the Conservatives in the Liberal Party in Tasmania have been pushed out, and they're holding government. So maybe it's the white flag needs to be waved.
James Newbury is going to be the next leader of the opposition. Just as an aside, Kate Lardner has looks like she's won, and I think she was the one that got COVID, and she had to isolate. I think she's on a laptop saying how amazing is that she went. Anyway, not that interesting. We won't cross to that. Hey, James Newbury here. So he has gone up. So Liberals have been losing votes. He's up by 1.1%.
Just goes to show you.
Right?
Go green.
Yep.
Go woke.
Yep. And he's in the right area for it. There's that. There's Labor's down 8. Greens are down 2. Right? Felicity. No, what did you say about Felicity? Where is she coming from?
She's ex-Liberal.
Just scroll down here.
And that's really quite interesting the way the
Felicity.
if you go down.
So here she is.
Yes.
Yes. 30 macroeconomics. She defeated contesting Liberal previously. Yes, she was a Liberal.
Yes, she is.
Former mayor. Okay, so going up back to the numbers. So she has taken 10% of the vote away from the Liberal, and yet the Liberals are up. Like, this is huge.
But that's this is extremely unusual.
Very.
And a candidate who finishes number 4 in first preferences almost never ends up in the final count. So this is unheard of, really. If it actually does fall that way.
This is Liberal versus Liberal wet versus Liberal wet.
That's right. Well, I don't know if she's a wet, but what it looks like is that Labor and Greens preferences have strongly flown her way, and which is
interesting. Because they're trying to get out James. I don't know.
Yeah.
But this is the model of how to win Liberals. So this goes against what our friend Gideon was saying.
Yeah.
Do this to win.
Yeah.
I suspect this is what the Liberals will
do.
It'll work in some seats and not others. Well, it may well be the way to beat seats that have tended towards the Teals, for example, in the federal elections and
Brighton does, yes.
Yeah, there you go.
You know what was so brilliant about the Teals? They only ever talked in sound bites. They never allowed a discussion to get down to specific policies or economics or anything like that.
One time it slipped and it did not go well.
And every answer to every question, brilliantly done, every answer to every question was a reference back to a soundbite, and basically we all love each other and we hug.
It works.
It works. It's great.
Monique Ryan agreed to come on our show and then she backtracked. So she does.
I can't understand why.
No, well, she knew who we were when she accepted. All right. Oh my goodness, it's been months since I've had chocolate sugar.
I've just suddenly seen what you're having.
Oh yeah, look, I've got 2 flavours. Turkish Delight and Pistachio, which is what I'm having. That's strawberry and honeycomb.
I don't touch any of that without coffee.
We can make a coffee for you.
Yeah,
EJ will make one for you.
Yeah.
All right, please make a coffee for, how do you like it? Milk? Sugar?
White, no sugar.
White, no sugar coffee for Ken, please. All right, let's look at Paul Worth. Paul Worth is Richard Reardon. And something interesting going on down there I need to check out.
That was a marginal Liberal seat. What's happened there? It's
losing.
It's flipped.
It's flipped. Last time we looked at this, it's just updated everyone.
It was the other way around.
56%
Was it not?
Richard Reardon is a solid local member. He was going to get in,
Yeah.
It's flipped. So we've counted how many? 56.
But that's just a projection, though. If you scroll down.
So you're saying though that the pre-polls won't have been counted yet?
No, they won't happen.
Tomorrow
Probably, or starting from tomorrow. I don't know how.
Still, this is odd. Richard Reardon, if anyone was going to stay in, look at that. 39, lost minus 6. Okay, so it's all the preferences that are killing him.
Oh wow, yeah. But yeah, I guess you see you can see what the answer is there. I mean, the Greens' primary vote is so high, and it's only flowing one way, isn't it?
This is Paul Worth though. Why is the Greens so high? Look, let me show where it is. See that?
Oh right, yeah.
The Greens are the big winners of this election.
How interesting. Such a strange area to be, but then maybe
look,
that's
lib.
Yep.
Now green.
Well,
not green, sorry.
18% green, but that's a lot actually.
That will be huge if that flips red. After this, you think the takeaway from the Libs is going to be to go wet? I think.
Oh my goodness!
What? Why do you not like that option?
Well,
I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all.
You're not going to get in. You're not going to win government if you don't reflect what the people are thinking.
And clearly, they're
and
thinking
if the people are thinking something different to what you're thinking, well, it's either close down and good night nurse and hand it over to the other side, or change.
Are we seeing a pattern, gentlemen? Are we seeing a pattern of Australia going left? We've been talking about this since the federal election.
What do you mean going left? I think you can talk about that as past tense, yes.
It is happening, right?
No, I don't.
What do you mean, no?
No, I don't think so. Because firstly, I don't see the ALP as being on the left as such. I see the ALP as a party that started off on the left and has over the years moved pretty much to the centre and sits pretty much right in the middle of Victoria. Maybe not in Victoria, maybe not in Victoria, particularly the types of policies that they pursue here. But does that indicate to us that Australia as a whole is moving towards the left? I don't think so. I think there are certain policies and ideas that have been popularised primarily by the left, and not just in Australia, globally, worldwide, that have somehow been taken on by these parties that have themselves moved to the centre with regard to most of their other policies, but are still happy to selectively take some of these policies and ideas on from the global leftist movement, if you like. But in my view, that doesn't necessarily mean a move to the left.
Have a look at Germany. With their crisis they've now got, it's a Green coalition government, which is now moving decidedly anti-green. Because they have to supply electricity at a reasonable price, or they have to be able to supply electricity.
Restart the nuclear reactors.
So the green agenda in Germany has just gone collapsed. But look at what's happening in WA. The dominance of the Labor Party in WA is built around the Premier. Very middle of the ground. The Liberal Party were managerially inept for the two elections beforehand, just appallingly bad. And there they've got a very centre party in the Labor Party in WA. And they're dominant, completely dominant. You've got the same in South Australia. The very centre, economic centre, rationalist, sensible power, etc., etc. The trend line in Victoria is completely different. Because you look at what's occurred here is that Dan has destroyed intentionally the right wing of the Labor Party in Victoria. Completely destroyed it and annihilated it.
That's significant, yeah.
And
what does that mean?
He's shifted the whole Labor Party right over to the left.
Successfully.
And it's, again, this is not to sort of be a left-right basher because people don't relate to that, but Dan is clearly, he says he's a socialist. He comes from the socialist left and he's pursuing a socialist view of life and a socialist policy. The playbook is right out of Xi Jinping, and the whole gameplay that he runs is that of Xi Jinping, and he's been extremely successful with it. So this reprivatisation and bringing back the SEC, socialism.
That's going to happen. I can't believe it.
You know,
that's disastrous.
And so you know, maybe you'll pull it off and be successful and all the rest. But all I can see, the consequence of all of that is just going to be massive escalation in the price of power in Victoria and a decimation of the manufacturing sector in Victoria. But it's the vision he's got. But the clearest indicator that Victoria Labor is completely different from the rest of the country is the way Dan has destroyed the right wing of, or the right wing in the Labor Party in Victoria, like the religious, the DLP type thing, destroyed the AWU's influence. The Australian Workers' Union, the CFMEU, ETU, and so on and so forth are all the dominant ones. And so Victoria's quite different, Labor, from the rest of the country. Quite different.
So let's talk about recriminations there. So the leaks that I've been getting were from the right faction of the Labor Party, and they were happy that they were seeing signs that Daniel might be finished. That was completely wrong, obviously. Daniel was doing very well. What happens to that angst and anger and those knives that were out ready for Dan? What do they all just sheath and shut up now?
Well, I expected, which is not coming true, I expected that part of the reason that we'd see a shift, or should have seen a shift against Labor in Victoria, is that the disaffected right and the excluded right of the Labor Party would have had the knives out and really gone for him.
They didn't. I don't know how to tell.
So that dynamic, I don't know. So inside each of the party, every political party is a series of parties within the party.
Yes.
And so they haven't eaten themselves. And I think you just have to come back to and say Dan is just a masterful politician.
I think he's a horrible person, but yeah, sure, masterful politician.
But as Xi Jinping is clearly a masterful politician.
Yes. These right factions in the Labor Party, what do they do though now? Then people think that Labor's all just happy. No, they're internally warring as the...
That's one of the reasons we've seen the DLP.
Yes, that's right, that's rising. Yeah.
That's one of the reasons that we've seen that. I don't know where they're going to go. They're probably most of them retiring on their pensions, their parliamentary pensions.
They're the ones that talk to me.
But you've said it. You know, he's largely destroyed the right faction. So they're pretty much all they can do at the moment is go to the ground and bide their time and you know wait for their turn. Hopefully, once he's completed his turn, and they were hoping that this cycle was it. In that if he lost in Mulgrave, there could have been some sort of retribution and perhaps a change within. But it looks like that's going to be delayed for at least one more cycle.
Dang could be the next Henry Bolte.
What does that mean? What does the next Henry Bolte mean?
Well, somebody who was in power for, what was Henry in power for 21 years?
Oh, okay, all right. So well, I think your coffee's, or is that your coffee?
Might be my coffee.
She might be bringing your coffee. Yeah, have you got a coffee? Yeah, look, you got a coffee.
Genius.
Enjoy that. Okay, so when you think of, you said the next, you said it, next term, for another term. Yeah, next cycle.
Thanks very much.
Will that even eventuate? Because the way it's looking for me is that there is a trend line in Australia. I know you just said we're not actually going left, but in terms of the style of politics, it's no longer this kind of conservative, like what Gideon was saying, conservative versus more progressive or whatever. Now it seems to be shifting where the Liberals are going to morph into more like the Brighton, James Newbury style thing. Are you sure, is there going to be a pendulum swing back after the next cycle, or are we just heading more down? Dan would claim he's centrist. I don't think he is.
No, definitely not.
But he would claim that, right? But maybe he's right. Maybe he's right. At least in this context, he is centrist because he's garnering all of this wins.
He's created a new centre.
He has, and we need the Overton window in a way. This just leaves us all stuck on the right. Those of us who supported like Occupy Wall Street are now right wingers. Those who support Julian Assange are now right wingers.
Well, a lot of things have gone topsy-turvy over the last 2.5 years with regard to what's to be considered right and what's to be considered left. And in fact, we might even look back at those 2.5 years, starting from the beginning of the pandemic to the present, and really ask that question: does it even make sense to talk about right and left in the traditional sense anymore? Because a lot of the things that we expected or we grew up seeing the left stand up for, the left chose not to stand up for over the last 2.5 years. So what does that say about our understanding of what is right and what is left? I think globally politics have moved to a different place, and increasingly I think the conflict, if there is going to be a conflict, because I don't really like looking at things in a binary way, but if there is going to be a conflict, increasingly it is going to be more between libertarians and authoritarians, and that's what we have seen, and those categories exist on both sides of the aisle.
All right.
And by any measure, what we've seen here, assuming this trend continues, Dan is an authoritarian.
Yes,
he certainly
is
is.
one. You know, one of the biggest factors in this, however, still comes into which is the change around all of this, is the superannuation funds. Effectively, what has happened is the socialists have become the capitalists. They've taken over capitalism in Australia anyway.
Yeah, well, certainly in Victoria. Yeah.
Well, really Australia-wide.
Okay.
Because the superannuation funds, essentially controlled by the union movement in cooperation or in partnership with the big industry associations, they are dominant in the shareholdership of some of the largest corporations in Australia, and they direct who gets to be board members and so on and so forth. So really, the socialists have become the capitalists. They've captured capitalism for their own purposes. I'm not a capitalist, I'm a free marketeer, and that's what small business is all about. So one of the biggest shifts that we've seen is this socialism and capitalism have merged together, and the thing that unites them is a love of authoritarianism, a detestation of competition. And it's, particularly successful.
Is this representative of a broader society-wide detestation of competition? That's what I'm detecting in the culture wars.
One of the great things about competition is that everybody wants the ability to compete against someone else, but if they get a position in the market, they want to kill off the competition against them. Taxis versus Uber, straight out example. Always look for self-interest, and if you've got a position in the marketplace, I used to have shops in the dark old days when I was in the retail sector, and the last thing I ever wanted was, I wanted to be able to get into the marketplace, but I hated another competitor coming in. It's natural human behaviour.
Of course. Okay, so
you owe me some of those.
Yeah, what do you want? So pistachio and Turkish or strawberry honeycomb? Yes, it's very good. All right, so updating you on seats, everyone. So we're at 51 projected with ALP, 45 to win. Rowan's trying to call me. He's probably trying to bring Ian Cook in. I'm on the air, buddy. 24 to LNP. So some of these, we'll just go through a couple more seats that you may not have seen. So let's have a look at, I wanted to show you Dandenong. So Dandenong you would expect to stay with Labor.
Yes.
And of course it has, there you go. And it's had a 10% swing away from Labor, and that's gone into Family First. That surprised me because I thought the Muslim vote wouldn't go to Family First, even though it's more conservative.
There's, if I a major swing against Labor, a 10% swing against Labor, but in seats where...
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Because look how she'll retain that seat. Look at that, 67.5. It really didn't matter.
I mean, that was a very safe seat anyway. So 20+%. So it was not really going to swing any other way.
Feel free if you want to look at any particular seats, but I'll going to look at one down here. Where was it? Okay, what does Ivanhoe usually do? It's ALP, I think. Yes, ALP has had -3. Bit of greens. That's what you'd expect. It's pretty boring.
See, if you look at seats like Ivanhoe or Williamstown, these are very they're almost inner city now with the way Melbourne has grown.
Yeah.
But quite affluent suburbs.
Yes.
Yet still voting
Labor.
Yeah, Labor. And that's hasn't changed.
And the Greens are not picking up huge amounts in there. Okay.
Not as much as you think, yeah.
But I want to show you down in the southeast, Cranbourne and that kind of area. Where are we at? C. All right. So Cranbourne's not Cranbourne. What's the Narre-Warren? That's right.
Narre-Warren. There's two of those.
No, north and south.
North and south. Both very safe ALP. So what's happening with them?
Okay, Narre-Warren north. So that's easy. That's easy. Hardly moved for Labor.
Dropped a tiny bit, but not a lot.
Libs took a beating because they don't. That's clearly saying Libs, we don't believe you stand for what you stand for, and they've gone to the Freedom and Family First and so on. Narre-Warren South is Gary Mass. Okay, didn't take much at all. Liberal.
It's quite interesting, Matt, because as I was going around the 4 seats in my region today, Broadmeadows, Brunswick, Pascoe Vale, and and Essendon. One thing I noticed was every single one of those seats had a Family First candidate, but no one handing out any how to vote cards, and no one sort of present at the booths.
No, and yet they're picking up a lot of votes.
And they're picking up a lot of votes.
That's Broadmeadows, yeah.
That is, right across. I think they're running, not in every single seat, but out of the 88 seats, I think they would have been running in at least 80 or 81.
So how is that, what is going on there? Is that just brand and values winning the day?
Have a look at the Socialists' vote. It's bigger than
huge.
the Greens.
And which seat is this again?
Yeah,
Is this
Broadmeadows. Yeah.
Yeah, that is that's quite big actually. I mean, Victorian Socialists have always had a bit of a base up in Broadmeadows, and remember that Broadmeadows boundaries have changed. Broadmeadows has now incorporated Glenroy, so most of Glenroy, you see, Glenroy and Oak Park is now part of Broadmeadows, whereas it used to be Glenroy and Oak Park was part of Pascoe Vale, and Pascoe Vale has now got Coburg, which the Coburg seat no longer exists.
Yeah.
So Pascoe Vale has given up Glenroy and Oak Park to Broadmeadows and instead gained Coburg.
Yeah. So it's moved south more towards where you get the Victorian Socialist Party.
That's right. Which is why that explains why the vote has gone up.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And. So I'm just interested how Family First has not had many volunteers on booths around the place, but are picking up so much, and people are just voting for them.
Well, what it shows, I think, is there's obviously there has been a conservative backlash against the Liberals. I think that's what it shows.
That's really what's going on.
Because there is name recognition there. So even with no one at the booths and no how to vote cards, no nothing, there's obviously a certain profile of conservative voter that just wasn't happy with the Liberals' performance and was looking for a new home. And this name, it resonates. We'll go for it. I think that's what's happened.
I would agree with that analysis. So Michael O'Brien, the former Liberal leader, and beginning of saying he should go again. Here we go. He's done okay. Like he's minimised the damage, still going to win his seat on a 25% already counted. He's sitting pretty.
What was he before?
That's
he was on
Malvern. He was.
Malvern. It was a safe seat anyway.
It was.
Well, it's become marginal, hasn't it? It's just under 6%. So under. So theoretically marginal. If it stays this way, it's become marginal. So next time I think it's possibly one to watch.
I think we have an identity crisis probably forming right now in the Liberal Party. I mean, they would be having a horrific night right now, wouldn't they? What can I just for a second
have a look at Mildura?
Oh, okay. There was an independent there, wasn't there?
Yep. Copper.
And she might have been losing to look at that. That's taking it. So how much is counted? 35 counted.
Last time, who had come second last time? They was it against a national candidate? Possibly. Yes, it was actually.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
The Nationals have taken it back.
They've just taken it back. Yeah.
Because there's the history
there you go,
of it.
National.
Yeah.
2014.
Mildura. Okay, so there has been a very interesting kind of. We'll go to comments. So, team, get ready to show us what the people are thinking. I'm stunned. I'm stunned by all the issues we've talked about. We haven't really talked about lockdowns and the things that you started to mention about. You said in the last 2 years, the left haven't stood up what they traditionally stand up for.
Civil rights and liberties.
Yes.
To begin with, but yes.
Yes. The underdog in general, or just what you said, authoritarian versus
freedom from state-sanctioned violence. I mean, I think it's a big one.
Yeah. So I'm just surprised by that this election doesn't seem to be a referendum. Like Dan didn't run on, I did the right thing, I kept you safe. He avoided that, right? The Liberals didn't really run on it either. It was a little bit, we won't do lockdowns again, but it was more on we'll fix the ambulance crisis and Labor sucks. So this was not really a referendum on the pandemic handling. That's kind of like in the past. Let's forget about it. It's done. It's finished. And all the things we're talking about, running roughshod over people's rights, I don't feel like we haven't really made a decision.
No, and the two parties, as you said, they didn't really make it about that. And I guess then the question is, has there been a has there been a reflection of people's feelings about the lockdowns in the votes? There seems to have been, yes. But that seems to have affected, strangely enough, that seems to have affected the Liberals worse than Labor. If you look at the votes that have flown to Family First Victoria and Freedom Party of Victoria in certain seats, where those candidates have stood, those votes have come off the Liberals, whereas Labor doesn't really seem to have lost votes to parties that have stood up.
So does that tell you that, am I right in thinking it just hasn't been considered in this election? It seems like we're not talking about that, we're not having a referendum on that at all. This is not a win for the Freedom saying you screwed us, and this is not a win for Dan saying I kept you safe. That's not the question that seems to be being answered here.
Well, it just looks like Labor has largely been spared the question being asked of them.
And look, he was running away from it. Liberals were refusing to ask it. They've given him a gift.
They have, yes.
Here's a question. Will Matthew Guy resign and who will lead the party? 100% he will resign. He has to. So he's led them to two
defeats. Yeah.
2 defeats. So he's gone. Yeah. Who will replace him? Surely not Michael O'Brien. They just rolled in.
No, that
it'll be a new blood.
Look, if they know what's good for them, and if they want to be competitive next time, I think they'd be better looking at potentially a woman.
Georgie Crozier? Oh, she's in the wrong house. Okay. What women have we got in the Lower House? I don't know them.
We'd have to look at who's actually made it into Parliament this time around. And, because they haven't really given women a fair chance in terms of leadership positions in the past, and I think, but to be fair, neither really has Labor. They've got the deputy premier who's a woman, but that was contentious because obviously coming from the same faction as the premier himself and so on.
Yeah, that's weird.
That was weird.
But that's what Ken was saying, destroying the right faction of the Labor Party, just cementing
because
just
it was unheard of. The intra-party sort of arrangement was that the premier would be from one faction and the deputy would be from the other, and that's still being observed in the federal version.
Yes, but you see, his authoritarianism is not just against the Liberals or the Freedom people. He's doing it within his own party. He's just running roughshod over everyone, everywhere, all the time. It's who he is. He's very good at it. Hey, so Mulgrave, informal votes. So let's go to Mulgrave. Let's have a look and see if 7.4% is high or low or what. How do we get there? Let's see if they've updated the count. So Mulgrave is 12 minutes ago, 8.7. It just doesn't move. It was 7.5, 7.5, and then went to 8.7. It hasn't moved.
Could it be that
8 of 22
they're showing Liberal.
What?
No, that's just the two.
That's two-party. Yeah. What? What's the problem?
But they're not even showing Ian Cook there.
Preference estimates.
Because they're showing the preferences. That doesn't make sense. The Liberals' preferences are all going to Ian.
Okay. So you think they've screwed up?
That doesn't make sense.
Okay, we'll give it time because only 8%
so
has been counted.
Looking at the
I'll look at informal. I'll look for that. Informal votes, 7.4%. Is that?
I think it's a new party.
What?
I think it's a new party. The informal party.
Okay.
Are you looking at that because it's higher than the other seats?
I'm checking another seat, a random seat. This is Mill Park. Informal is
5.7.
5.7.
It's not unusual.
It's not unusual.
Right.
Okay.
It's generally around the 3-4% mark, I think.
2.9 in Melbourne.
This is lower, yeah.
That was inner city. And it go out like Narre Warren.
So does that mean
8.4?
That's high. Which seat is this?
Narre Warren North.
Narre Warren North. I understand.
And then out in the country.
And strangely enough, those are seats where
4.8.
See those ones that where the percentages were in the 7s and 8s.
Yeah.
They're all
9.
And this is also an ALP held seat, right?
Holy cow! A bunch of dicks being drawn.
So a whole lot of people who are probably Labor voters cannot bring themselves to vote for anyone else, but they'll.
Do you think that's what it is?
Well, it seems that way.
I've often thought. I don't think there's ever been a serious discussion in Australia about the informal votes, and my gut. There's never been any research on it or understanding around it, but my gut tells me that it's very much a reflection of the compulsory voting system. Where you have a percentage of people go in and look. I have to vote. I don't want to. and they just go.
Can I just point out?
I suspect.
Yes,
I don't know.
if that's true, I've just quickly, as you're talking, I've scrolled through like Liberal seats in the suburbs like Warrandyte, then I'll scroll through inner city suburbs, and then I scroll through where you're talking about the Labor, the Point Cook and Broady and so on. And it's all the Labor outer suburbs, not the Warrandytes and Knox and all that. It's the Labor outer suburbs that have the very, very high informals like this. So your theory that the informal votes are Labor people, or is it your theory, can't bring themselves to vote Labor, that seems to hold water. The Liberal seats in the outer rings are not voting high informal.
Interesting that.
You know, the votes that we really, I don't think, can any longer ignore is what's happening with the socialists.
Yeah, that's
they're
rising.
Scoring very strongly, and in some respects, the socialists are a derivation of the Greens. And also the other one that I don't think you can ignore is the.
We need to take James Molina.
Was it the Animal Justice Party as well?
This is James Molina. Let's hear what he has to say.
I never experienced.
He's retiring.
Some of those criticisms that you just referenced, Ben. You know, control, bullying. That's just not my personal experience within the government.
What's the third term going to achieve? What will it be remembered for?
Well, this is, I think, the difference ultimately between the two major parties. We put a positive vision forward about the things that do matter to Victorians: health, education, transport infrastructure, creating jobs, action on climate change, renewable energy. The thing that resonated so clearly during the campaign was the commitment to government-owned renewable energy, bringing the SEC back. And the commitment in regards to the suburban rail loop. You know, you got the Liberal Party committing to trash the suburban rail loop.
See how they're not talking about the things we talked about, like the lockdowns and whatever? They're just talking about where else.
Well, there's nothing in it for them, is there?
Exactly.
There's nothing in it for them. And it's worked. You know, it's just ignoring it has worked.
A situation where debt is going to be a massive issue. Would have been no matter who took office in
Debt
Victoria.
question.
What's going to happen with that? How does Labor control that when it is going to, as we know, within 4 years, be more than the other eastern states combined?
Well, Ben, the first step to stabilise debt is to get the budget back into surplus. And that's exactly what we're going to do by the 25-26 financial year.
When are the? I want to hear some blue people talking. All right, let's get rid of him. Saying the usual Labor talking points. We'll go back to some questions, but can I just say, somebody has said time to prepare because some of you don't like the way the state is going, and you should. Like, I bought chickens. If you haven't bought chickens, that's a great way to kind of isolate yourself from the supply chain shortage and so on. But in terms of like homeschooling, that's definitely going to take off. And we are actually running a town hall before the end of the year, online and then in person. So online we'll be speaking with someone who's talking about living, not off the grid, but self-reliant living, building farms and being able to survive on your land in a reliant way in communities. So make sure you subscribe to our email list. That's where we'll announce that. So go to discernible.io, scroll down and click on subscribe to our email list, and we will let you know when that town hall is coming. Let's go to some questions. Tanika Block, we have to remember people who would vote for freedom parties, conservative parties, are probably only 10 to 15% of the Victorian electorate.
Yeah, I think she's correct.
She's correct.
Yeah.
I don't honestly know why people vote DA except to get free stuff. Yeah, absolutely, Tanika. Not much to say. Well done. Can you ask Ken about informal? Yeah, already done that. Timothy Lee.
Yep.
Give us some more questions. I'm looking forward to these town halls on sustainable living. Surely we need to wait for like 50% of the votes to be counting Mulgrave before it can be called either way. Stephanie, yeah, I think way more than what it is now. Like it's 8.7% counted now, which is so low.
It's just a drop in the ocean at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sorry that we haven't been able to give you a better update on Mulgrave. It's just not coming in. The other seats are decent. Victorians appear to love the government telling them how to live. Absolutely, for the health and safety, of course. Juliana, yes. Look, thank goodness you found your tribe and 1,000 people watching with us. Hopefully the upper house is hostile to the ALP. All right, upper house, guys. When do we, you will be, right? When do we get upper house results?
Certainly not tonight. It will take at least a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
What the weeks? I thought you were going to say a few days.
No. It takes a long time for them to actually count. On the night, I think all they do The instructions that the polling stations are given with regard to the upper house is that they only count, so they do 3 piles and they look at above the line, so they don't look at below the line. So above the line ones, they do 3 piles, the ones that have number 1 Liberal, the ones that have number 1 Labor, and then the ones that have number 1 something else. So that they have 3 piles, and they just do that. Yeah. They just pile them up, and then the actual count happens over days and weeks.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so we don't know for a very long time what's happening in the upper house.
Wow. What time do you think we'll actually get some speeches from Matthew Guy and Daniel Andrews tonight? Well, it's 10:30. Are we going to see them?
Probably not far away now.
Yeah, I'm thinking we'll hear it very soon. Haven't seen anyone important pop up yet, even like a Georgie Crozier or anything.
What's he talking about?
Well, all right. What else are you people saying? Everyone who says they were happy with the lockdowns because it protected the community now shaming part of the community who were destroyed. That's true. By bragging about this result. Yes, absolutely there will be. I haven't checked my Twitter feed yet, but I'm sure they are destroying me.
Twitter is the worst place for this sort of stuff. Yes.
Yeah, it is. But I'm sure they're destroying me everywhere. All this election proves is how self-serving everyone is. Are we being too jaded because I tend to agree with Nick here, but is it too jaded to say that, Ken, I just feel like it's every man for himself right now. I'm tempted to just go and get a government job. Do whatever they say, whatever it takes. Pay me my average government wage of $140,000 a year to be a bookkeeper or something in some department somewhere.
140,000 a year.
Park your brain at the door as well.
Not enough. What?
Park your brain at the door.
Park my brain. Well, it's just like if you can't beat them, join them, you know?
Don't think too much.
A bit of that. Well, look, no, seriously, we're not going anywhere. As I said before the election, Discernable will be here, so at least you have a tribe. We clearly need to do more events. We need to do more things to make sure that you're not feeling too alone. How can Dan give a speech at 8.7% counted? Yeah, Tech 49, good point. Good point. He can't. He can't. We're not giving up, Chinaska, Anne. We're not giving up. Don't worry about that.
Well, if it was somebody else, he might have. But because everything's about him, and of course, if he doesn't get in, it's a disaster, regardless of what the party achieves. Then yes, it makes sense.
Somewhat, Sally says Matt wouldn't do a government job. I used to work for Yamaha, and it was cushy as high wage, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And you just fly around, stay in 5-star hotels and have meetings, and I got so depressed. It's not funny. I quit. Once my happiest job. You know how much I earned in my happiest job? This is like 2016. 34 grand a year, I think it was. Like average wage was 55. It was 65 or something. 34 grand a year was my happiest job in the world. Now that you're rich, were you happier when you were poor, or you like it now that you're rich as a migration agent? I know how much you guys earn.
Oh, do you? Really?
I was a migration agent.
Yeah, but things have. Yeah,
but you're a good one. If you're a good one, you get heaps of business. You fling those visa apps out the door.
I think there's a small sort of cohort of migration agents that probably fit that bill, but
not most of us.
No, not most people.
All right, what have you got? Anything else, people, or we will move on to some more seats? Yes, you are waiting on Mulgrave. Labor might win, but Dan can still lose. Look, I'll just jump back into Mulgrave. Where is it? Oh, hang on. This is the overall seats. That hasn't really changed. That's quite boring. Let's go into Mulgrave. Any seats in particular you want to look at, gentlemen? Same, 8.7% counted. Nothing's changing.
Isn't that weird?
If we go to any other seat, I mean, Morwell's probably not 50% counted.
So for the Teals, only Mornington has come through, or not even Mornington.
Mornington, 50. Yeah, no, that looks like it.
So why don't they have one independent in the total list on the main page? They have nothing. They have 0, right?
On the main, this page.
Well, the page that you were looking at before.
Sorry, this one.
Yeah. See, they have 0. Shouldn't that be 1?
Yes, what in the world is going on at Mulgrave? We're only still showing 8.7% of the vote counted.
Well, compared to others, yeah, it just doesn't make sense.
Quite weird.
I'm shocked by that. Hey,
have a look at some country seats.
Yeah, like
regionals,
like
Ballarat, Bendigo.
Ballarat. Okay, all right. Have we looked at Ballarat yet? What? Where is it?
Bendigo. There's Bendigo East and Bendigo West.
There's Bendigo, and then Eureka covers some of those.
Right, there you go. Libs pick up. Jacinda Allen drops a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
One Nation's picking up there.
It's one of the very few seats, actually, that where One Nation has run.
Yeah.
And 6.8% for where it's given that they haven't run very...
I told you,
many seats is quite big.
Animal Justice Party is locking in as a permanent
I've noticed
feature right across the board.
Yeah.
One thing that's interesting about Animal Justice Party is that they have run in every single of the 88
they've got
seats.
very solid, committed people on the ground, and they run on a platform of I think it's something along the lines of Pets, Compassion, Planet, or something like that. Their slogan.
Wow, hug a tree, hug a pet, be friendly.
Yeah, but no, they're quite genuine about it.
Yeah, fine.
And quite into it. You know, that along with socialists, because I think we're beginning to see socialists, the Socialist Party, which is quite extraordinary, locking in as a feature.
Yeah.
And I think the way it's going, some of those seats where they've done quite well comparatively, they're doing better than Family First and so on and so forth in seats that I wouldn't have expected them to even be running in.
Yes, but I guess the big difference is Family First nearly contested almost every seat, or 80, 81 out of the 88
What I'm
seats.
saying is there's a trend line here with the socialists.
In the seats where they did run, I mean, they didn't run everywhere.
And watch them grow.
Well, that means moving to regions where they have had zero penetration in the past. So whether they'll be able to pull that off, that remains to be seen, because it's not been tried before.
There's a trend line there, though, which is consistent with what we see with what Dan Andrews is appealing to, and quite open about it being this socialism and what he believes in. There was a stage where I thought the issue of left versus right was irrelevant in Australian politics now, other than for political junkies. But what we're seeing, it's not. It's coming back into a mainstream in a different way. It's not sort of we had the Cold War period where it was all about death and destruction versus one and the other. But we're seeing serious intellectual and political commitments to people to say, I'm a socialist and I'm going to stand for a socialist party and I'm going to be a socialist.
Yeah.
That's a shift.
Yeah.
And they're doing better, and this is where they stand, than Family First.
Yes, in those seats. Well, remember that those seats are traditionally left voting seats anyway. Broadmeadows and the ones that we've looked at.
Yeah, there were some other seats there though, which surprised me where they're popping up.
Well, yeah, they could be.
This is part of the shift that we're seeing in the political beliefs of the Victorian population.
My advice for Christmas last year was, hey, the next year will be 2022 will be darker than 2021, but don't worry, just find the lights that you want to hang around and hang around the lights. I think that's exactly how we're ending 2022 for many of you who don't like this result.
But you've got to remember, you can get really good Christmas lights these days that are powered by solar.
I meant figurative lights, like the people following Discernible. So look, I need to go to the toilet, so we'll take a 2-minute break. But before we do that, here's an ad, because this is a gift box for Christmas. Some of that lights I was talking about, I've distilled the best 30 conversations that we've had in a beautiful gift box. Buy it at teamhuman.au. I just held one up earlier. It's this beautiful, stunning gift box. It's really nice. Anyway, in here is some of those lights I was telling you about. Just being able to find some, I don't know, it was like a water in the desert. Are you feeling a bit parched, people, by the socialism slowly surrounding you in the state of Victoria? Okay, so we'll see you back again soon. But during this ad break, I would love to show you a little donkey joke. You'll love this joke from someone I interviewed called Bezard. Anyway, see you in a couple of minutes. There's also images, as I said, windmills, unions, and of course, Daniel.
I think that we have come to a point where people that we call experts mimic what the position of priests were, let's say, in medieval Europe. They speak to us in a language that we are not supposed to understand. We're supposed to do exactly what they say, you know. And they, in reality, they serve the state. So,
I didn't even realize, because I've been thinking about this religious analogy, but people might not understand back in the day, before the printing press and so on, it was the priests could read the Bible or whatever the texts were in Latin and so on, but you couldn't. And we'll tell you what it says, trust us. But that's exactly what they're doing to us now. Are you an epidemiologist? You can't read the data, just listen to the experts.
That's right. That's right. Exactly. And, you know, like from in my background, from Afghanistan, and the region, the wider region there, we have a set of jokes.
Yes.
And these jokes are meant to actually impart philosophical ideas to people.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them is that someone comes along to their neighbor's house and asks to borrow the donkey and says, "Hey, can I borrow your donkey?"
Yeah.
And the person doesn't want to lend their donkey to the neighbor. So he lies and he says, "Oh, the donkey's not home. I already gave it to someone else." And in this exact moment, the donkey makes a noise from the back of the house.
I like it.
So the neighbor kind of looks puzzled. And the man says, "Look, we've been neighbors for like 10 years. Who are you going to believe, me or the donkey?"
This is like what we're going through. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, don't believe your ears, don't believe your eyes, don't believe your senses, don't believe your common sense. Believe the experts.
That's a very good joke. You wouldn't have heard the joke, Anka. I'll tell you, because you couldn't hear that, right? We're out there.
No.
So the story is a Middle East, right? Middle Eastern joke. A neighbor goes to borrow his neighbor's donkey. He says, "I need to borrow your donkey."
Okay.
The neighbor says, "Oh, no, I lent it to someone else. You can't borrow my donkey." We'll go to Matthew Guy in a moment.
I think I may have heard this one before, but go on. Yes.
And he says, "No, I've lent my donkey to someone else. It's not here." And then he says, well, as he says that, he hears this, this donkey sound coming out the back. And the neighbor looks at him square in the eye and said, "Look, are you going to believe me? You've known me for 20 years. Are you going to believe me or the donkey?" It's exactly what we're going through right now in the world today. All right, let's go to Matthew Guy, giving his what's probably going to be a concession speech. We'll stay live with you throughout so we can commentate.
Smile on his face.
It's so interesting to see if
This
he
will be
comes
very
back.
interesting to see what he apportions blame to. Like, he'll take responsibility, I'm sure, but he needs to explain why they lost.
Or will he defer that decision for another day?
He will definitely defer the decision for another
Thanks,
day.
guys. It's my very great pleasure.
Is that the
to
Nationals guy?
welcome Matthew and Renee here. You
I don't know who
could
that
not
is.
have found someone to work harder for this election, someone to put his heart and soul into it, and I thank you, Renee, and the boys for what you've put up with
Matthew
over
worked
the journey.
very, very hard.
Matthew's done a fantastic job leading us, please.
Really good. Didn't succeed.
It hasn't been the result we all had hoped for, but please welcome Matthew to the podium.
Okay, so this is the concession speech. Let's see if he does a statement.
Well, thanks, Walshy. Well, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, a short time ago I did ring Premier Daniel Andrews and offered the Liberal and National parties congratulations to him on his and the Labor Party's re-election to government tonight. On behalf of all Victorians, I think it's important now that post this election that we come together as Victorians knowing that the best of our state should be ahead of us, not behind us. It is, as Peter said, a disappointing night for all of us. But what we can see is that with a swing of around 4% to us and many pre-poll votes to come, we will finish, despite what many commentators say, we will finish with more seats in the Parliament in both the lower house and the upper house. There have been some truly tremendous swings to our side of politics in Melbourne's north and west. Swings above 15, approaching 20% in Melbourne's northern and western suburbs. And that alone, I just say, is a message that in this term of government, I hope that the Labor Party, who will form the government, will heed that message and will have a change in style, a change in attitude, a more approach focused more on uniting Victorians, not just dividing them, as has been the case. I hope and trust that the next term of office for the government will be a different one, because Victorians need to hear that. Folks, we do not shy away from the important messages we've raised in this last term around health and the state of our health system. And I want to particularly acknowledge here tonight the immense work of our Shadow Health Minister, Georgie Crozier. One of the reasons that we have obtained a swing which is more than halfway to government on paper is because of the work Georgie has done. And Georgie, can I put on behalf of the entire Liberal and National parties our appreciation for the work you have done over the last 4 years. Can I also just say, ladies and gentlemen, we respect the right of every Victorian to choose their government. We respect the right of Victorians to vote how they vote and respect the outcome of this election. We say to each and every Victorian, the choice you make is yours, and we respect that. We intend to, as you'd expect, hold the government in the next term to account for what they've committed and for the important issues that are raised on behalf of Victorians to them in the Parliament. But I just say this, I'm immensely proud of all of the Liberal and National Party candidates around the state. They've put in a tremendous effort. And where we've been around the state, whether it's in Shepparton, new seat for the Nats, Mildura, new seat for the Nats, a few there for the Nats, Morwell as well. But also places like Nepean with Sam Groth and right around the state where we've been. We can feel with Victorians those issues that they want us to raise. And I just want to say again, on behalf of the Liberal and National parties, thank you to all our candidates, to their volunteers, to their families for the work they've put in over the last, not just month, but the work they've put in before that as well. I know secretariats always get a bad rap in politics, but I want to put on record my deep appreciation to Sam and Brad and the team in our secretariat, and to Matt as well for the Nats. They've worked incredibly efficiently, particularly over the last month, and they deserve to have all thanks put on to them on record. So thank you guys, and thank you to our entire,
Okay, so that's the end of
our
Matthew
entire
Guy.
secretariat team and the work they have done. And finally, folks, can I just say to my beautiful wife,
we'll get rid of him.
And my boys at home, Joey,
They always
Sam
look
and Alex,
so
who've never
happy when they're
lived
doing
with
concession
me
speeches.
outside
Not happy,
politics,
but
they're home tonight. I hope they're
not
still up
crying.
on my
It's
elders.
an act, isn't it? Surely. They're still running on adrenaline.
For their great support, my parents, Vera, and
Better than crying.
I better say to my mum, I love you
So
very,
they're
very
saying
much.
that Andrews is going to have exactly the
To
same
all
majority
of
as he had
you
last
as
time.
well as a Liberal family,
Well,
and
with
to
5
all
Greens.
of the great support you've been
Even
during
though
this
they hate him, they'll
campaign.
still vote for him.
Folks, every election concludes itself, but there's another one to fight for as well. We've got a lot of work to do. We know that. But we also know that our time in the sun will come again. Thank you very much.
All right, there he is. We'll leave Matthew Guy there. And we will, how do I mute him? I'll just take out of my ear. All right, so that's gone. Welcome back, everyone. We are back with Slug Killer himself. Hello, Ian Cook. Welcome to the panel.
G'day. How are you, Matthew?
How are you doing? Are you okay?
I'm terrific. I'm a bit tired, I can tell you.
I can imagine you're tired, but you're not as downcast as I thought you might have been.
No, because look, this seat has got a long way to go. I'm not saying that I'm going to win it. I'm a realist, and it was going to be a tough ask, whatever. But the numbers that were shown initially, and there has been no more put up by the VEC, and yet our scrutineers have all come back.
What's going on with that? If I pull it up for you, this is Mulgrave. We've been watching you closely all night, and we couldn't understand why it was hung, the go slow. What's that about? Not the potential go slow.
Well, we've actually, so what we've done...
8.7% counted.
8.7% counted, correct. We've actually made, what do you call it? We've officially said that there needs to be a recount on Monday. And the reason for that is that, we've got all the numbers back from our scrutineers. In a number of booths, we've actually trounced the Liberals. It looks like we may very well have had enough votes to be the second. So what they did, the VEC told the booths, all the booths in Mulgrave, to count the votes on the basis of a Labor-Liberal tussle. So all other votes then had to be distributed on a preferential basis. Okay, so with that, what happened was, and then we go back and look at some of the booths we've got where we just said, hang on, these numbers don't make sense. And our scrutineers came back and said, yes, and like one booth, it was 200 and something votes. 77 of those votes, 200 votes to me, 77 of those votes had obviously been from Labor people who decided to vote for me, couldn't vote for Libs or let the preference go to Libs, so they put Daniel Andrews second. Now, if I'm out of the mix, what happens is those votes go directly to Andrews.
He gets pumped up.
Yeah, they inflate his vote.
This will, to be fair, we're not talking fraud. This will correct itself over time if they have enough, once they count it all.
Yeah, look, I'm not talking fraud or anything. There have been some, I think, and there's a lot of people talked about the irregularities just even in the draw. We had the two most senior Labor people in the state, both. So Palace was on a card of 15, Andrews had a card of 14, and I've done this job years ago, and we used to have a little barrel and you put 14 balls in with numbers on it. Well, they don't do that anymore.
What do they do?
They have an electronic random draw.
Yeah,
so you had Palace and Andrews were number one on both tickets. Now, the chances, talk to anyone who does permutations, combinations, etc., any of the chances of that happening are, oh look, yes,
remote but possible.
Remote but possible.
So can I ask? So with this, your vote, this is exactly what they do. This is normal, where they go Labor, Lib. You know, they do it as a shortcut. That's a shortcut way of giving us some kind of result on the night before they do their deep and meaningful count, right?
Yep.
So they're doing to you what's quite normal, right?
Yep.
It's just not very fair because it's not showing your true result.
Well, even at the 8.7% there, and they're showing this is, the Liberal vote as the second preference thing, but you're at 18.1% even on this.
Yeah.
That just doesn't make logical sense.
Of course not. And once they saw that, surely the returning officer should get back to the VEC because they got it. And interestingly enough, the VEC told us in a pre-meeting that they would be doing this and that they'd be using the media and other.
But surely that's not legitimate, because what they should be doing is saying, what happens with the vote?
So in the booths they should count it and say who's first, who's second. Okay, put
right. To receive an instruction to say that you.
But they didn't. What they got was a pre-printed sheet. The returning officers had nothing else to do. They said they had to follow what the VEC head office sent them.
I was in another seat today scrutineering.
Yep.
That was not happening in the seat where I was scrutineering.
Oh, what did they do?
Well, it was just, here are all the votes, how's it all playing out?
And they took the top two and then preferenced?
Yeah.
Well, no. We were told in the seat of Mulgrave, it was pre-printed, sent in by the VEC. And a couple of the returning officers said to our scrutineers, we can't do anything about this. They told us to do it this way.
Is this why it's stuck on the 8.7%?
Yeah. Well, because every single
the
one, we've
explanation.
contested it. Every booth, we've just contested the booth and said this is not on.
So when it says 8 of 22 centres reporting, we thought that was the smaller booths that have come in.
There's only so there was basically 20 booths that we had to cover today. There were a couple of shared ones on boundaries and 17 main ones.
So the smaller booths are coming in, but the bigger booths are not. But
No, that 8%, I don't know what that is.
But you're part of the reason why it's the go slow is because you're contesting and there's
Yeah, we
issues.
just said, yeah,
Okay.
they can't.
And so what are these numbers including pre-polls at all? Are they?
No, the pre-poll isn't. In fact, the whole election, I don't believe any pre-poll's been counted, has it?
I don't know how to tell. Anka, who is on the panel, said that it's going to be tomorrow.
Well, yeah. I mean, we were told by the guy at Mulgrave, the pre-poll, and I was there every day for the whole pre-poll.
Yep.
We were told that, off the top of my head, it was 15,000 something votes he's got there. You know, if they're counting that.
Out of how many? What's your electorate? Like 40,000?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, but there's also, because what there was is there's a bunch of pre-polls that were, that's just Mulgrave.
Yes.
But then a lot of people voted at the Glen Waverley one because it was right on the boundary. And then a lot of people voted, I say a lot, a few also voted in Clorinda, which is also right on the boundary because the boundary comes out to Westall Road now. So we've got to bring all those together. We're told it's over half, so it's going to be something like
over half.
You know where this is heading?
20,000 plus.
The seat of Mulgrave is going to be contested in the courts.
Well, it's, I don't know.
Only if it's close.
You know what, he may get over the line. We just know from our scrutineers that a lot of, that for a couple of the booths where they were actually looking at it, that was it. The other thing too, we spoke to a few scrutineers and said, so do you remember how many donkey votes? And they reckon the donkey vote could have been as high as 5%. And it basically, it counteracted the informal vote, which for some booths was, over 10%.
So donkey vote just helps Dan.
Whoever's number one gets the donkey vote.
Yeah.
And you know what? If it's as high as 5%, and it'd be interesting to know what it is, then what you have an election where being number one on the ticket was what was going to win it for you.
And that's normal. But
yeah, well, 5% for any Australian election is still a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, the donkey vote issues are normal, and you get the top, and thank you very much. But this comes back to the whole issue of the Trump thing, the election was stolen, etc., etc. When the selection is done through electronic random, you go, and I'm not accusing the EC of anything, but
no.
One of the beauties of our voting system is that it is still on paper.
Yeah, it's
you can see the vote.
If you
and having something like the selection of the thing of the position on the tape to do that through an ordinary lottery thing where you can physically see what's going on.
That was there. By the way, they had the equipment there, and because I spoke to him because Bernard, the bloke who was the manager for that electorate, a really nice guy, I sort of said, he said, oh no, we do it electronically now. That's only if there's a power failure. It's a shame we couldn't pull the plug because that should have happened. It was a long time ago. I was in my 20s when I did this.
Does that occur centrally or at each?
Centrally. No, he doesn't control it. It goes back into head office. And anybody who knows computers, with all due respect, you know what, how hard is it? It doesn't take a huge conspiracy or anything. It only takes one person who knows how to do the program. You make sure one has a result and the rest is random. And I'm not saying they did it. It just seems incredibly unlikely that the two most senior Labor people, that's what they got. Putting that to one side, we have this issue of them not doing what I thought they would do, and that is just count the primaries and then say, okay, now, if you do that across the whole electorate, you might have a booth that I win, therefore it's done to me. It makes it harder for what you're talking about because really you have to take all the votes as a totality. But if it's clear as you're going that a independent, whether it's me or anybody else, on the bigger booths has this, then you really have to look at it. Or declare it as, we can't do anything, we need to do a recount. What happens if the Green vote, now, what do they show the Green vote there at? 4.3%.
4.3.
Okay, it's very low numbers, but anyway, 4.3%. I can tell you there was not one Greens on any booth that any of our people saw today. know how to vote cards.
I'd have to say though that's, you know, we see that trend everywhere where there's a certain percentage of votes for a whole variety of parties.
People may already have it on their phone, may already know what they're doing. I got to Mulgrave and I had a woman who was a Greens voter, knew our profile and said, I can't vote the Greens, they haven't got a candidate. And she said, I want to vote for you. I said, all right, well, there. She said, what do I do in everywhere else? I said, well, if Greens are running in the upper house, which I assume they are, just put one beside that. That gives you everything you want. So, yep, okay. And then she discussed preferences because she didn't want preferences to go to Labor. And I said, okay, that's fine.
Do you want to stick around for Daniel Andrews' victory speech? He's coming up now, so we have to take it. But okay. I'd love to talk for another 5 minutes if you've got the time after him. Let's cross to Daniel. There he is.
The BBC will be moving heaven on that.
And it's never been about the
What do you
statue.
mean?
No, but you know, maybe a
so you could do
Can you imagine
do
it
a
looks
Tubby
like
Taylor
you
and
might slip off by
pull
a
a pin
percent or
on
two?
2,999 and not get his statue.
When you've been through the ringer like I have,
yeah, I know.
I used to believe in the system. I have absolutely no doubt, and I don't.
I'm young, so I haven't had the experience. If you want to hear this is an earpiece. It just sits over your ear. You know, just shove this in.
Following the Premier's speech, there might be more time for this, but as historic
he now gets a statue.
Party, it's equally an historic
well, it depends what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
So if you're still watching us here, we are now as a panel watching Daniel Andrews getting up to give a victory speech when only 8.7% of his booth has been counted. I'm sitting next to Ian Cook, who is outlining some irregularities.
For the state, but for the government as well, to
Look
win
at
an
the
election
pride in his
after all
face.
that's
He's happy.
happened in Victoria over the last few years.
We all experienced that COVID years were like dog years. They seem to go forever.
While he's slowly walking up, Ian, do you you've been seeing the swing towards Labor across the rest of the state, yeah? So are you suggesting that perhaps it's swinging towards Labor everywhere, but maybe not as much in Mulgrave? Because I want you to win, but it seems like this is in line with what we're seeing across the state. This state loves Labor. They like Dan.
Yeah, well, look, I've said if that's the case, I feel sorry for Victoria, I seriously do.
Yeah.
But all I can tell you is what we're seeing, and our scrutiny is to come back with the numbers.
Yeah.
And and the reason I'm guessing the reason that you're not seeing any more is because we've said, hang on a sec, if we outpoll Piastrino, you've got to redo it all. Now, I might still lose by 5-6% or whatever, but it certainly makes his seat not as safe as it was.
Yeah. Oh, the wife speaks. What's that about? I've never seen that before.
What an incredible moment. What a historic moment. I'm so proud of the hardest working person I have ever known, and I'm even prouder to introduce him. Please welcome my husband, the leader of the Labor Party, the member for Mulgrave, and the Premier of Victoria.
That must hurt.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Reforming giant and Labor icon Paul Keating once said to me, "Son, leadership isn't about doing what's popular.
Oh, here we go.
Leadership is about doing what's right."
You don't do what's right, you monkey. That's corrupt criminal.
Essentially, he was telling me that leadership is about doing what matters.
That was nice.
And that's exactly what the people of this great
We're still
state
alive.
have endorsed today in resoundingly re-electing our strong, stable, majority Labor government.
Yeah, so why is this happening? This is what I don't get.
Nobody can get any more.
Friends,
I feel like I'm on, you know that Hollywood
years have
movie?
been incredibly
People can hear me saying it. I feel like we're in a Hollywood movie where like I'm seeing history being made.
Decisions, some very
Like,
tough
this
decisions, and
is
Victorian
scandalous.
families
that's exactly
and
right,
businesses
yeah.
right across
I know
our
what
state
you
have had a very difficult time.
Yeah, but this is not the way
This
to do
was
it.
a 1 in 100 year event.
That's
And because of the tough decisions that we
Yeah,
made,
he should have put this off
and
until.
as important, in some respects even more importantly, the fact that Victorians stuck together, the fact that Victorians through kindness and compassion, through connection and care,
Does this change
looked
that?
out for each other, went
Is
and
this a
got
strategic move to
vaccinated,
cement?
because vaccines
Are you
work.
serious? Did you hear? He said the reason. He said because you all went out and got vaccinated because vaccines work. What the hell has that got to do with Mulgrave?
We were not, as some would say, divided. We were instead united in our faith in science and in our faith and care for and in each other.
He was just a consummate liar.
That's a lot. I just showed tonight one of the world's leading epidemiologists pulling
That
them apart.
sense of kindness, that sense of connection, that sense
connection.
that
Oh my God,
in
this
this
is
together
horrific.
has been confirmed today as well. Friends,
Who just did that?
hope always defeats hate.
Gaslighting.
Yeah. And like I say, what if the Greens?
Part of leadership, doing what's right, not being dominated and fixated into doing the popular thing. The other part of leadership is to move the state forward.
Hope always
and that's
defeats
why it was
hate.
so important.
I've never seen such
that
gaslighting.
we put to the Victorian community a positive
Us?
and
The people of
optimistic
Victoria.
plan.
He just told me we're not
Things
divided,
like
we're united.
free
And just
kinder.
told me I'm crazy. Oh man. I'm sorry for all of you 1,000 people watching this. This guy's horrific.
So that every Victorian can get
We've
the
crossed the
skills
set.
they need
So people can hear me talking now. There's boxes of 3 of us on the right and then this is on the left. So they can hear me commentating on
that
them.
also includes more nurses.
Probably, but barely. Yeah. They don't know who you are, they can't see you. I can't understand. I don't mind admitting that I'm wrong and he's right and everyone loves him. That's not a problem. My problem is he's lying.
More ambos as well.
This is all fine, these Ambo stuff, and they're awesome, I get that. But when he talks about we're united and who does what matters and who tells the truth, and, the corruption, man.
Yeah, 41 jobs, our destruction, and he's trying to destroy me in the courts. Tell me how that's governing for all Victorians.
You don't count, Ian.
That's exactly right, but nobody counts.
Bringing back the SEC.
Yes.
And you know why we're bringing back the SEC? To cut emissions.
The thing is, shut up, Daniel. The thing is, though, that we've been looking at seats all night, and there's a whole bunch of strong Labor majority seats that have been destroyed, but just shy of, like, they still get the seat. And that's happening everywhere, right? But it's working.
They'll be replaced with something better. And so our political opponents can't at some point in the
But
future sell
Newbury in Brighton, like the teal, wet Liberal strategy works. He's up 2%. Everyone else is down 5, 6, 7. So the Liberal Party's going to go left after this. Middle? No, they go left of wherever they are now. Fine. No, I think, James, I think people need to hear me raging at Daniel lying at us, so keep me on air. I will not subject you all to watching this guy without telling you how much he's lying. Not everything he says is a lie. Some of it's opinion, but some of the things he's saying is an outright lie. These motherhood statements are quite beautiful. Bull crap, but quite beautiful. It reminds me of Karl Marx. Have you read the Communist Manifesto?
Of course.
It's beautiful.
But if you've always got to remember that Karl Marx existed because of Engels. Engels was an industrialist who funded Karl Marx.
Okay.
Right?
So what are you saying? He was a puppet?
Karl Marx existed off the back of capitalism.
Yes. Marx was a bitch.
Engels is a bitch.
Yeah,
and who's he?
But it comes back to the thing I was talking about before. The socialists in Australia have become the capitalists.
So who's
So
he?
they control through superannuation funds. So they're now capitalists.
Who is he answering to? He's not the boss. Who's he answering to? Big business?
Oh, no.
What?
Big business is answering to him.
Okay, so who's he answering to?
Himself.
No, come on. He's not the king of the world.
This is the Xi Jinping principle. That's what this is about.
Well, he trained him.
Well, exactly.
Oh, man.
At some point, so are we going to watch the love you? It's your show.
Oh, do you need to run?
No, are we going to go to this and go back to Andy?
That was the idea.
Yeah.
What's your out? It's
No,
quarter past.
That'll be fine.
Yeah.
There's two speeches we couldn't not take. It was Matt Guy and Dan.
Let me say it again. Lissy Ratcliffe and Jesse McCrone.
I'm repulsed by him too. Yeah, but I just started eating chocolate again today after months of not because of this. It's like a drug habit. No, but people...
Chocolate is a basic food, you realise.
Yeah, it's an endorphin generator. It's basically broccoli.
Yeah.
It's a plant-based. It's cacao.
Yeah. I mean,
It's the sugar that's the issue.
Totally agree with you.
Okay, he's thinking, look, look, he's the premier for now, so I just want to get the end of his speech. He's almost done, he's wrapping up.
Well, they've had to deal with quite a lot. And I thank them very much for their hard work. Can I, of course, thank the people of Mulgrave? I'm a little bit biased, but this is the best electorate in our state.
What happens if he gets knocked out on Monday and he's just declared victory?
Well, it doesn't matter. Labor still wins. They just get a new leader.
No, I get that, but this is of no effect, legal effect, his speech, right?
No, none at all.
It's a show, yeah.
Just before I get to the people who...
Yeah, look, don't hold your breath for that.
I get that, but there's no legal ramification to this speech.
I do want to thank Campaign Chairman James Molino.
Okay.
He was, of course, before becoming the campaign chairman, an outstanding deputy premier.
Jacinta Allen.
And Education and Mental Health Minister.
She's going to be...
James, for your friendship.
Oh, James Molino, so he's retiring.
And your work.
All right, Daniel, wrap it up.
So how did Palace go in his seat?
Really well. Well, didn't lose much. There's a lot of Labor lost. And that's in bloody, what's that? Point Cook.
Werribee.
Against Werribee, against Paul Hopper. Yeah, Paul, yeah. I'll pull it up. Yeah, okay. All right, so thank you. Congratulations, Daniel Andrew, blah, blah, blah. All right, thank you very much. And we go over to here, and we'll take it out of my ear. So we are back to your seat of Mulgrave, just updated to 43.2% counted. Okay. And you've been put in now as independent incook. So everyone can see the screen. We've got Ian showing 39.8.
Okay, so they've now changed it to the sort of thing that it should be showing as.
Yep.
Yep.
So we're at Daniel's at 53.7. So this is all before pre-poll, right? So, but pre-poll, so this idea of pre-poll breaking all one way, we haven't,
No, it won't do it. What do you say? According to that, you're 40%. So, you know what, I've got to pick up a 10% advantage on him through pre-poll just for it to be a line ball seat.
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
Don't know, but again, that's only one booth.
What do you mean that's only one booth?
How many? They're saying there's 43% counted now.
43.2 and
that's
15 of 22 reporting, 0 of 22 reporting preference count, 15 of 22 reporting primaries.
Preference count, so we don't know.
Okay, yeah.
Well, they're reporting primaries. Oh, they're just reporting Dan versus Ian primaries. That's all they're reporting.
That's right. So now you've got to go back through. So what happens if...
Okay, so...
Because we get an F ton of preferences.
Yeah.
Right? We get all the preferences, basically.
Except Greens.
Except Greens.
Okay, look at the Greens vote.
So
Greens vote's now collapsed.
Greens has collapsed. That was like 6%.
That was 4.4.
4.4.
Yeah, but if his primary vote's still sitting on 53% or 54%,
yeah,
his primary vote's got to drop below the 50% range.
Exactly.
And that's...
Yeah, but that's... Okay, yes. So when they do the pre-poll, if the pre-poll...
If the primary vote drops below 50 with
Yeah.
the pre-poll, which I suspect it will, right?
Right.
And it's anyone's game.
Oh, goodness, yes. Then he's relying on the Greens.
Which he can't do. He might have lost his seat, right? It's what I'm saying. He still is
So at this stage, his vote, primary vote, needs to drop down to 47%.
Yeah. To take
for it to be a, for it to be game
by
on.
the way, just on those numbers though, just looking at those, if you take my vote and the Liberal vote, right, you've got, and just do those,
you've got 40%.
Okay, that's right. Now,
and that's basically what they're showing up the top.
can I tell you, the best that the Libs have had in that seat previously was 2014.
Oh yeah,
30%.
Yeah.
So for me, it's a success anyway.
Oh, of course. But we really want Daniel gone, because I don't mind a Labor government as much as Daniel. Like, that was a horrific speech.
I agree, 100%.
Like these you've been abused and destroyed by this man.
That's right. This is like sitting here watching your abuser, right? Say, no, I didn't touch him.
Yes.
You know what? And I don't usually talk in those terms, but this is what and like I am desperately worried for Victoria.
Yeah.
If like the miracle that could happen is what Rowan's saying, and that the pre-poll, I was the only one there. I was there for the whole thing. So you're talking 10 days, right? So it started on Monday, finished on the Friday. It was Monday to Friday, Monday to Friday. Oh, sorry, it was 11 days, because there was a Saturday in between. So there were 3 12-hour days. The rest were 9-hour days, and I stood there every single day and handed out those cards, and we spoke to people. People like Rowan and others turned up, came at different times. I had lots and lots of volunteers. They came, they went. I was there right through. All I can tell you is if there was a huge number just saying, we're voting for you, we're voting for you, we're voting for you. And it's not just the difference. So if you have a look at, go back to Piastrino. So Piastrino's got 16.4.
Yep.
They got, at the last election, they got 20%.
Yes.
All right? So theoretically, it's only 4%. If you go back to 18, it's 11%.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Yeah, Ian, I'm actually, with respect, I like you, but I'm more concerned if they can do this to you, what they did with ICORG. They can do it to Discernable. They can do it to any of us.
I can tell you, I know a very large construction firm, very well, family owned, were run out of Victoria. And I know exactly what happened to them. I know how it all happened, and in the end they said, we have to leave Victoria, and they now do their construction in Malaysia. There's another manufacturing business that I know, extremely large, had about 500 or 600 people working for it. They were run out of Victoria, and they now operate out of New South Wales. Large family business, and this is normal for Victoria.
To run people out.
To run people out.
Yeah, that's shocking.
This is not just Daniel Andrews for these businesses you're talking about.
This happened, the two that I know happened under the Brax-Brumby governments.
All right. And this is what we're trying to stop.
If you,
and I'm not saying that Brax and Brumby did it, but I just know the dynamics that went on. I know how it happened. I know when it happened, and one of them involved consistent OHS harassment of them.
Yeah.
The techniques are the same. And what happened to you
same thing.
To me was a series of patterns of behaviour that I've seen before.
Yeah.
So what are we saying at the end of the day for Mulgrave? We're saying that we won't know until Monday.
No, they'll have to have a recount. Well, they're going to have to do what they've done. They're going to count them all. They're going to count all the pre-polls, which I'm guessing won't, like there were, if there's 15,000, they're not going to be counted tonight.
No, sure.
They'll go.
And you're going to have your scrutineers.
We have scrutineers in the pre-poll count at the moment.
They're going to have to be watching every single damn vote.
Yep. And then we will have scrutineers watching any recount and going through it. I started this to shine a light on corruption. I didn't think I could win.
Mm.
We had an outpouring of support far beyond anything I could have imagined, and we ran a good grassroots campaign. We were there doing what we had to do where other candidates didn't turn up. And that rewarded us with some of the stuff we told you about. These numbers certainly don't look as good as it felt on the road. I can't explain that for you. They just don't. And I can't imagine that a huge number of people stand and lie to you. So I think it's probably things like Labor voters doing what we said, where they voted and then they gave but they couldn't let their vote go to Libs, so they put Andrews as second. So they did their own preferencing.
Sure.
Now, if that turns out and that's the way it is, then that could be a problem, depending on what the pre-poll looked like. And there was a huge positivity on the pre-poll.
What are you doing for the rest of the evening? What do you do now?
I'm going home to bed.
That's it, you're done?
I'm done.
Thank you so much for making this your last stop, Ian.
No,
Appreciate
that's
it.
all good.
All right, we'll keep an eye on this, of course. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and whatever. We'll report as soon as we know more info. Are you updating anyone on your website, or how does this work? How do people...
Yeah, we haven't discussed that. We'll probably talk with Emily tomorrow and decide what we do with that.
Emily, Voice for Vic, will report on this, I'm sure.
She'll let everyone know what's going on. At the moment, I mean, the last 10 days has just been just a blur.
Let me just say on behalf of, there's so many people here tonight who've been disappointed by the result. They just want someone to take the fight to the corruption and the bad crap that's going down here. So win or lose, thank you for being our champion against corruption.
It's all right. We'll keep doing it. We'll keep fighting. I've got to be gentle.
Have a good sleep.
See you guys.
Thanks, Ian.
All right, there you go. That was Ian Cook telling us, I can't believe I made him watch Daniel Andrews' speech. What a terrible thing to do to the man. He's off to bed, and we will be following this very closely until, well, I guess Emily will be the best person to report on that until we find out what's happening. Mulgrave now reporting 46.8% counted at 60% towards Daniel, 40% towards Ian. But as he just explained, a lot of that preferencing where people would put Ian, with our Labor voters, they put Ian as 1, but then they put Dan as 2. That is now being counted into Daniel's vote. And so Ian Cook's claim is that it's, for now, inflating Daniel's vote, and that won't wash out to what it really is until later when they get past this shortcut stage of counting votes. So Anka Simon will join us back on the panel shortly, and we will take a short... Do you need a toilet break? I need 2 minutes. Or do you want to talk? I can leave you alone to talk to the people.
Oh, bore everyone to tears. No,
I quite like
let everyone go and have a cup of coffee or whatever it is. I've had now 3 cups of coffee, so I'm...
All right. Well, hey, let me show you our brand. This is our brand. Did you know that we have a brand? Team Human. Which team are you on? This is all of our merch. It's pretty cool. We have shirts. We have...
See, you're almost becoming professional.
Look, shut up. Look at this. This is a stainless steel water bottle.
I've got... and goodness gracious.
Oh wait, there's more. I've got beanies, hats, the gift box I showed you earlier. We have created a brand to push back against the misanthropic, anti-human thing that's going on in the world today.
I've just had...
I've
just had a text from people of the Labor Party wanting to know if your stuff comes in red.
Team Human. Labor Party is just Team Daniel. Do you remember that? Team Daniel? Oh, all right. Have a short break and run. We're going to get some more drinks, and we'll see you in 2 minutes.
With every action, there's a reaction, right? And we've seen it throughout the pandemic, as you've observed, that there's a large number, and I've also observed, a very large number of people that are all of a sudden interested in their rights. You know, what are our rights here? Like, people don't really think about it that much. They just want to get on with their life and do their normal thing. But when their rights are being limited and it's severely affecting their life and, the health of their children and these sort of things, they question it and they say, well, what are my rights really? And who's actually defending my rights? And what's going on here? And people rebel against it. They will question what the directions are. They will question what government's doing. And when they're not given good information, when you get intelligent people who feel that they are capable of making decisions and they're being treated like children by the government, they won't be happy about it. And, you meet a lot of people like that who are, I consider myself, a person who wants to do the right thing, right? They keep talking about do the right thing. that only makes sense when it's a choice. You know what I mean? Like when it's mandatory and a police-led response on everything, doing the right thing is really just doing what they say, right? That's not real thinking at all. There's no rationalism there. It's just, well, let's just pray that the government is making the right decisions. We'll put our trust the experts, even though the experts don't seem to trust us, and we just do what they say. And that's what it comes down to. And I think that there's a lot of people out there who feel that they are capable of making decisions, they are capable of managing risks and understanding complexity in the world, and they don't like government treating them like children.
In many ways, you're correct. I'm from the world's most locked down city in the world, Melbourne, where our police actually shot at us with rubber bullets, mind you, but in the back.
This is the home of dictator Dan, right?
Oh, it's made its way around the world, has it? Dictator. Hey, polling shows that he goes up in the polls when he's referred to as dictator. The key to bringing him down is to talk about him being uncaring and aloof and mean. Yeah, so power is working.
I saw him parading his fake science all over the country, for better part of a year. I mean, it's just utterly ridiculous. I mean, the idea that you're going to get rid of a respiratory virus that's already out there, or that you should actually, for that matter, is as preposterous as saying you're going to, Dan is going to prevent the sunrise or the sunset.
He told us we're not allowed to watch the sunset. I don't know if you saw that. He told us all off because he said people were down at Rye Beach watching the sunset. That's not in the rules. You shouldn't be watching the sunset.
Massive swings.
Welcome back. We're back with our panel, Ken Phillips from Self-Employed Australia and Anka Sidon from True Blue Migration. And we've just said goodbye to a clearly devastated and tired Ian Cook, who's run a strong campaign but is dealing with some issues here. Looks currently like he might lose Mulgrave, but there's more to come out with that as we go probably on Monday. So you were saying, Matt Guy said there's a number of seats that have shown strong
And he
Liberal.
didn't mention those. He didn't.
Well, we've been going through them. I mean, we didn't see these giant swings towards Liberal. We saw what, a couple of boundary redistributions and stuff like that.
Well, there were some ALP seats that went from being very safe to safe, or safe
I think
to
that's
marginal.
that's what he's talking about.
But,
I think
they're in the grand scheme of things. If certain seats becoming marginal is his definition of success.
Wow,
and yes,
swung back.
Well, I'd like to think I flatter myself with the theory that there'll be a swing to Liberal in the strong Labor seats. There was my theory.
Why don't we float around some seats again, because some things have changed, people. Right now we have Paul Worth, which we've looked at a number of times now, which is flip-flopped between Richard was safe and then he was losing, now he's saving. So 73% counted. On the ground, strong.
So this seems a semi-rural.
Yeah. Colac down to the pointy bit of the Ocean Road.
Semi-rural.
52%, two-party preferred now on Richard Reardon, and he's looking safe-ish again.
He's a 2.8% swing against him. Yeah, that should not have happened.
Why? Because of Gideon's reasoning?
Well, in the environment, you'd have to say it shouldn't have happened. And look what's happened to the Green vote.
Yeah, so that's odd because there's a semi-rural with the Greens taking off. Hillary, let's go down and see what Hillary's about. Oh, it doesn't say anything. Oh, there's a website. Okay, anyway, whatever. So, yeah, that's odd. That's odd.
No, not odd. It's
the Greens in semi-rural.
It's the trend that we're seeing.
Oh, I don't recall Greens in
and
semi-rural.
See, here's animal justice again.
Yeah, that we've been seeing, but we haven't seen Greens jump up by 5% in semi-rural. That's insane. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I think Richard will probably retain that. ABC
It's all
agrees.
those people in Richmond moving down to...
That's what we should all do. So some of the key, I'll just go through the seat list again. So just stop me if you want to go to any key ones. All right, so Albert Park.
Well, that's gone.
That's
green,
gone. That's gone.
Gone green, has it?
For
No,
So
not
what
even
are they
close.
showing there at the moment?
what? Lib.
Well,
Lost
yeah,
to
Greens
Nina.
didn't even
Oh,
get second
Labor's-
place.
Yeah.
So that's a big.
My goodness, now that surprises me.
Why?
Right?
Because
That
she overtook
surprised-
the Greens.
That the Liberals
Performing the Greens
scored
on
the
this-
Greens.
in this seat.
Now that shouldn't be happening in that seat. In other words,
Because it's so inner city. And
well,
Look at the explanation. They're providing a Labor versus Green preference count, but it appears that Greens will finish third. We have switched to using a preference estimate, as it appears unlikely that the Greens will reach second
where
place.
did the, hang on, now look down at down at the independent Georgie Dragwidge, 7% of the vote. Very well-known woman retailer in the area.
Yes.
Her preferences were going to Liberal.
Yep.
So she will have taken first preferences from Lauren, the Liberal there. Animal Justice 2.9, the Freedom Party, Liberal Democrats, Family First also.
So pretty smossy Family First.
So really, if you add Georgie's vote onto Lauren's, you're talking at 37, 38%.
I think this is basically spoken for. I don't think this is going to go back from.
I was it's just that I was expecting the Greens to get that on the basis of Liberals' preferences, but clearly not.
Okay, so Nina's.
And in other words, what I'm saying is the Liberals, along with Georgie there, the votes were really sort of running hand in hand, have done really very well.
Well, I have always believed that just because the party has provided instructions to the effect that Labor was to be put first and Greens preference ahead of them, that's not to say that Liberal voters are actually going to follow that.
Yeah.
In fact, quite the opposite. I think it will be a small percentage of Liberal voters that follow those instructions. It's really, from what I see in the field, preferencing the Greens ahead of Labor is a bridge too far for most Liberals.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Although strategically, I think that is what they should do, because why would you want your main opponent to gain seats that you're fighting with them for? But yeah, as I said, it is a bridge too far. I think one cycle is not enough for that kind of mindset change to happen.
Why are right voting, I know that right, left, why are Conservative voters or Freedom voters allergic to the Greens? I'm more scared of Labor than the Greens.
And I think it works the other way around as well. There's that allergy against certain parties perceived to be, I don't know, the enemy, or I don't know what it is.
Anyway, all right. So Bass, a few of these have flipped, so I want to show you. So Bass, I don't really know much about Bass. I want to show you Bayswater. So Bayswater, which we previously said might be gone, is
both
back.
of those seats had boundary changes, and therefore the notional seat changed from who was holding it before and so on. They were held by the ALP, but they were listed as marginal Liberal because of the boundary changes.
Okay, so Nick Wakeling's probably gone there. Benego.
What about Pastor Vale?
There's still this discussion. Where are these seats where there's been these big swings to Liberal?
Yeah, I know. I'm looking. So Brad is fine. Gee, what's he on? Minus 0.6. He's fine. Berwick, Box Hill, Nicole, 44. She's gone. 55.
Presumably there are Labor-held seats that have had big swings to Liberal.
So Box Hill is still
Box Hill?
Marginal, but a little bit stronger now.
Oh, I see
towards Labor.
Yeah, but she's not going to run again in 4 years. I know her. She's busy. Box Hill, Brighton. How's he going? Look at that, 1.2. He's up even more now.
And the Independent has fallen even further behind. That's interesting.
Plus 9.7.
So I think what's happened here is they were counting the two candidates preferred on the basis of the result in 2018.
Yeah.
And when it became apparent that that wasn't going to happen, they've obviously gone back to the traditional. Yeah.
Using an estimate. Okay. All right. So anyway, Newbury's strong. Brody. Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, I think Brody is as we expected.
So there you see Liberal have had a swing of 7% to them.
Yeah.
In Broadmeadows.
So that's what he's talking about.
Probably.
Yeah. Picks up 7% in Broadies off the Labor Party.
But then the Socialists have picked up 3.
I wonder if you know the fact that it's a Turkish candidate helped.
It's a Turkish area, isn't it? Summurek's up there, isn't he?
No, Sunbury's no.
Sumurek.
Yes,
he's up that way.
Yes.
Tim Reid, he's strong. He's going to own that seat forever. Come on.
He's
a solid
how did
Green.
The Liberals go there?
All right, hang on.
They're trying to
Plus
find 1.9%.
I was.
Look at the Socialists.
I tell you, they're a growing and will be a permanent force. There's a shift going on.
I need to interview them. Hey, LDP are nowhere. Socialist is really the minor party that you should be watching.
Well, LDP only stood in about 4 or 5 seats. That's it.
Oh, yeah, good point. They're not in here.
Yeah,
Good point. Good
stand in
point.
many seats.
What are we up to? Brunswick, Boleyn. So that's Matthew Guy. He's fine. He was sitting on the back bench. Blah, blah, blah.
What's Brunswick?
Brunswick. Yeah, Tim Reid. He's fine. He's solid. He's one of the best Greens in that party.
Yeah, 1.9% swing to the Liberals. They've now got a 10% vote.
Tim Reid will own that seat till the day he dies.
See, I went around a few polling stations in Brunswick, and the Liberals weren't even bothering to send. So what they did was they had boxes full of the hard to vote cards, and they had just dumped them there and ran away. There wasn't even a real person there handing them out.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Brunswick. I'm interested in all those.
We did Brunswick.
Yeah,
did we? Oh, sorry.
That was Tim.
Bandura.
What's Bandura? I don't know where Bandura is. It's just
Electoral University.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's north.
Very safe ALP.
I used to live in the seat.
But Eltham next door to it is blue, isn't it?
See, Bandura had an independent. How much did the independent get? Almost
Eric?
nothing.
Yeah,
Wow.
nothing.
Wow.
Freedom Party did 4%. All right. I don't know these. You interested in
Cranbourne.
Yeah. All right. Southwick's fine. 52% counted. I think it'll be fine. Was it Cranbourne?
Yeah.
39. John Keeps.
So what's happening in Canberra? That was a safe ALP, still a safe ALP.
Yeah,
so nothing
is.
changed there.
I'm having trouble finding where these solid swings to Liberal were in the safe Labor seats.
Yeah, well, Matthew Guy lied. Quoted. David Hodges goes down a bit. Oh, look at the marginality on that.
Ooh.
What's going on there, Hodgie? Oh, they get 63% counted. Hodgett's in trouble. So what do they have? 4. Oh, they've gone to the Greens, First, Labor DLP. Okay, so Labor DLP is kind of in the northeast. Croydon,
Dandenong.
Oh, come on, we know what's going on in Dandenong.
Yeah, well,
usual. Minus 1.9.
Well,
so Matthew Guy's lying. What's he talking about? I don't know where Eildon is. Click on
Eildon's up near Eildon.
I don't know where that is. Cindy McLeish. I've heard that
north.
name.
It's on the way to
Jane Judd,
Eildon Weir and all of that. Top of the
Essendon, usual. Danny Pearson. 0. Oh, okay.
So you look at here's animal justice again. Socialists. Look at the
Socialists.
Socialists.
The Socialists have done
5.2%.
I need to declare the winner of this election is the Socialist Party. They've done really well. I don't know where this is. Paul, I don't even know
this is in Ballarat and that.
Ballarat.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean much to me. Sorry if you're in Ballarat. Euroa. I know Euroa. Yeah, okay.
That was a safe national seat anyway.
Staying,
So in fact, all of the
Evelyn,
6 seats
Footscray, Frankston.
Footscray.
They gained 3 more.
Okay.
Liberal.
Labour holds.
Nothing.
Holds.
Boom.
Liberal. Look, you're just looking at the Liberal vote. Frankston.
Well, that should be a...
So, can you go back to Footscray again?
2. Yeah, Footscray.
Go back to Footscray.
Why?
Because,
Socialist again?
Well, because...
10%.
No, Greens had pretensions for this seat.
Did
so
they?
It's obviously hasn't materialised, which is interesting.
So where is... Oh, Footscray, yeah. Cool. Okay.
But,
they'll get that eventually.
Scroll down to have a look at the deal family first. Look, you know, when we have a situation where the Socialists are polling 10% at Family First and all of those...
Massachusetts.
Excuse me, people. There's... Yeah. Boy.
We don't live in a... What you think we live in?
Geelong.
Geelong? All right. Geelong. Labor. Oh, that's normal, isn't it? Yeah. Smith.
Well, Liberals picked up 5%, but so did Labor.
Yeah, so I don't think he's referring to that. Gibson, I don't know what that is. Glenn Waverley. Neil Angus was going to lose. He's still going to lose. Wow. Okay. -8.
So Glen Waverley includes
DLP.
most of the previous seat of Mount Waverley.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's been boundary changes there as well. So it it was listed as marginal Liberal. So is it changing? Is it flipping now?
Yeah.
This is flipping.
Yeah.
How interesting.
70%, 67% counted. Greenville, do you care about that? Hastings, Hawthorn. Just tell me if you want to see any of these. Ivanhoe.
Oh, I think
that's
we've looked at that one.
Oh yeah, that's okay, whatever. Calcalo Q. That's Tim Smith, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's right. That's Indy.
There was
Jess,
an issue over there where the Tim Smith factor was.
So out of
socialists there at all?
No, not in Q.
So is it looking like? Is it looking like Mornington is
Family First is still only getting less than 2% of the vote.
Yep.
So is Mornington the only?
We'll get to Mornington. Lara, Leverton, Lowen, Macedon, Melbourne.
Leverton.
What's Leverton?
I'm just looking for these.
+2.
No.
It's just.
I think you guys are socialists. Socialists 6.8.
But minus 11 is a massive swing against.
They went to the socialists.
Went to the socialists, exactly.
Or the Labor DLP.
And Labor DLP. And so clearly there's which
New Democrats
Labor
came out of
DLP is the Catholic right within the Labor movement.
Yeah, that's solid Labor vote. 4.46. Yeah, okay.
You see, that's the old traditional Catholic right.
But within Labor, yeah.
Within Labor, yes.
Do you want to see any of these?
Melton.
What's Melton about?
Melton had the had Ian Birchall, the independent.
Well, there you go. The 8% swing to Liberal in Melton.
Yeah, that's strong, isn't it?
That's pretty good. Socialist. Shooters Party. Family First, Freedom First. Animal Justice.
So.
See, Animal Justice is sitting. They've been in a lot of seats, and they're getting consistently around the 2% plus.
Same as Family First, yeah.
But I guess the difference is Family First did zero publicity, nothing.
That just took the Christian vote. That's all that was, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what's happened. And the name is enough for the recognition, I guess. People can just tell. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can tell Christian bang. 6.4. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We just went over that. So we'll see how the other candidates did. Fred Aiden, of course, 1.3. Family First, Animal Justice. What about that? What's that? Howard Lee, 66.
He got 66 votes.
Mornington.
Morwell's gone to national.
What's the star about? Key seat.
Yeah, because that's the one where the independent, who was ex-national, retired.
Okay, so we're seeing there that a National Party has a swing of 11% towards it. So Matthew might be referring to the national swing. Maybe.
Is he taking credit for that?
I don't know.
But this wasn't. I mean, this was a notional Labor seat, but only because of the boundary changes. So I can't see how he could take credit for that. Really, that's
-10.
Sorry, Matthew.
We're not seeing the evidence there.
No.
I've noticed Lib Dems lower house candidates perform quite well in the southeast of Melbourne. I've noticed this kind of a thing.
Southeast, huh?
They didn't perform anywhere else very well, but they seem to have done well down there. There's a young bloke down there as well. Look at that, see? Freedom. Because this is where all your homeschooling, freedom-loving people are down in that Pakenham corridor.
All right.
Narrowing South. Very nice. 49, some more. Freedom, yeah, see? That's what I'm talking about. Freedom and all these representing down in that corridor. Lib Dems, Animal Justice. Yeah, okay. What are we up to? Nepean, Nisri, Northcote, Oakley.
So what happened in Northcote in the end? Did the Greens picked it up?
Ooh. Just 73% counted. Let's see.
Still could go any way.
7% Socialist, Justice, okay, Family First, yep. And Pakenham, that had a boundary change, I think, didn't it? Can't remember. Labor, okay. Labor's ahead. 41, 10, -10, plus 8. I don't know who that is.
I think in that seat, people
legalised cannabis. Look at
Party. See, the Socialists don't run down here. Party 2.5. Point Cook, that's an important one. Hilakari is in. Joe Garra, what did he do? 7%. Okay.
Remember he ran in Werribee before, where he came second.
Last time.
Yeah, but
he's very well known in that area.
Yeah, so this is actually quite low. And maybe the boundary changes didn't really work for him because he may have had better name recognition in the other when it was Werribee. But have a look at Pascoe Vale. What's happened there? Again, see this is quite interesting. So Greens there. I was talking to them today at the polling booths, and they were confident of increasing their votes, and it seems to have happened. So you see, in 2010 and 14, Greens had about 16.5% of the vote in, this is primary vote, in Pascoe Vale, which then dropped to about 12.5% in 2018. So they
jumped back up.
And now it's jumped back up by why does it say 1.5? This is weird. Is that based on the boundary changes maybe? But I know they got.
But why
again,
did
look at the socialists?
Why did it jump up to 22? Why is it so popular down that way?
I was trying to get an answer to that question myself. I wasn't really. I mean, the answers that they offered along the lines of, oh well, people are frustrated with the majors and they're therefore looking for a new address, and we're providing that to them. Well, I'm not. But why here? Why here of all places when you've never polled at that level before?
Was the candidate?
Hey, I don't know.
Here's your Liberal win, +9. There you go.
Okay.
In amongst.
Okay, so that fits in with what Matt said. But I mean, that's just one seat.
That's one.
And also, you've got the huge. Remember, there's been boundary changes here. As I said, Coburg disappeared as a seat, and it got incorporated into Pascoe Vale.
So it was Pascoe, Richmond, Ringwood. I did with this guy. He got my email address and phone number somehow.
So I guess the Greens did benefit from Coburg being incorporated into
Rowville,
Pascoe Vale.
Kim Wells. Okay. I shouldn't. The star means a key seat. What does Ripon mean?
The star means it's
key
been
seat.
Recreated. It's been the borders have been redone.
Where it is. Oh yeah, okay.
If you look at the explanation there about the redistribution.
So who are they saying is going to win? So Louise is in a bit of strife there.
Yeah. Shooters 8. That's Stronghold. Family First, Animal Justice.
Yeah. See, this was. Held by Liberals, but after the boundary redistribution, it became a marginal ALP. So now that marginal ALP has turned into, they've held it basically.
Rowville, Sandringham, Shepparton, St Albans, Sunbury. Sunbury. All right, there's nothing there.
No.
Independent, Family First, Liberal, Socialist at 3. Yeah, there's not much going on there. Thomastown, Warrandyte.
Thomastown. See, we're getting a.
What's that about?
Liberal 8.5%.
That's good. Look,
-9
and
this is
+8.
a very safe ALP. So that's one
huge.
he was talking about.
Yeah.
And look at the socialists.
Yeah, you and your socialist addiction. Where is this seat? Oh wow, okay.
Yeah,
north
really
of
being
Preston.
fought out in the suburbs out there. Old mate, sure you're back in. Yes, of course you are. 60% count. Ryan, you're fine. Greens, Family First.
And what happened in Werribee?
Werribee, getting there. Wendouree, Werribee. Hello, Mr. Hopper. So look at that. Palace is doing very well, like I said.
Liberal up
70%.
+9%.
Hopper seems to have underperformed just like Dara.
And the Victorian Socialists again.
3.6.
3.6. They're making inroads into some of these suburbs or seats where they didn't really exist before.
What's Yan Yin about? ALP retains.
It's the fact of their capacity to be able to mount candidates and campaigns of some sort in the number of seats that they're now doing. That's the interesting thing.
So final wash up for our coverage at least is, look at this, 950,000 for Labor, 750 for Liberal, National is 141, so combine them together is 800 is 900, so 950 to 900. 280 for the 290 for the Greens, 432 for others. So
what's the total number of votes counted?
It doesn't tell you, but there you go. Just add that up. Go on. I need the maths. I need square root. 1, 2, 2.5, 2.7.
Yeah, so there's 4.5 million voters. So we're talking about half the number of votes counted.
Which approximately halfway.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're about halfway, everyone. And the seats are 50.
Okay, so they're saying
14.
54% of the votes counted.
That's 78 out of 88.
Oh, sorry, that's the swing that they're
So there's
talking.
10 they haven't listed at all.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think Nationals are getting any more, and I don't think Greens are getting any more. So whatever is left is going to be distributed between Labor, Liberal, and others, which could be, you know, Melton, and I don't know if there's any other independents still in play. Melton might be the only one that's still in play. In terms of
So we can say that Labor Party has won Victoria. Definitely.
With about a 6% swing against them.
Yes.
It seems that way.
Yeah. We can say Dan Andrews has probably won his Mulgrave.
Yes, but probably much.
Much smaller, much closer margin than
what is presented.
Yeah. We've been led to believe.
We can say the Liberal vote is not actually, it's only down minus 1.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you add up Liberal and National, Nationals up
been
by
sitting
one,
the
and
same.
they gain 3 seats.
So it's minus 0.5.
So yeah.
So what? So Liberals didn't do as shockingly as, in terms of just raw votes.
Well, Labor just had that super comfortable margin that they could afford to sort of have a swing against them, and also comfortable in the knowledge that the hill that the Liberals were facing was too high to climb. You know, just the sheer number of seats that they had to gain to gain government back. It was just probably not going to happen.
And is this a big win, 5.6 for the others? Is like what? So in the federal election we talked about this, right? It was huge swing away from the majors into the minors. What do you analyse here? Is the same thing happen here or not?
Well, the way to look at that is just add up others plus Greens and see if that adds up to a third of the electorate, and it doesn't, right? So we don't see the same trend here in Victoria as we are.
So if you add others to the Greens, you're talking.
Just to see the non-majors.
29, exactly.
Or is it 30%?
30, but the others are 37 and 35 or whatever. So it's not the same as federal.
Yeah, it's not quite there. So.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
It's about 28%, whereas versus say 33, 34.
So Victoria is showing it is more about the independents than it used to be. However, it's not like federal. We still very much seem to like Labor.
That's correct, and what we're also seeing is that I think there's an element of the funding laws being different federally versus Victoria, makes it almost impossible for minor parties to campaign effectively at lower house level and be competitive for those seats.
Which means upper house is where we're going to see a massive representation of the others.
One would think so, yeah, much higher than what we're seeing here, for sure. But then Greens could be benefiting from that as well. Remember, we've seen quite significant swings towards the Greens in seats where we didn't expect that to happen. Although overall, you know, it's not a massive increase. What seems to have happened is they've broadened their vote base and the geographic spread, while they haven't really gained, additional sort of significant amounts of votes, but they've just evened out, I guess, their support across.
All right, well, before we get your wrap up, everyone, what's going to happen is I'm going to thank these gentlemen, they'll give me their final thoughts, and then they'll go, I'll stay with you to decompress. We can do a bit of Q&A for 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Thank you for being here. I want to give you a small gift. Pecans or shortbread? Do either of you have a preference?
Shortbread for me.
You
Sorry.
have pecans. Thank you for being here tonight.
Is that all? You told me it was going to be a lot more than this.
There's a stack of Vietnamese catering out there that you haven't touched. That was $200
Is that all I
of
walk
food.
away with?
Thank you $200 for
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, what overall, okay, we looked at the numbers. What's your takeaway psychologically and culturally? So maybe we should start with what, if you can think about it, I'll start with mine then, okay? You think about it. I'm pretty simplistic. These guys will expand on what I have to say. But overall, I think finding the lights, man. I think we have to admit that if you're following Discernible, you want to think rationally, and you think that Daniel Andrews is a little bit too tricky and simplistic in his messaging when we have a deeper conversation, well, we're in a minority. And I think it's okay. I think it's still a sizable minority. There's a lot of us. But hey, find the lights. Hang around the lights. They're telling me to move the gifts. I don't know why. It's in the way.
Thank you very much.
It's just in the way or something here. Put them away. What's your takeaway from tonight?
Look, it's obviously been a good night for Labor, and they have performed better than expected. I think a lot of people who, you said it before, the fact that something so crucial for many of us and for many Victorians, whether they are prepared to talk about it now or not, the effects of lockdowns has not been a big part of the narrative during the elections. Labor, for reasons that we can guess, stayed away from it, but at the same time, the Liberals also didn't really want to go there. I guess they thought that there might not be enough votes in it for them, or they didn't want to be associated with the negative publicity that they possibly thought that might generate for them.
What would have happened, do you think, if they did lean into it and force this to be a referendum on pandemic handling? Would they have done worse or better than what we just saw?
I would have expected them to do a tiny bit better. I don't think they had the moral high ground and the credibility because of the fact that they didn't really oppose many of those measures when they could, and they had those numbers in Parliament. I mean, we all remember, David Limbrick and Tim Quilty standing outside State Parliament saying, reopen playgrounds, while Liberal MPs just stayed completely silent. People will not forget that, and even if this had been turned into a referendum on whether or not the lockdowns should be, something that needs to be discussed and perhaps made the subject of an inquiry, etc., etc. I don't think that would have benefited Liberals a lot more. They may have performed a tiny bit better, but I don't think that would have changed a lot. But in terms of their performance, but it may have had lockdowns been more prominently featured in the media as part of this campaign, it may have had a negative impact on the Labor vote, which it doesn't seem to have had. So it
would have sent people to the minors. Maybe not
exactly, not necessarily to the Liberals, but possibly to the minors, and possibly even the way of. I see. You've mentioned the fact that Victorian socialists seem to have, they seem to be picking up votes, and I think that one of the reasons could be, and this is pure speculation, but the fact that other parties that purport to be on the left, like the Greens and AJP and even Reason, although they are often loath to use the word left, but these parties that have so closely associated themselves with the policies of the Labor government over the last 2.5 years, they have, the Victorian socialists, even though they probably also had similar views, they just haven't been as vocal and public about it. So I wonder if some of the dissatisfied Labor voters who couldn't bring themselves to vote for parties that position themselves on the right, the so-called freedom parties, perhaps went and voted for the socialists, which could explain the increase, particularly in those western and northern suburbs.
Which means that may not last for the next cycle. If that's a reaction.
Well, again, we would have to see what the next cycle shows us, because it could be that, but then that could also give them, conversely, that could give them a base to work from. And if they could build on top of that, because what we also know about Labor is that there are people within Labor who, perhaps not so in Victoria, because as you were saying, Daniel Andrews has managed to make the socialist left faction very, very dominant in the party, but federally the party seems to have moved more towards the centre. So people who are not happy with where the party sits and looking for a much more clearly socialist alternative, well, that's their address. And if the socialists could build upon that, well, they could turn into a formidable force in terms of minor parties in the Victorian sense.
Victoria is like Karl Marx town. All right. Hey, thank you for joining us here, Anka, for so long. It's good to have you back in the country.
It's been great, thank you.
Oh, and you know, we originally connected over Novak Djokovic, and now they've allowed him back in a great fast. They've overturned the ministers.
Yes.
Ministers overturned the ban.
And so we're told. I mean, we haven't got the full story. I mean, we assume that he's applied for a visa well in advance. Well, it's not well in advance. It's what, two months in advance. So he may have, just to test the waters. That's my guess anyway, because it wasn't clear from the reporting in the media. He may have applied for a visa to test the waters, and perhaps the visa was granted, which indicates that the waiver was given.
And his unvaccinated status is no longer a threat to us. So there you go. Thank you for being here. All right, Ken.
Well, as you know, I always take a terribly big picture on these things.
I like that. That's why you're here. We like it.
And my understanding is that pre-Menzies and pre-Henry Bolte in Victoria, that the political environment was diverse, confused, chaotic, and no one knew where anything stood. And out of that came the Menzies and then Bolte, who redefined what they saw as what should be done. And you had the birth of the Liberal Party. Then you came along to the collapse of the Berlin Wall, you know, Reaganomics and so on and so forth. And I remember I read a book by a left-wing academic who said, look, we of the left have lost. Let's analyse why we lost and where we go from here.
Is in the 60s, or where are we now?
No, we're talking in the 90s.
90s, he says.
Yeah, so when did the Berlin Wall fall?
89.
Right, so the 90s. And the left was in chaos. Right? And the left wing, the academics in it, really did turn around and go, okay, let's analyse where we've gone wrong and what's going on and how. And we're seeing the results of that today.
30 years later, yeah.
You've got to say that Dan Andrews is just a stunningly good politician.
Good is a moral word.
No, stunningly good.
Competent.
No, sorry, a stunningly
Successful.
good politician.
Skilled. Yeah, okay.
No,
but
the word
good.
politician.
Good. He's not a good anything.
No, he's
good is a moral judgment.
No, I'm talking about politics here. Right?
That's
Not
not
whether
the
you
point.
think
That's
what he's
dirty
doing
politics.
is good. It's about being political and being strategic and know how to deliver a message and how to craft a message and how to play with people's heads. That's what politics is about.
Play with my head.
And he is stunningly good. Give the man the credit for the enormous skill. And
That's
he's
like saying
beaten us.
Mussolini is brilliant or
But
Hitler's brilliant.
That's
at what they do.
you might not agree with his policies, but you've got to look at his politics and his capacity to manipulate and be a propaganda machine and all the rest. And that's what politics is about.
I don't think we should celebrate it, that's all.
No, it's not a matter of celebrate. Recognise the success of the guy and recognise what he's doing. The other thing, so unless you do that, you can't work out where to go. Same as these left-wing academics that I read in the 1990s who said, look, we've been trashed. Where do we now go? And unless you accept that and move on and do the analysis, you can't ever go on. The other thing that's clearly happened to is that I think that we've, in a lot of respects, well, another aspect of it is that and I'm quite serious about this, the socialists have captured capitalism in this country. And they've done it very, very effectively. So they've got control of business. And so there's a complete flip here. The idea that the Liberal Party is the party of business, of big business, is just a complete falsehood that the Liberal Party keeps playing to.
Why?
Well,
I don't know what they're the party of.
That's look, they've revived. They're looking back to Menzies and all this sort of stuff, and there's this revivalist about Menzies and all the rest, and it's going to go nowhere, right? And so the other aspect that we've got running here is that our society has become genuinely, truly, massively diversified. And the meaning of family, what it is, and I keep harping on about looking at the socialists come through, that would have been unheard of 20 years ago.
Absolutely, yeah.
Completely unheard of. And so what you're seeing is this complete diversity happening, and it's part of the social norm to accept diversity and enjoy it and go with it. And so that's what we're seeing in politics. So the sort of things that you and I might believe in, which is a free market and rule of law and all that sort of stuff, we're in serious trouble on those principles.
We are.
In really serious trouble, particularly in Victoria. And I've got to tell you, I don't see a way out. How's that for a
unbelievable?
Nice,
unbelievable. Don't see
nice,
out.
What nice way to. And and thank you so much because I've enjoyed tonight. It's been really good fun.
I've very enjoyed it. Thank you very much as
it
well.
was great.
All right, I'll leave you with 2 quotes then. Okay, first of all, one for Daniel Andrews. What good is it for a man to gain the whole world but lose his own soul? Another one for Daniel Andrews. They said this about Gillard. Those who live by political calculation must expect to die by political miscalculation. And it cannot be that he'll be perfect forever. No one is. No one ever was. Even the Balti, the people you mentioned were in power for billions of years. Everyone stuffs up eventually, especially if you're playing a calculating game.
Democracy should have caught up with him this time round.
It should have.
It should have, and it hasn't.
Yep, he's into extra time.
Anyway, he'll get his statue, and I wonder what will become of that statue.
He will get a statue too.
I'm sticking around with you all. Stay with me if you want to hang out with me for a bit longer. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good day. Have a good day. It's morning already. It's Sunday. Off to wherever you go. Thank you for our sponsor, Square Root, who have sponsored tonight. Is very kind of them. If you want to look into getting private maths tutoring or group maths tutoring for your kid, squareroot.com.au is the place to go. Nice guy I spoke to today. You can go if you want. I'm just going to chat. I'm getting casual. All right, so everyone, tell me, hit some comments. What are you talking about now? How are you feeling? Did you like our panel? I liked our panel. There's a whole bunch of nice food about that I'd like to eat. You know it's getting casual when the jacket comes off. If I don't... Oh, here we go. Yes, I'm sticking around. Where is the food? Gone farming. The food's out there. I need to get some of that. I've only got chocolate and so on at the moment. Jeez, R.I.P. Jade Tansey says, is Ian still a chance at all, or is it done? Teresa Silva, so just as we heard from Ian in here, he believes that he is. They're pretty angry, but that's, they would be biased towards their own selves. Our panel was of the view that he probably will lose, most likely will lose Mulgrave. However, at the moment, it's showing 60% Dan, 40% Ian, or whatever it was, something like that. And our panel is saying it'll probably be much, much closer. And so Daniel getting up so early before all of that was sorted is really just show. And I get it. I get why they do that. But it looks like he'll probably retain. And if he does lose, we'll know more on Monday, and it will be a huge upset. But let's see what happens. There is 50% or more of the votes are pre-poll votes, and they are, like myself, people who go and vote early, they often fall against people who are very motivated to vote early, so they could vote towards Ian, but who knows. Can we look at Upper House Turning Point put a post up? Oh, did they? All right, Turning Point. Let's go to Turning Point. Turning Point Australia. What did they put up? TP Ost? It's probably on their Instagram or something, isn't it? The election is over. We have made a huge impact. Blah, 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 blah. All right, doesn't say anything there. Let's go to their Instagram page. So what are they saying here? They're saying, oh, here we go. The Upper House results are coming in already, and Ricky Turrell from One Nation looks to be able to get a 4th spot in North Victoria. Other regions to watch, DLP versus Liberal in North East Metro, Warren Pickering from One Nation in East. It does just say it's to watch them. Unlikely regions, yeah. Liberal David Limbrick. It doesn't actually say, except for Ricky Turrell. All right, well, I don't know. I can't comment on that. It's just Turning Point making a statement. So, all right. Someone says I can see civil war starting in Victoria. Not really, because we're all, it's past midnight, I can say it, can't we? We're all pussified. We're all gunless, not just gunless, forget that. We're all just sucking on the teat of government. Where was Emily for Voice Victoria? Working very, very hard with Ian Cook as his campaign manager. So I didn't know whether she was going to show up with Ian tonight. So Ian showed up for our panel for half an hour with his media advisor. I'm not sure I'm allowed to say his name, but he has been on Discernible before, his media advisor. And Emily wasn't here. I don't know. She hasn't actually been answering my text the last few days because she's been insanely busy. MX Big says he's depressed as SHIT. I'm very, very sorry, but I hope that you've enjoyed going through with some people who are actually sane. I mean, we actually have a whole bunch of people who are watching here tonight. And there's a lot of us in Victoria. Please don't forget that there was 1 million people so far. 950,000 people voted for Daniel Andrews, but 900,000 voted for the Liberal or the National Party. So one very common thing in these elections is to now going around for the next 4 years or whatever, Daniel will be saying, Victorians are all united under me and my agenda, and this is the way we're going, always, every time, always in Victoria, or this typical way he speaks. Not now, not ever. But that's not true. That's not true. Even though we've only counted half the votes, it's about 55%, 45%, Labor/Liberal. So when you go out on the streets, you can expect to meet 10 people. You're only meeting what did we figure out? It was 3.5. I had the numbers up earlier. 3.5 to 4 Labor, 3 Liberal, and 3 of others. It's a mix. Enjoyed the coverage, not the results. Thank you, Tech49. When are you running as the next Stairman, Matt? What is Stairman? I don't know what that is. Where is my East link? Thanks for your hard work. Bring such wonderful coverage, even though the results section were very sad, to say the least. Yes. Great journalism. Don't call me a journalist. How dare you insult me? How dare you? Can I point out that on ABC, the panel's already given up. They did start at 6, but they've given up. Not only that, they were pretty boring. They had, we've been watching them all night on this TV over here. They had amazing, beautiful graphics, and I was jealous. But we ran this on a shoestring budget, and with minimal people in the freaking garage. Like, this is a garage, mate. So thank you for being out here. This broadcast outshines mainstream media any day. Thank you. We try. Now they're running ads, like dodgy ads. Media Watch. I don't watch. Oh, now they've got Koshi on. Do you want to watch Koshi? Shall we throw to the ABC? Not one comment all night in the chat about how good Matthew Guy's campaign was. Okay, let's talk about that. Or what a good premier he would have been. So why would anyone be surprised by this result? Simon Patterson, yeah, that is true. Look, personally, I didn't vote for Matthew Guy. I didn't vote for Daniel either. But I compared his websites and I compared the policies, and I found Matthew Guy did a lot of work. Daniel did not. There was a lot of motherhood statements, a lot of relying on his image and so on. And it worked. It worked, right? It got the result. So, pay him credit. It worked. It was the right strategy for him, and it worked. But it was pretty insulting. If you look at the Labor doing what matters, it's all about Daniel and the way they lay out motherhood statements and hardly any information. If you look at the Liberals laying out massive PDFs with all of these laid out promises, which probably had holes in them, sure, but there was a lot of them. Wow, they worked hard to lose, and But the thing is, I showed you in that comparison, they require you to think and analyse, whereas the Labor webs was like, we'll give you stuff, vote for me. And it worked. Touching on what you said before, Nick T, Dan's mantra of do it for the community has proven itself a lie today. There is no accountability and only more division as Labor supporters begin their gloating on what has happened. Yeah, I think we read this earlier. They are not part of inclusiveness and kindness, but merely they are a reflection of narcissistic egomaniac. I am glad I don't have to walk in their shoes. If you go onto my Twitter right now, Discernible Code, they'll be destroying me. If you go onto my Instagram, it'll be more kind. If you go onto my Facebook, they'll probably be destroying me. There are some absolute fans of Daniel out there that just attack, ad hominem attacks, non sequitur arguments, logical fallacies, where they just attack. It's tribalism. It's the US style politics being imported here, mainly by Daniel Andrews. And that's the very thing he said, I will not be part of this Americanization of politics. BS, he is literally the one. Wait until the postals come in. Iron's Word 7, that would be interesting to see what these postals and pre-polls do, if they're going to be smashing Dan. If they do, maybe they throw him out of Mulgrave, but in terms of the state, no. The Labor has won the state. Like, the number of seats is just overwhelmingly high. Thank you, Liz Blake, for wishing us a good job. Before I get more questions, make sure you get this as a Christmas gift. I worked so hard on it. So, beautiful glass USB, 120 gigabytes, which you get to keep. Beautiful box. And I designed this little book. It's got a list of all the tracks. Things like Zuby and Wokeism and just really good. Vaccines and government stuff, and it's just very good conversations in this, a good Christmas gift to give to someone in a beautiful package. teamhuman.au. Well done on the coverage, thank you. I'm glad it was interesting. Thank you, really enjoyed your coverage. Thank you for watching and joining us. Liam Benson, stop calling me a journalist. You're making me feel dirty. Is it possible to look into how many people have left Vic since 2020? Thoughts are most would have voted against. Maybe. I would literally pull it up on Google for you now, or Brave search, but I've done this before myself. It's so hard. It'll take me half an hour when you still won't get a result. It's so hard to determine what's right and what's not, and there's fact checks flying everywhere. We do know that a lot of people have left and a lot of people have come in. I don't know where the net result is. I think we can all agree it's a loss, but I'm not sure the loss is as big as some of us have said. Who knows? Wait for him to introduce a new tax to pay for the infrastructure crap we didn't ask for. That's the big takeaway from tonight. The policies of like the privatization of power infrastructure, giving out more free money. We're all getting $250 next week, whenever that power thing's coming out. All going renewable. Just the push. Like his victory speech just now was unnecessarily dividing. This is how you know a maniac. This is an abusive tactic, right? You can come out and slap someone in the face and tell them that you love them and you're not slapping them. Like he literally came out for no reason and started to say like, we're not divided, and then started dividing and saying, talking about vaccinations and what they did in the pandemic, and like, you're literally double talking outside of your mouth. That's unnecessary. You could have just come out and said the motherhood statements, the stuff he said in the second part of his speech, and be done. But he had to stick it to you all, didn't he? Like that, whilst telling you that we're all unified. Such a tactic of an abuser. Our electoral definition of democracy doesn't correlate with most people's understanding of democracy. How can you say that you won the majority of the vote when you only got 33%? That's what Anka Sahian over here was saying. Like the federal election this year, we need a first past the post system. Yeah. So that's what he's saying. How can you say that this is representative when you got 33%? In Victoria, it'll be higher. It'll be 30, what was it? 30, I'll just bring it up for myself. It was 37, currently with 50% of the votes counted, 37%, and then Lib Nats combined together are 29 plus 6 is 35, 37, 35. So it's a bit better than federal, which was 33. But yes, it's not very representative. Dan's speech was the definition of saying history is written by the victors. Absolutely it was. He's rewriting history as we speak, and I think it's working. It is working on many people, Gabby, but can I just point this thing out? I don't think we're heroes. We're just trying to be little lights in the darkness. But there are people like you, Gabby, and us and others who will not deviate. We know what happened. We know what it is to be, most of us have been abused by someone, and we're seeing the same patterns forming now when the Premier talks to us. And so we know what's going on, we can see it, and we are not going to give in and say, maybe you're right, maybe we are, and buy into Dan's rhetoric, because a large part of his rhetoric is quite divisive and gaslighting and evil, in my opinion. So in the arc of history, in the long arc of history, you find that when you look back on heroes, they are these kind of misfits, outcasts, rebels. People say, I would have been, the Anne Frank, the Nazi Germany. I would have been the one. I would have stood up. I never supported the war in Iraq. I never. But that's ridiculous. There are some professors in the United States who have made become famous for doing this thought experiment on their kids. Like they say, hey, how many of you would have supported apartheid in America? How many would have you opposed it? And everyone's, I would have opposed it. I don't believe in segregation. I don't believe in apartheid overseas in South Africa, and then that's ridiculously untrue, provably, demonstrably so, because if you look at the number of people who supported lockdowns and division and so on in Victoria and who are supporting Daniel Andrews today, it's very, very high. And so come, say, 30 years from now, if the pendulum does swing the other way, how many people are going to admit to supporting segregation in Victoria or supporting Nazis in Germany, or whatever the thing is? I don't mean to, that's a bit of a flippant reference. I'm just saying evils in history that have happened, people, here's the quote for you. Success has many fathers, but failure is an orphan. No one admits to it. I find it fascinating how his speech, he said that vaccines work and everyone was united and got vaccinated. It seems to me he was advertising for Big Pharma. Penny Lepers would explain a lot if he was, because that man is just obsessed. Like, that had nothing to do with anything. Good government requires good opposition. Yeah, agreed. The current crop of libs are about as useful as tits on a bull. It's funny because it's sad to me that the Liberals that really won tonight were some like James Newbury, who is pushing more of the Tasmanian wet Liberal approach, like it's like Greens, a version of the Greens, really. And then those other ones like Neil Angus is tightened, and Richard Riordan was pushed about. He might still retain, but that they're not doing that well. What a victory it would be if Dan lost his seat. Yeah, unlikely, but if it does, that'd be cool. Thank you, Wendy Tarbert. Another couple of minutes and we'll get out of here, let you go to bed. We are funded by you guys. We have to pay staff to be here tonight, tech staff, and feeding my guests and giving them these little $15 gifts. So if you can support our broadcast, please do so. We only have one advertiser tonight, Square Root. If you can go to the link I've put in there already, discernible.locals.com/support. You can support us there. And if you can't do that, you can buy some of our merch at teamhuman.au. We have sweatshirts, shirts, hoodies, mugs. I have my mug here, it's gone. Stainless steel water bottles, keeps things hot and cold. We need to remove compulsory voting. That is not democratic. Yeah, I'm a fan of removing it, even with the problems with optional voting in the United States. Mate, looking at the ABC, it's just, Anthony Green does a good job, but it just looks like, it's Media Watch now with that guy. I can't remember his name. It just looks trashy. This is the new media. You're a terrific communicator and you capture people's feelings and thoughts eloquently and so measured. Look at this high praise coming in for, I'm not that great. Silver lining of these past few years has been platforms like yours and Emily's. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing more. We'll keep doing more as possible. Hey, overall, all right, let me end with this. Let me tell you what we're going to do. Moving forward, my goodness, there is so much more need for little bastions of light, of freedom, it sounds so hippie, doesn't it? Light. But just little lights in the darkness. I predict Victoria's about to get a bit darker and a bit more crazy. And we need those outposts, those lighthouses in the fog. So we're going to have to do more town halls. We're going to have to do more free things like this. We're going to have to do just more content. Like, we can't abandon Victoria, even if we are the 30% crazies and the 70% just I stand with Dan. Well, we can't give up. We can't give up because we're going to do what's right. And the biggest thing, the problem I have is ethics, man. People don't understand ethics. They're walking around with demented utilitarian ethics and they can't even see what the hell is going on with people like Daniel Andrews and the move to the socialist left. People need to learn ethics, and I'll keep here looking like an absolute tool talking about ethics until the cows come home, because we need to rediscover what morals are, and it doesn't necessarily have to be my morals, but just figure out your own morals. Anyway, I'll stop preaching. We are doing a town hall on self-reliant living. I can't tell you his name. He's amazing. He's built a community up in, I won't even say where it is, but it's in Melbourne, and there are multiple houses there, and we're doing how to live self-reliantly. And he started in a very small flat in the suburbs, like around Knox area, and you can live more self-reliantly in an apartment. And then he moved next door into a bigger apartment, had a bit of a small backyard, and he started to grow veggies and so on, and became much more self-reliant. And then he moved out into this property is now, and there's multiple homes on there, multiple families, and now they're very, very self-reliant. And that's where I go and get as much of as possible. I get my meat from. But we'll go and actually see the lambs, see how they're raised, and kill them, process them, skin them, being in touch with what it is that we're doing. So it's not just things in a packet. It's a real animal that we should respect and eat all of if you're going to eat meat. So, there's a whole self-reliant thing out there, water, veggies, fruit, and all sorts of stuff. He's going to be joining me with the town hall to teach you how to start on that journey of self-reliance, which I think is going to be more and more needed. And based on that, we're actually going to be doing tours in real life of his property. It will cost money because it's a very small group. But there's an opportunity there for you to come and learn from someone who's been doing it for over 10 years. I think it's over 10 years or 9 years or so. And to learn from him exactly how to do it. So we'll be doing that online town hall before the end of this year, and we'll start the tours probably either in December or in January. The farm is looking very lush and green right now. You can see some beautiful things. And there's some ridiculous things like you can't sell strawberries, and there's some regulation around there that's so dodgy, and we'll show you how to navigate all of that kind of kerfuffle. All right, that's it. Thank you very much to squareroot.com.au for being our major sponsors for tonight. Thank you if you can support us at discernible.locals.com/support. I'll put that link in there. Please do so. And thank you for buying these Christmas gifts, if you can, or buying a t-shirt from us. Would love to see you over on the Discernible channels. Have a lovely evening. I think I need to decompress. Yes. All right, let's end with a quote. We already did 2 quotes, didn't we? We did 2 quotes. Let's do another one. One road leads home, but 1,000 into the wilderness. That's the quote. C.S. Lewis. Everyone's running on 1,000 roads into the wilderness. Why don't you all come and join me on the one road home? Good night.